Glenn. The moment the slim figures stumbled from the deep scorn woods, just over 100 paces from the town gates, Glenn Redwood knew all three were in big trouble. Worse yet, he knew exactly who these three fleeing figures were: Kane Ambergrove, Lisa Hazecutter, and Rafe Slakestriker. All 16-year-old adventurers from Wolfpine, all with families anxiously awaiting their return. Glenn, now 18 years of age and officially an adult, stood beside the open gates of the starter village of Wolfpine. He wore gleaming god armor that was essentially indestructible. The grip of his guardian's shield rested easily in one hand, and the familiar weight of his guardian's mace hung heavy against his hip. His full-face helmet hid everything but his blue eyes. The three figures fleeing the woods were little more than toothpicks in the distance. Even through the eye-holes in his helmet, Glenn detected their stumbling gait and fearful glances back. Worst of all, they were too far away for him to help. As soon as Kane, Lisa, and Rafe had turned 16 years of age, the Pantheon, the 10 gods of Luxterra, had pronounced all three adventurers. Yet none of them had yet reached level 6, or at least they hadn't before they set off into the woods this morning. The monsters in those woods all averaged between 3 and 5, which made hunting individual monsters safe enough for a trio of level 5s. Yet this party was running, not fighting. So what were they running from? The three stumbling adventurers made it perhaps 20 paces before 8 frothing gloam wolves charged, snarling, out of the woods. As a pack, they rushed the exhausted adventurers. Glenn knew not one of the wolves would be less than level 4. He clenched the leather grip of his guardian shield hard enough that leather creaked inside his gloved hand. He wanted nothing more than to charge toward the woods. He'd unleash Fight Me and draw the fury of those 8 gloam wolves upon himself, then start swinging his god-blessed mace until those poor kids got clear. Yet he couldn't. The laws of Kaya, goddess of duty, were clear. Glenn was a town guard. Kaya herself had charged him with his divine duty, meaning Glenn's role had been assigned to him by the divine law of the Pantheon. He defended Wolfpine and its gate, not the land around it, though every impulse in his being urged him to sprint to the woods and save those kids. He couldn't. They had to get within 50 paces of the town gate first. Adventurers explored. Townsfolk supported adventurers. Town guards protected their town. Those were the laws of Luxterra, the laws governing the mortal realm in which all mortals lived, and Glenn could no more defy the laws than he could grow a third arm. Yet as he watched 8 wolves close in on 3 exhausted kids, his stomach churned. "They'll make it," Loghain Cliffbreeze said. It felt like empty reassurance. Loghain was 20 years Glenn's senior, at 38, and currently a level 19 town guard. He would likely be able to choose a new class in a year or so, though he wouldn't leave Wolfpine until Chelsea Mistarrow, his betrothed, could also leave. Loghain had seen adventurers die before. Loghain had seen common-age kids he'd known since they were babies die outside these gates, beyond the radius of protection he and Glenn offered. Glenn knew from many conversations over drinks that failing to save those people still haunted Loghain. Kane's party made another 10 paces toward town before 3 gloam wolves rushed past and encircled them. Though the monsters created by Anson, god of beasts, possessed only simple intelligence, their hunting instincts were keen. Kane, Lisa, and Rafe were now surrounded by monsters they were too exhausted to defeat. Soon, as decreed by the gods, Glenn would watch them all die. "They'll make it," Loghain repeated calmly. "Be ready to move." Glenn had fought countless gloam wolves before he gained his post as a town guard. He knew how they fought and hunted. His instincts told him Loghain was wrong. "There's too many," Glenn murmured. Even after 2 years as a town guard, it took all of his will to remain at his post. Only the thought that he literally could not help kept him there. If either of them ran past the decreed 50-pace radius from Wolfpine's gates while on town guard duty, defying Kaya, the goddess of duty would turn them to salt. They would save no one in that manner, and the 3 adventurers merely needed to cover 20 more paces. They had to. For one tantalizing moment, it looked like the party might make it. Kane Ambergrove, a big muscular lad whom Glenn knew to be a brutalist, a class specializing in clubs and shields, visibly rallied his party. He dove straight at the 3 gloam wolves between his party and Wolfpine. He shouted taunt to anger one and trusted his ringmail armor to blunt the worst of its attacks. Lisa Hazecutter, the party's slim, long-haired ranger, ran close behind Kane in dark, light leather armor, with Rafe Slakestriker, the young lifecaster, bringing up the rear. Kane's desperate charge bowled over the lead glow wolf. Even as Kane trampled it, a second wolf leapt at the side not protected by his shield. The beast tore a bloody chunk from Kane's arm that forced him to drop his bronze training mace. Kane knocked the beast away with his wooden shield. He made a hole through the wolf blockade with both his bulk and fury. Thanks to Kane's charge, his party made it through the blockading glow wolves, one of whom promptly pounced on Rafe Slate Striker from behind. Even at this distance, Rafe's tortured howls were clearly audible. His simple white starter robes offered little protection from the razor-sharp claws and teeth of the glow wolves, both of which shredded flesh and tore into bone. Rafe shrieked. Even as Lisa spun around and loosed another arrow into the glow wolf atop Rafe, two more wolves joined the first. Rafe's shrieks went horrifically silent. Lisa's arrow struck true. The lead glow wolf fell, the last of its health points shorn away by the arrow embedded in its head. But two new wolves joined the two survivors, worrying Rafe's still body. Even as Lisa screamed Rafe's name, Kane dropped his shield and dragged her on with his one good arm. The three surviving glow wolves, not currently tearing into Rafe Slate Striker, rushed after the two adventurers who remained alive. Lisa unleashed another arrow as she ran, but the shot, made clumsily over her shoulder as Kane dragged her along, flew wide. The wolves closed. "Go!" Kane shouted. "Summon the guards!" He then shoved Lisa toward Wolfpine, turned away, and launched himself at the last three glow wolves. He now had only his bare hands and tattered armor to keep himself from being torn apart. Lisa hesitated and almost turned back. As Glenn watched her, his heart hammered in his chest. If Lisa let herself be drawn back by Kane's sacrifice, his brave and foolish act would accomplish nothing. Lisa, like Glenn, had to know why Kane had thrown himself to the wolves. She must know reaching the walls was the only way any of them could survive. Lisa Hazecutter stumbled toward the town of Wolfpine, bloodied, battered, and entirely out of breath. Behind her, Kane Ambergrove dove into the first wolf hard enough to take it down. Even as another leapt upon Kane's back, Lisa's leading foot crossed the 50-pace radius outside the town walls. Kaya's female voice boomed inside Glenn's head. "Protect her." Thanks to the divine speed provided by his fleet boots, Glenn charged the wolves and the adventurers they were currently in the process of murdering at a speed rivaling a diving hawk. A hopeless fury he'd felt too many times in the 2 years since he'd become a town guard dampened his conscious thoughts. He hated that he'd not been allowed to help earlier. Yet he did not hate the gods. It wasn't just that Kaya spoke inside his head. It was that he knew, on some primal level, that these three adventurers had brought this fate upon themselves. Whether because of carelessness or bravado, they'd ventured deep where they should not. In short, their horrific predicament was their own fault. Glowmolves spawned alone in Deep Scorn Woods, and culling their numbers provided good and reasonably safe experience for a party like Kane's. Kane's party could only have angered this many wolves if they foolishly ventured into the Glowmolf den, a terrible risk. Yet even knowing the reason these three had been overwhelmed didn't make it easier to bear. They'd simply made a mistake, like the many mistakes Glenn made when he'd leveled. One mistake shouldn't warrant death. Lisa stumbled and fell. The closest Glowmolf rushed toward her exposed back. It had no sooner opened its jaws before Glenn reached it and swung his enchanted guardian's mace. In the 2 years since the gods had chosen him to become a town guard, Glenn had progressed from level 8 to level 11. He wielded a god-blessed weapon and tripled the strength of the average person in Wolfpine. The wolf was level 4. As Glenn's strike connected, a green health bar appeared above the Glowmolf's back and instantly charred an ashy black. The monster did not so much die as simply cease to be. Glenn's single blow struck with enough power to kill it a dozen times over. Logain bashed the other Glowmolf with his guardian shield, knocking its corpse upwards so hard it exploded into purple ash while still airborne. Now that Lisa had breached the 50-pace perimeter around Wolfpine, any monster within an anger radius of her fallen body was fair game for the Wolfpine town guards. Glenn and Logain made short work of the Glowmolves, savaging Kane Ambergrove. Kane didn't move. His club arm was little but cracked bone and bloody sinew. The Glowmolves had torn huge chunks of flesh from his back and legs as they savaged his body through the holes in his tattered ringmail armor. Glenn immediately cast Guardian's Heal. The Pantheon generally only made mending skills available to lifecasters or their evolved classes, spiritualists and shamanists. Yet as a town guard, Glenn had a unique mix of skills and blessings that made him even more powerful than his 11 level suggested. So he could heal. Sort of. As Glenn's guardian heel flowed into Kane's still body, an ashy black line with a tiny sliver of blinking green appeared above Kane's back. Glenn gasped at what this meant. Kane was dying, but he wasn't dead. Glenn cast the spell again and again, even as the needle spikes of constant casting drove him to his knees. Pain ravaged his body as his blood burned away. The pact all mages made with Isden, god of commerce. Mages and healers sold their own blood to the pantheon to wield skills like these. After the 6th Guardian's heal, the worst of Kane's wounds completely vanished. Even the arm he'd used to hold his club was mostly back. Glenn's vision swam dangerously. He'd spent so much blood. Logain grabbed his arm before he could spend more. "Enough," Logain said from beside him. "He'll live, Glenn." Glenn glared his fury at the remaining 4 Gloam Wolves, which now prowled beyond the anger radius of Lisa, Kane, or the 2 of them. They'd simply abandoned their savaged prize, Rafe Slatestriker's savage corpse, to trot back into the Deepscorn woods. As Glenn watched those stupid monsters returning to their stupid lives, he wondered if he could hit one with his thrown hammer at this range. He'd hit targets further away than these monsters before. "Kane and Lisa will live," Logain declared calmly. "The threat to Wolfpine is ended. We must return to the town gates." Logain's confident words and even tone returned Glenn from his dark thoughts. He had a charge from the gods, and that charge had not changed. He lowered his mace and turned from the Deepscorn woods. Together, he and Logain walked past Rafe Slatestriker's savaged body and Kane Ambergrove's unconscious form. When they passed Lisa, it took all his effort not to help her to her feet. He could not carry Lisa back to the gates or help in any way other than he already had. Kaya would not allow it. By the time Glenn and Logain returned to their posts at Wolfpine's open gates, Lisa stirred. She rose, looked behind her, and gasped. She dashed back to Kane, who was alive just like Logain had said, and fell atop his back, wailing with grief. As Glenn watched, Kane groaned. Somehow the 2 friends rose once more. They limped off, but not toward town, toward the body of their fallen party member. Together, Kane and Lisa stumbled back to the gates of Wolfpine, carrying Rafe's savaged body between them. At their exhausted pace, it would take them some time to reach the gate. Once more, Kaya's will forbid both Logain and Glenn from helping. A stern-faced, dark-haired man in golden robes entered the space between the 2 pillars that bordered Wolfpine's northern gate. Glenn glanced at the man and involuntarily stood straighter as he looked away. Of all the times for that idiot to come sightseeing. Irving Coleman was Wolfpine's mayor, a politician who had progressed to over level 15. He would not care why his town guards slouched, he cared only to punish them. Glenn had been punished enough times over the past 2 years to want to avoid it whenever necessary. "What an unfortunate event," Coleman said mildly. "Who are they again?" "Kane Ambergrove, Lisa Hazecutter, and Rafe Slatestriker," Logain answered. "All level 5. "And who's dead?" Despite the fact that Coleman's question sounded like little more than idle curiosity, Logain's tone barely changed. "Slatestriker." Glenn clenched his mace. Of course Coleman didn't know his own people by sight. He didn't care about Wolfpine's people, only how they could help him become a level 16 politician. Glenn bit his tongue and held back a caustic reply that would likely get him a night in one of his own cells. As soon as Mayor Coleman reached level 16, he could leave Wolfpine and jockey for political strength in a town in a higher level zone, such as Lakebrook. That had always been Coleman's plan, and Glenn could not wait for him to leave. Maybe then they'd get a mayor who wasn't a snake. Coleman said. "I do hope his family can pay the resurrection fee. I seem to recall them being a bit short last time we collected the town dues." "So take up a collection," Glenn grumbled. Coleman's dark-haired head swiveled as his eyes focused on Glenn. "Excuse me?" Glenn grimaced inside his full-face helmet, where the mayor couldn't see. He'd done it now, spoken out of turn to Wolfpine's mayor. Even as Logain angrily shook his head from Coleman's other side, Glenn plowed on with his goal of tempting fate. "Take up a collection from the people of Wolfpine. Rafe is a life-caster, not many of those around, especially in a little town like this. It's in the town's best interest to have a healer to help out Richard if the town sees another plague cloud or a monster swarm." Coleman glared Glenn's way. I'm quite confused. Are you telling the mayor of Wolfpine how to do his job, town guard? Glenn worked hard to keep his tone mild. I'm just making a suggestion. Kane and Lisa had finally made it to the gates, carrying Rafe's body. Both wore a 1,000-pace stare. They didn't thank anyone, and Glenn didn't blame them. Even on their best days, most in Wolfpine looked at town guards as anonymous entities to be respected, avoided, and in rare cases, yelled at. Obscured in their thick armor behind their full-face helmets, town guards were anonymous and feared. They weren't adventurers, but they also weren't townsfolk, which put them in a rare situation few but another town guard can understand. The two poor kids carrying their dead friend looked to be barely aware of their surroundings. They seemed entirely focused on getting Rafe's ensouled body to Wolfpine's Chapel of Celis. Glenn looked Rafe over as he passed and concluded that, should he first be healed, his body could live on its own once resurrected. He'd lost no limbs and, most importantly, kept his head. While a spiritualist could resurrect any ensouled corpse brought to a Chapel of Celis before 12 hours elapsed and the mortal soul moved beyond, the body they resurrected needed to be able to live on its own. Otherwise, the person would simply die again, and the spiritualist would have to wait another 24 hours before they could again cast Resurrect. Once these kids got Rafe to the Chapel of Celis off Wolfpine's town square, Richard Deepscar, Wolfpine's lone spiritualist, could use Resurrect on Rafe and save his life. Assuming Richard hadn't used Resurrect on anyone else in the past 24 hours. If he had, Rafe's late striker's family would have nothing but a modest grave. Glenn had seen a trio of adventurers stumble past him not 2 hours ago, after all, and one of them had looked quite dead as well. He could only hope he'd been wrong. "Next time you think to make a suggestion," Coleman said haughtily, "don't." Before Glenn could even consider replying to that, Coleman turned and walked back into town. He walked past Kane and Lisa without offering to help. Everything inside Glenn begged to walk after Coleman and throttle him, but that was forbidden by the Pantheon. He did not want to turn to salt. Glenn turned his eyes to the empty field beyond the town. Despite his mental anguish, physically, he already felt strong again. The spots drifting before his vision had cleared. With combat ended, he must already have recovered all his blood. Glenn opened his status sheet, a floating window only he could see unless he willed otherwise. A window about the size of a full-length mirror floated in front of him, marked with lines to break up its entries, but otherwise transparent. He could see through it onto the grassy field beyond. Name, Glenn Redwood. Age, 18. Level 11. Class, Town Guard. HP, 300 of 300. Blood, 120 of 120. Experience, 72,442 of 80,000. Strength, 22, 32 with bonus. Divinity, 8. Vitality 20, 30 with bonus, Wisdom 12, Prowess 10, Luck 9. Gear, Epic God Armor, Rare Fleet Boots, Epic Guardian Mace, Epic Guardian Shield. Slotted skills, Rare Fight Me, Town Guard Kaya, Rare Guardian Smash, Town Guard Anson, Rare Guardian's Heal, Town Guard Celis, Rare Public Address, Town Guard Isden. Slotted blessings, Rare Unyielding, Town Guard Kaya, Rare Regrowth, Town Guard Kaya. Known skills, Uncommon, Phantom Slice, Duelist, Vox. Known blessings, none. Glenn closed his status sheet. Despite expending his blood down to the point where he might have lost consciousness if not for Logain's caution, he had already regenerated to full blood in a matter of minutes. Regrowth was a nigh miraculous blessing, and despite the horror of seeing a trial-age adventurer torn apart by gloam wolves, this was just another day as a town guard. "We saved 2, Logain said quietly. "We saved 2, Glenn agreed. Logain clasped his shoulder. "Let's just hope the rest of the day proves uneventful." 2. An unsanctioned duel. From outside the small tent, tucked away in the corner of Preceptor Fallowpeak's crafting outpost on the Gracia-Evelyn border, the first birds erupted in morning song. The raucous chorus pulled Glenn Redwood from the wonderful warmth in which he slumbered. It remained dark inside the tent, of course, but the sun would soon rise. He'd never been so disappointed to see a sun rise in the east. He rolled onto his side in the soft bedroll, wrapped his arm around the woman he loved from behind, and sighed into her bare shoulder. "Is it morning already?" She was so warm. Mm. Becca pushed back against him and wriggling in the most seductive way possible. It is. Even so, I think we might have just enough time to wake you up. This was only the fourth time in a year and a half that Becca had managed to sneak across the border to visit him at Preceptor Fallowpeak's recently founded crafting outpost. Becca had one free day a week while training at the Blazer camp on the other side of the border, and every so often Glenn managed to line up an official town guard quest to travel to the crafting outpost to collect the latest batch of potions created for Wolfpine's young adventurers. This was no mere coincidence. He had Preceptor Fallowpeak to thank for one part of this fortunate timing, and Mayor Coleman's refusal to argue with the Preceptor to thank for the other. Following the Preceptor's explicit instructions, Mayor Coleman always assigned Town Guard Redwood to pick up the monthly batch of potions when such a delivery lined up with one of Becca's rest days. The monthly Town Guard quest to retrieve them had helped Glenn's whole garrison level. Preceptor Fallowpeak remained both grateful and kind for Glenn's help in saving his daughter, Renee, from the Shrike and his band of shadowers. So while Glenn had turned down a financial reward when the Preceptor offered it, the man had found a way to reward Glenn after all. Even one night with Becca in a tent was worth far more than any reward. Her lips met his. Time ceased to have meaning. When they finished, Becca breathed against his chest and clutched him tight. She shuddered in pleasure and sighed. "How are you so good at that?" "It's literally all I ever think about when you're away," Glenn said. Becca laughed and squeezed his arm. "I hope that's not true, but gods, I believe it." He kissed the top of her head. "Give me 5 minutes. We can go again." "Oh, don't tempt me." Becca snuggled close and sighed. "I need to be cleaned up, packed and ready to leave within the hour. Before I go, we need to talk about what comes next." "Didn't we just talk about that? I think I may only need 3 minutes." "Shush." Becca tapped his lips with a finger. "This is the last time we can do this for some time. Next week we move to Lakebrook and start tackling monsters of level 12 and higher. I'll be more than a day's journey from the border, and I won't get more than a rest day a week until I make rank 8. "Which you will," Glenn assured her. "A year and a half from now, if that," Becca reminded him. "These crafting outpost trysts have been wonderful, but those end today. This is the last one, and a year and a half is a long time to go without seeing each other." "It's really more like 16 months, Glenn assured her. She poked his belly in warning. "Have you given further thought to our new accord?" Glenn considered Becca's words from the prior night again in the new light of the morning. He'd slept on them enough to know his feelings hadn't changed. Even so, it wasn't fair for him to make such a decision for both of them. They hadn't talked much last night, but he needed her input. "You'd really be all right with that," Glenn said. "Everything we talked about last night." "I have been mentally all right with it for some time," Becca assured him softly. "I trust you to know where your heart is, and I certainly know where mine is. Also, I brought this upon myself." Glenn lifted his head from the pillow just enough to stare past her dark hair. He needed to see her expression. "What are you talking about?" Becca dropped her head back onto the pillow as Glenn did the same, his nose all but touching hers. She grinned mischievously. "I could have let you simply wonder what this was like. Sex. If you truly had no idea, I'm all but certain you'd have suffered in celibacy through a whole 3 years without me." Glenn couldn't help but snicker. "I really am a paragon of virtue, aren't I?" "Unironically so. You're the best man in all of Luxterra, for me, and I couldn't wait. I had to have you, so I opened this door. I completely understand if we can't shut it while I'm gone." Glenn couldn't tell if she was teasing him or not. "That's not remotely true. I wanted nights like these with you more than anything. I was the one who couldn't wait." "We both couldn't," Becca agreed. "All I'm saying is it would be a lot easier for you to keep it in your pants when I'm not around if you never knew what you were actually missing. Now you do. Now that I've showed you just how fun all this can be, it's ridiculous for me to ask you to give it up." "Oh," Glenn pretended like he was only now just figuring this out. "So what you're saying is, now that I know what it's like to actually bone, I'll have no choice but to tumble into bed with other women while you're gone?" As I said, I'll be gone for 1.5 years, Becca reminded him sternly. This really is the last time we'll be able to see each other until I reach rank 8. No more cheating. I thought cheating was exactly what we were discussing. She gently smacked his arm. Stop deflecting. Given how many attractive adventurers you've probably rescued while I was away, the fact that you've not fallen into bed with one is a challenge equal to the divine level cap. I'd never ask that of you. I also trust you to keep it to just fun. That was the problem, of course. Glenn wasn't entirely certain he could be with someone for just fun. Many adventurers in Luxtera did that every day, but Glenn had never been one of them. Becca nuzzled close. I don't doubt that you love me, and I still love our plan for you to join me once you reach level 20. But you're a man, and you have needs, and I really don't care who you bone while I'm off training, as long as you're still mine when I get back. I'll always be yours, Glenn assured her. Still, here's my problem with what you suggest. Becca eased back and didn't bother to hide her grimace. Glenn, if we're going to make an accord like the one we talked about, at least for the 16 months we can't see each other, 1.5 years, Glenn, then it can't be just about me. She blinked. You're right about one thing. I do know how much fun this is now, and also that it's possible for it to just be fun. Now, in our case, I mean, it's obviously more than that, but I know with many other people, this is just casual fun with no strings attached. I see how that's possible. Becca cocked an eyebrow at him. I am so lost right now. He brushed a finger across her cheek and then rested it beneath her chin. Becca, if we accept what you're suggesting as fact about me, then it is also entirely unreasonable for me to ask you to not be with anyone while you're away. For 1.5 years. Becca's eyes grew considerably wider. So if we're going to agree to our accord, the rules we make need to apply to both of us. Anything else wouldn't be fair to you. That's the part I could never accept. If it's okay for me to indulge in a little casual fun while you're away, it has to be okay for you too. Becca shook with laughter, but she couldn't hide the fresh flush coloring her cheeks. How are you like this? I'm serious. Glenn drew her close. I'll agree to your accord if it'll make you feel better about our time apart, but only if it applies to both of us. All our rules have to apply to you too. She bit her lip and pressed her body hard against him. You are so unfair. Don't you have to leave soon? Glenn reminded her. You need to get packed. If I sprint, I can still make it back in time. Becca pushed him onto his back and climbed on top of him. Right now, you've got me so muddled. All I can do is... A playful kick against the bottom of his metal boot snapped Glenn Redwood, still the youngest town guard in Wolfpine, from the brief nap he'd snagged at the end of his shift. He groaned as the warmth and pleasure he'd been dreaming about faded away. That dream. That wonderful dream. Couldn't he have had one more minute in his wonderful dream? His fleet boots rested atop an oaken desk, and his rear rested in a padded chair. Despite the horror he'd witnessed at the gates this afternoon, Glenn had once more fallen asleep on the top floor of Wolfpine's guard barracks. There he dreamed of his last night with Becca. Over 6 months ago. He remained in Wolfpine. She remained in Evelyn for another year at least. They were finally both adults now, because today was Becca's birthday. Had she not been with the Blazers and he with the town guard, this day would have marked the end of their 3-month dry spell, the period of time after one partner turned 18 and had to wait for the other to catch up. He, of course, had kept perfect track. They were still together in their hearts and minds, and Glenn remained painfully proud of her. He had no doubt Becca was crushing her Blazer training. Once one joined the Blazers Guild, one's life became a non-stop journey of training, quests, and tackling challenges alongside friends, or lovers, one of which Becca might be celebrating with today, as he'd clearly told her she could. She was still his. He wasn't moping. He was simply feeling Becca's absence a little more today, on her birthday. This would pass, and 1 year from now, Becca would finally be a rank 8 Blazer who could visit Wolfpine on the regular. They were more than halfway there. Up and at 'em, Redwood, Scott Willarose said mirthfully. We've got reports of a brawl about to break out of the tavern. Adventurers dueling where they shouldn't, you know the rules. As much as Glenn wanted another dream with Becca, he wanted to ensure no one got hurt in Wolfpine far more. He thumped his armored boots off the desk. His boots landed with a thump that shook the floor, but the guard barracks was sturdy. With the town guards of Wolfpine constantly traipsing about in there with almost 30 strength, gods knew it had to be. Scott, always thoughtful, already had a god armor chest piece ready to go. Glenn shouldered it on, and then Scott tightened the straps in clasps with the ease one developed after helping another into armor like this hundreds of times. The armor remained quite comfortable. They walked to the stairs. Glenn suppressed another yawn as he casually grabbed his guardian's shield off the wall hanger and strapped it across his back. Its otherwise heavy weight was barely equal to a wooden shield thanks to Glenn's impressive strength. Scott grabbed a guardian's mace from the rack as they passed and tossed it like a juggler's pin toward Glenn. Glenn caught the handle without effort and tucked its loop onto the hook at his belt, reserved for that purpose. Joanne and Martin were on the gate tonight, and Logain and Linda had taken the morning shift. Seth and Chelsea both had the night off, so breaking up any other trouble inside town fell to the reserve. That tonight was Scott and Glenn. He and Scott descended the stairs and stepped out into a brightly lit town square filled with townsfolk, now released from their daily duties with the fall of night. Nim Crowfall was due to complete his ceremony of the path tonight, and a number of families had turned out for a feast before the main event. Even 2 years after he'd completed his own ceremony of the path, the whole scene was achingly familiar to Glenn. Yet the ache didn't ache as it had 2 years ago. Even 2 years after the gods had chosen the path of town guard for him, Glenn still enjoyed his life and his job. He'd come such a long way from the day Volpor knocked him over and stole his sword. No monster in Gracia could challenge him, and while he remained confined to Wolfpine's walls, the fact that he wielded so much power and could protect people was still often an intoxicating feeling. The whole square crowd parted at the sight of the 2 armed and armored town guards. Glenn had done all he could to stay familiar with Wolfpine's people, to remind them he was still Glenn, the kind, yet now adult, friend they all remembered. Some certainly appeared friendly, yet Glenn only now understood, as Logain had told him long ago, a distance always remained. With the exception of his own family and his now old friend Carl Coldbreaker, everyone else in Wolfpine were simply townsfolk. Glenn was their protector, and, moreover, a protector of all. They might offer snacks or mead to ensure he'd hear their complaints, but for the most part, they had their own lives, their own constant struggle to level their respective classes. As they approached the tavern, Glenn saw the problem their good citizen had reported. A crowd of both adventurers and townsfolk had all gathered for a spectacle. The adventurer for whom the crowd cheered was a slim, light-skinned man with coiffed blonde hair and a wide smirk. He wore gleaming steel armor, and held a crackling steel sword, with ease Glenn recognized. He looked to be a duelist, just like Glenn had once longed to be. This adventurer, whose gear suggested he was level 14 or higher, now faced against no less than Cain Ambergrove, who looked wild and furious enough to gnaw a man's ear off. Cain still wore his tattered ringmail armor, and some of his own blood stained the links. He clutched his bronze training mace with one trembling muscular arm. As Glenn and Scott increased their pace, a spectral brown pole appeared between Cain and the well-coiffed blonde duelist. The flag atop it, a red flag with 2 white blades crossed, rippled as it announced the start of a duel. While the Pantheon's law of consent normally prevented one mortal from assaulting another, the mutual consent of Cain and that man would bypass it. Thanks to the duel flag now billowing between them, they could harm each other. Glenn immediately activated Public Address, the town guard skill that let him project his voice at high volume over a wide area. "Stop!" he bellowed, loud enough that the closest people in the small crowd winced. "Dueling is not allowed within the walls of Wolfpine. Make way." After dealing with several cases where he'd had to deal with mortal troublemakers without the use of Arrest, the Tier 2 town guard skill acquired after Public Address, Glenn had decided to make acquiring Arrest his next goal. In one more level, he'd have it, and then he'd finally have a way to immobilize and cuff mortal troublemakers without the risk of harming them. For tonight, at least, his new skill was the perfect way to break up an unsanctioned duel. Glenn grinned behind his helmet as the crowd parted before him and Scott. Several offered dirty looks at the 2 town guards, now ruining their fun. Logain always tried to ensure at least one guard in a pair had the town guard skill that allowed them to immobilize any adventurer for 20 seconds, and while Glenn didn't yet know Arrest, Scott did. The duelist with the crackling sword immediately lowered his blade and stepped back among 2 others. His experience in levels meant he knew better than to defy an order from a town guard. Kane snarled and rushed forward anyway, bronze training mace raised. Glenn bellowed with all the force of his town guard's skill. "Stop, Kane!" Kane was now feral, beyond listening even to Glenn's public address. As Glenn's fleet boots flared bright blue, he took 5 paces that turned into 20. He snatched the back of Kane's ringmail armor and halted the slathering boy while his legs pumped futilely. For his part, the blonde, coiffed duelist stood with lips quirked and his sword casually lowered. Lightning crackled up and down its length, a volt enchantment like those Glenn's mother completed for adventurers at her shop. He watched the scene in bemusement. Scott reached the spectral flag, gripped the tall pole with 2 hands, and snapped it with an audible crack. It vanished, as did its flag. The town guards had ultimate authority in Wolfpine, at least when it came to the laws of consent. No duel happened without their permission. Glenn released Kane. The boy landed on his feet and charged his former opponent. Kane swung his bronze training mace with strength and skill Glenn couldn't help but respect, and the weapon stopped dead, a full hand's width away from the pale, smirking face of the duelist. Kane sagged for a moment, then swung away again. Each strike stopped well short of its target, and Glenn could see Kane was tiring quickly. The problem with activating a brutalist's blood craze skill so early in combat was, of course, that once it wore off 20 seconds later, fatigue took over. "Return to your business," Scott called upon his own public address skill to fill the square with his voice. "There is no duel happening tonight." With his armor and intimidation factor, Scott waved off the townsfolk who'd all gathered to watch, as well as several other disappointed-looking local adventurers. They likely hoped for blood to go with their mead. Now all they had was a fading spectacle and 2 annoyed town guards. Glenn trusted Scott to handle crowd control. They'd broken up events like this one many times before, and Scott knew that Glenn was still hurting from seeing Rafe's Slate Striker fall today. Logain had certainly told him, and Scott was an empathetic and kind partner. Only 2 other adventurers now remained from those who'd gathered to watch the duel: a towering dark-skinned man with a 2-handed club, and a short, thin, red-haired woman in white moonlight robes. They must be the other members of this duelist's party. The blonde duelist glanced at Glenn and tilted his head. "Do you intend to stop him, or shall we both simply enjoy the comical fury of a man attempting to clobber the air with a mace?" Kane fell to his knees. His mace clattered to the ground. He knelt there, chest heaving, and stared at the cobblestones in his still bloodied armor. Glenn silently deactivated public address, triggering the start of its minute-long cooldown. This close to the people, using his skill would likely deafen them in casual conversation. While that wasn't technically assault, it might as well be, and he didn't want to harm anyone. "There is no dueling allowed within the walls of this city," Glenn declared calmly. The blonde-haired adventurer's pink lips parted wetly as he spoke. "City? Is that where we are? I sadly mistook this cluster of tiny buildings to be a village." Glenn found the man's cultured voice both grating and infuriating. Even so, he did not remind the cocky adventurer that the language of Kaya's laws was the same across Luxterra. This man certainly knew that, and was simply baiting Glenn in the most innocuous way he could. Glenn had dealt with adventurers every day since becoming a town guard, and not always in a positive manner. He'd had every slight in the world tossed at him at one point or another. He was now immune to taunts. The blonde, coiffed man's little jape was nothing. Also, while this duelist might be a snarky little jerk, it was Kane who had refused to lower his mace when Glenn and Scott canceled the duel. The fact that this obviously high-level adventurer had agreed to duel Kane at all was suspect, of course, but given Kane's obviously fragile and furious state of mind, Glenn suspected Kane had insisted. Glenn glanced at Kane, who still hadn't risen. He then turned his full-face helmet to the blonde-haired adventurer's compatriots. Another set of steel armor, and the woman's moonlight robes marked them, just like their leader, as a far higher level than appropriate for a level 8 zone like Gracia, but perhaps they'd come here on some special quest. Glenn had heard adventurers mention an uncommon quest in Crackpaw Mine before. It was known to recur, so perhaps these 3 had come here to undertake it today. If they were in the tavern drinking, they might have actually completed the quest. Glenn spoke calmly, firmly, in a voice that brooked no argument. "Since this is your first offense in Wolfpine, you may return to the tavern and get yourselves a drink." He couldn't order the 3 of them to leave unless they actually broke the law, but he made clear it wasn't just a suggestion. The big dark-skinned man in steel armor groaned. "Oh, gods, it was just a bit of fun." His big head was entirely bald, and he rested the hilt of a wicked-looking executioner's axe atop a muscular shoulder. "The boy just wanted to see what Terry could do." The man's size, posture, and giant club suggested he was a brutalist as well, the one who'd likely chosen skills favoring two-handed weapons. Glenn was barely interested any longer, and only cataloged such details in case he needed to quickly decide on the best way to disable a man like this rapidly and efficiently, without, of course, hurting him too badly. "You may return to the tavern," Glenn repeated calmly, "or you may leave." Kane's raw voice spoke from the cobblestones. "You can't stop us from fighting. He gave consent. I gave consent. I'm gonna break every last one of his gleaming teeth." Before Glenn could say anything, the smaller woman in the white moonlight robes leaned over Kane, hands on her knees. Her red hair fell across one side of her face rather fetchingly, and Glenn noticed for the first time that kindness pinched her lovely face. "I'm truly sorry about your friend," the woman said quietly. "I only wish we had been more careful. Please don't blame yourself." She straightened, flipped her hair back from one eye, and glared at Terry. "Terry's simply drunk." Terry, the blonde-haired duelist, scoffed. "Don't you coddle that boy, Nora. If he can't back up his boasts in ire, he shouldn't be challenging monsters at all, let alone insulting a man who can easily pummel his red-faced visage into a pudding." As Kane stood, breathing and clutching his mace, Glenn immediately understood why this had all started. A wave of grief rushed through him, yet he'd soon tamped it down. Still, this hurt. From Nora's mention of your friend, it was clear that Rafe Slatestriker had suffered the forever death while Glenn napped. As unreal as that felt, it was not the first time Glenn had seen someone die forever. The only reason Glenn could think that Kane would blindly attack this party of high-level adventurers so fiercely was if one of them had recently died as well. Terry's party must have paid Richard to use Resurrect on their fallen party member, saving his or her life, and yet, thanks to the 24-hour cooldown on Resurrect, saving one life had doomed another to the forever death. In this case, Rafe Slatestriker, Kane's best friend since childhood. Such were the sacrifices the people of Luxterra made every day. "Kane Ambergrove," Glenn intoned deeply, "you are now under arrest. Come with me." At last, some sense of the world around him visibly penetrated Kane's angry and grief-stricken haze. His shoulders sagged. He dared not protest. Glenn looked again to Terry and his two party members, and now he took one step forward. He effortlessly interposed himself between the three of them and Kane. Nora's blue eyes widened as Glenn announced Kane's sentence. Terry and his big friend with the axe grumbled and immediately wandered off, but Nora stared at Glenn with wide, concerned eyes. "Town guard, please, don't punish the boy for being in pain. My name is Nora Rapidbloom, and I'm a level 14 lifecaster. I can pay his fine, whatever it might be." Glenn said nothing. "He suffered a great loss today." Nora nervously ran her fingers through her lovely red hair, a gesture that was obviously an old reflex. "This is actually my fault." Glenn stood impassive. "I let Carmelo die fighting Big Cracktooth alone because I was too focused on healing Terry through the crackpaw waves. If I just paid more attention—" She trailed off. Glenn felt for her. Nora was obviously a good and empathetic person. Most who chose the role of lifecaster were that, but Glenn was on duty, and, moreover, in armor. As much as Glenn wanted to comfort Nora and tell her that the death of Carmelo, the big man with the axe, was not her fault, this was not his role. Nor did Kaya allow or expect him to act as a counselor to bereaved adventurers. And if Mayor Coleman heard Glenn was counseling passing adventurers again, Glenn would spend another month cleaning the privies. "Return to the tavern and get yourself a drink," Glenn repeated, "or leave." Yet, at the quite genuine pain visible on Nora's face, he could not help but comfort her in some small manner. He leaned forward and spoke quietly. "Wolfbine takes care of our own." Nora's eyes widened. Then she bowed, her red hair flopping across one eye as she did so. Glenn incrementally inclined his head in response. "Nora!" Carmelo shouted from the open doors of the tavern. "Get your speckled face over here so we can buy you another drink. We've got more celebrating to do." Nora spun to look toward her party, a warm smile crossing her face. "Coming!" She hurried off to rejoin her party and her friends. As she took off, the bare midriff of her top revealed an impressive set of wings tattooed on her lower back, which immediately reminded Glenn of his conversation with Becca 6 months ago at Preceptor Fallowpeak's camp. Nora was quite lovely, and there was nothing wrong with looking a little. Glenn had longed for an adventurer's life for 16 years. He had almost had it with Becca, and he would have it someday when he reached level 20 and joined her adventures. For now, he had his duty, and his duty saved people. People like Kane Ambergrove again. Glenn gently rested a hand on Kane's shoulder. "Come with me." 3. A prison counselor. Scott marched beside Glenn, and Kane followed willingly, head down and posture lost. Perhaps Kane had even hoped to get arrested. Perhaps he had no idea what he was doing at all, other than grieving the loss of a man who'd been his best friend. Seeing Kane's agony made Glenn all the more grateful for his own fate. While he'd initially rued his charge, becoming a town guard, at least he'd never lost his friend Zach to the forever death. Zach was still somewhere with Anna Bronzelight, leveling alongside her, and Becca was off saving everyone she could as a junior blazer. Losing either of them was a pain Glenn could, fortunately, only imagine. As Glenn pulled the heavy door to the barracks open, he glanced at Scott. "I've got him from here. Do you mind doing another patrol or two around the tavern and square, just to make sure no one else thinks to duel where they shouldn't now that we've left?" Scott thumped Kane's shoulder gently enough to only startle the boy. "You've got a partner." He walked off with his armor clanking. As town guards, both Glenn and Spot were compelled by liege law to answer any question Mayor Coleman posed honestly. Glenn took risks on the regular that made Mayor Coleman furious with him, but he'd also insisted his fellow guards not let themselves get punished as well. So now, at Glenn's request, all 7 other guards had agreed to give his personal activities a wide berth. Scott could not tell Mayor Coleman what Glenn and Kane had discussed if he was off patrolling when they discussed it, nor could he stop Glenn from talking with the boy. Scott had picked up on that the moment Glenn suggested the extra patrol. Glenn really did like his partner. Also, Glenn hadn't lied to anyone. Kane Ambergrove was going to spend the night in a cell, which might honestly be the best place for him right now, especially if he was out challenging adventurers twice his level to duel. Given what little he'd witnessed of their interaction in the town square, Glenn was tempted to label Terry and Carmelo bullies, yet Nora truly seemed to care about both of them. Nora at least had proven herself to be a good person, which gave Glenn pause. He didn't have the full story, and given what he knew of Kane's temper, it might not be as simple as it seemed. Glenn couldn't know all that had transpired before an alert townsfolk notified Scott of the impending duel. He couldn't know how much Kane had blustered or insulted the other party, and Kane was known to have a big and rather vengeful mouth. But mostly, Glenn just didn't care, at least about whether 3 random adventurers got their feelings hurt. In the past 2 years, Glenn had seen more adventurers than he had in his prior 16. He'd never known just how often they flowed in and out of Wolfpine, either to bring their gear to a blacksmith for repair, spend a night recovering in the tavern, purchase a new enchantment from Glenn's mother, or even pay the expensive fee to have Richard Deepscar use Resurrect on a fallen friend. At first, Glenn had been too young to leave his house, and when he could leave, he'd been busy playing in his yard or the houses of his friends. Then he'd reached common age and spent literally dawn to dusk, day in and day out, hunting monsters and leveling toward his goal in Gracia. Back then, the sight of a single adventure of any level had filled him with excitement. He'd eagerly follow them around, offering to carry anything they asked in exchange for tales of their travels or accounts of big fights. He'd eagerly memorized any tip that might offer a hopeful adventure. First as a child, and then when he was of common age, adventurers who entered Wolfpine had felt rare, special, powerful. Now that he stood the gates for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, he silently watched so many adventurers come and go. They all blurred together like vegetables in a warm soup. He might have seen that blonde-haired duelist a dozen times and already forgotten his face. Yet Kane, he knew. Once the boy, whom Glenn did think of as a boy, despite Kane being scarcely 2 years younger than he was settled in the nicest cell they had, one with a hay bed and a pillow, Glenn closed the barred metal door with a loud clang. He pulled the key ring from his belt, turned it in the lock, and then walked away. He returned a moment later with a wooden stool. He set it before the cell, sat down on the stool, and removed his shield. He set it aside in easy reach. Next, he removed his full-face helmet and set that on his knee. He kept one hand on it so he could quickly pull it back on if one of his other town guards came back into the barracks early. There, with his face bare to the world despite Mayor Coleman's demand he keep his helmet on while on duty, Glenn spoke. "Why'd you go into the Gloam Wolf den today, Kane?" Kane looked up. "Because I'm an idiot?" "That can't be the only reason," Glenn said calmly. "Lisa and Rafe went with you, didn't they? Did they argue and refuse? Did they tell you not to go? Or are they idiots too?" Kane looked at the wall. He offered no thoughts one way or the other. "So they agreed to go in," Glenn continued. "You all made the decision together, as a party. Yet you aren't just their party leader, are you? You're their friend, and you blame yourself despite all three of you making the decision together. Do you think Rafe blames you?" Kane met Glenn's gaze again. "It doesn't matter if he blames me. He's dead." "It's very easy to second-guess now," Glenn agreed calmly. "Yet it must have seemed a good idea to all three of you this afternoon, so there's no harm in telling me why. I'm not here to judge you, but I can listen, and I swear by the gods, I won't tell a soul." Kane's eyes blinked as the young brutalist trembled, for just a moment, on his hay bed. Those trembles eased as he sat back against the wall. He looked calmer. "We received a timed quest," Kane said quietly. Glenn barely held back his frown. He knew of no reason Kane would lie, but he'd also never heard of there being any timed quests in Gracia, let alone one revolving around the Gloam Wolf Den in the center of Deep Scorn Woods. Timed quests were special challenges from the gods, offered rarely, which offered high risk and high rewards. Low-level adventurers in the middle of Gracia were scarcely equipped or experienced enough to tackle that kind of challenge. Why would the gods offer such a quest to 3 trial-age adventurers with starter gear, and not a one of them above level 5? If Glenn didn't know better, he'd almost say a timed quest in Gracia felt like a trap. The Gloam Wolf Den wasn't large, by the standards of the caves and mines where more challenging monster encounters waited for full parties. The cave was only a few winding tunnels and 5 or 6 big rooms, but there were still at least 20 Gloam Wolves in there at any given time. In most cases, only a full party of level 6s or above could tackle it. Slowly. "What was the quest?" Glenn asked. "Kill 12 Gloam Wolves in 4 minutes, Kane said. "With all kills accomplished inside the Gloam Wolf Den. The quest appeared when we were hunting Gloam Wolves near the safe road." Glenn considered. This still sounded like a very dangerous quest, but it still wasn't like the gods had asked Kane's party to descend all the way into the deepest depths of the cave. 12 wolves could easily be found on the upper levels, yet none of them angered alone. So the timed quest was possible, but exceedingly difficult. Based on Glenn's memory of his own leveling, all the books he'd read on monster behavior, and his own knowledge of Gloam Wolves, a party who wished to kill 12 wolves in 4 minutes would need to anger 3 at a time. A party of 4 level 5s in decent gear could handle 3 Gloam Wolves and even make a few mistakes. A party of 3 level 5s in starter gear, by comparison, would have to do everything perfectly. One mistake would doom them. An injured Gloam Wolf could howl for help before whoever was on it silenced it, drawing additional Gloam Wolves to its aid and creating a chain. A Gloam Wolf could land pounce and knock over the party's shield long enough for others to rush the party's mender. There were just too many ways a quest could go wrong, especially as the looming red numbers that Glenn knew accompanied such a challenge ticked down for everyone in the party to see. One mistake, either from inexperience, inattention, or desperation, and the whole party was doomed. The only mistake Kane's party had made was to accept a challenge from the gods they lacked the experience to know was too difficult for them. Despite this, Kane had somehow gotten his whole party all the way to the walls of Wolfpine with almost a dozen wolves nipping at his heels. That was impressive. "Lisa Hazecutter is alive," Glenn said. Kane wiped his now wet nose. "But Rafe's not. And Rafe is..." was my best friend. And Lisa? Kane looked away. I mean, sure, I like her well enough, but she promised herself to Rafe, and now she promised never to party with me again. Because this is my— Stop, Glenn said loudly. If Lisa blames anyone for Rafe's death, it's most likely herself. That is why you have to find her and assure her this wasn't her fault after we release you. If she and Rafe were close, she's hurting just as much as you, if not more. She needs her friend. Glenn could all too easily imagine how utterly devastated he'd have been if he lost Becca. He'd have to check in on Lisa, too, if he could, or more likely ask his mother, Tanya, to check in with Lisa's parents. Tanya always acted as a surrogate when they needed to get around Mayor Coleman. Glenn continued speaking calmly and confidently, hoping to break through Kane's melancholy. If Lisa lashed out at you tonight, it's only because her pain is just like yours. You can't honestly tell me you've been hunting the monsters of Gracia for a year together and not become good friends. I'm the party leader, Kane said stubbornly. And you got your party back to the walls, Glenn reminded Kane. Had the cruel whims of fate not intervened, Rafe Slatestriker would be alive. Do you blame Richard for that? Kane's head snapped up. No! He looked visibly alarmed at the thought of blaming Wolfpine's respected spiritualist for the death of his friend. Why not? Glenn asked calmly. He didn't use Resurrect on Rafe. It was on cooldown. Which is why you picked a fight with that blonde-headed idiot, correct? After a moment, Kane nodded. So Richard couldn't use Resurrect to bring Rafe back, yet it's not his fault. So was it Lisa's? She's your party's ranger. Did she fail to kill enough wolves for you to escape? There were way too many wolves for her to kill alone, Kane protested. So it wasn't Lisa's fault either, Glenn continued. And yet somehow, despite the fact that there were too many wolves for Rafe and for Lisa, and you still got them home, it's your fault? Kane opened his mouth. Nothing came out. It's not your fault, Glenn finished quietly. It's not anyone's fault. You went out today with 2 friends to challenge the gods, and one of your friends met the forever death. That's the world we live in. Yet I guarantee you, if you went back in time, Lisa and Rafe would do it all again. Kane's brow furrowed. Why would they do that? Because challenging the gods is what adventurers do. Do you plan to stop now? To never go out there again? To remain the level you are now and raise sheep? The last line was a little weak. Glenn had stumbled as he struggled to think of a suggestion that Kane wouldn't like. Some people, oddly enough, actually did like to raise sheep. Kane looked to visibly think about it. At least he was thinking about his future now, not his past. As Kane's posture firmed just a little, Glenn knew he'd come to the right answer. I'm not going to stop climbing, he said quietly. Rafe wouldn't want me to stop. No, Glenn agreed. He wouldn't. Moreover, if the old books are to be believed, Rafe's with the Pantheon now, relaxing in a warm chair with a warm drink as he cheers you on. Glenn allowed himself a small smile. Or berates you for challenging a high-level duelist. Kane opened his mouth to protest, then sat back. I guess that was pretty dumb. Glenn nodded. And they didn't know Rafe was dead also. When they asked Richard to bring their own ensouled party member back, they just knew one of them was dead, someone they cared about, and they did what they had to do so they wouldn't lose their friend. Life is rarely fair, Glenn agreed. Now, Kane, I want you to get some sleep. Finally, Kane looked genuinely worried. But aren't you gonna let me out? Why would I do that? Kane hesitated. I thought you just wanted to talk, you know, that temporarily resting me was your excuse. So other adventurers Kane's age had quietly exchanged stories about how Glenn Redwood, town guard, often slipped them an adventuring tip in confidence or made them feel better after they made a stupid mistake. That was worrisome. If those rumors got back to Mayor Coleman, Glenn could worry about that later. Just like Kane, Glenn wasn't going to stop. From talking with Logain, Glenn knew that town guards had been allowed to freely socialize with anyone back in Mayor Featherhallow's time. It was only since Mayor Coleman took over that a wall had formed between the town guards and the people they protected, a wall built by the mayor's own short-sighted decrees. Other than Kaya herself, no person in Wolfpine held more power than the town's mayor. Perhaps when Coleman finally moved on, things would change again. I did want to talk, Glenn agreed quietly, but I'd ask you to mention none of this to the mayor. Kate nodded solemnly. I won't tell that old sour grape a thing. Even so, you're staying. You know dueling isn't allowed in Wolfpine, yet you challenged that duelist. You also defied a direct order to stop after we called it to a halt. That's a night in jail, even if you end up getting caught by the nice guard, and I'm the nice one. Scott's the nice one, King corrected. Glenn chuckled. Fair. But you're definitely the most compassionate and really smart. Glenn hid any trace of surprise away. A key loudly and fervently clattered in the lock, even though the door itself was unlocked. Glenn rose and pulled on his helmet. He grabbed his shield and walked to the door to answer Scott's knock. Get some sleep, Glenn called back. We'll release you at dawn. Yes, sir, Kane called after him mournfully, but respectfully. Glenn closed the door to the cells, which separated it from the offices and training area used by the town guards. The sound of a key clattering in the lock continued until Glenn reached the unlocked door to the barracks. He thumped the door twice. The key popped out. The door opened. Scott sidled in, still in full armor, and sighed for dramatic effect. Devil spit. That lock always does get stuck. I don't know what I'm going to do with the bloody thing. Glenn nodded his thanks. The boys locked in the cell. Spectacular job. Did he give you any trouble? None at all. Great. Scott thumped Glenn on the shoulder. And hey, Nim Crowfall just finished his ceremony of the path. The gods chose him to be an adventurer. He chose Lifecaster. That's good news, isn't it? Our local folks can always use another one of those. It certainly was. Great news. So, on the very same day, Wolfpine had lost a Lifecaster. Another had chosen to take his place. Glenn wondered if, after Nim heard about Rafe falling to the forever death, he decided to step into the void Rafe left. Either way, Lifecasters were always in extremely high demand. Also, he had news. Did you know there's a timed quest out at the Gloam Wolf Den now? Scott tilted his helmeted head. Truly? That's stupid. These kids aren't ready for that. Can we write this up? Might as well post a warning in the town square, just so no more parties of low-level adventurers enter the Gloam Wolf Den in search of a big reward. High levels can try it, sure, but it makes sense to caution the less experienced away. Scott clapped him eagerly on both arms. That's an excellent idea, protege of mine. I look forward to seeing the detailed bulletin you're going to write up. Glenn stared. Hold on. I can't write it. That's your job. You're the senior guard. And as the senior, I'm fully confident in delegating the task of writing up a bulletin about the new timed quest to my junior guard. Devil spit. Glenn had brought this upon himself. As for me, given our shift is less than an hour from its end, I'll go keep an eye on our prisoner, on the comfortable stool. Now then, off you go, Redwood. Duty calls. Glenn didn't dare refuse. Scott already teased Glenn mercilessly for the fact that he, the son of one of Wolfpine's most respected scribes, had handwriting that was, to put it mildly, chicken scratch. Scott had laughed for days. Even Logain chuckled. This was a direct order from a senior guard. This had to happen, and he did need more practice making his writing legible. He lowered his head in resignation and thumped up the steps to the second floor and the writing desks it held. Oh, and hey, Scott called after him. Can you write up the arrest report, too? 4. An unexpected visit. While it took an hour after his shift ended, 6 discarded pieces of parchment, and 1 broken quill, Glenn eventually completed a bulletin advising adventurers about the new timed quest at the Gloam Wolf Den. It urged no party to attempt it with less than 4 members. As for Kane's arrest report, he'd leave that for tomorrow. Or never. What if Glenn just said it got lost, like reports tended to do? Reports got lost all the time, or rather, when Glenn wrote them, they often got lost. Few people could actually read what his reports said anyway. Glenn knew Scott was long gone, He heard the door slam after the man called up a cheery farewell, and he knew other town guards were now back. The door had opened and slammed again after, and he now suspected leaving the barracks was going to be incredibly awkward. The arrival of whomever had come in had been followed by both a man's laughter and a woman's, as well as the rumble of heavy furniture being pushed around. Heavy boots had thumped into the cellar and back up, followed by a loud slam. Someone had just retrieved a barrel of mead. Someone was about to have a lot of very loud sex. Glenn sighed and looked down at his guard armor, which he still wore. Normally, he and Scott would have helped each other with their armor at end of shift, but he'd taken too long writing up the flyer. Now, 2 other town guards had decided to use the barracks to get stupidly drunk. He couldn't get his armor off himself without damaging the straps, which felt as bad as blasphemy. He'd never desecrate an item created by the gods in such a way. Glenn knew his fellow guards had no fear of anyone outside of their own intruding. The barracks were off limits to anyone save town guards and the mayor, and this late the mayor would be asleep. This was good, because while it hadn't occurred to Mayor Coleman that some of his town guards might be boning each other between shifts, the mayor would pop a blood vessel if he found out. Which would be kind of funny, actually. Glenn had no way to leave without walking past those downstairs, not short of leaping out a window. Also, he needed someone to unstrap the straps on his armor, and Scott was gone. Seeing no help for it, Glenn came stomping down from the 2nd floor, very loudly and very slowly, praying that the sound would give those enjoying each other below time to get themselves together. When he reached the end of the stairs and turned, he was, of course, disappointed. Joanne and Martin were already out of their armor and mostly out of everything else. Judging from the open barrel, they were also drunk on the cheap arbor mead the town guards got for free. Martin still wore his cloth breeches, and Joanne still wore her thigh-length cotton shirt, but both were missing the other articles of clothing, which was, honestly, less scandalous than Glenn had feared. Joanne was using Martin as a chair, laughing and wriggling against Martin's lap. She had a firm grip of Martin's short black hair. He nibbled on her bared shoulder as his hands roamed freely beneath her mead-stained shirt. Joanne glanced up and seemingly noticed Glenn for the first time. "Hey, you!" Joanne sounded very, very drunk. "You're here late." She waved with one hand while sloshing around a mug in the other. "Grab a mug and join us. I promise I'll make it interesting." She flavored her short blonde hair with streaks of red, and those glowed like embers in the dim light. Glenn kept his eyes on the door as he walked forward. No matter the accord he and Becca had made, he absolutely wasn't ready for an arrangement like that which Joanne suggested. Not today. "About to head out," Glenn said evenly. "Just need help with my armor." "Scott stuck you with the reports again?" Joanne asked before she gasped and wriggled against Martin's lap. "Oh!" She smacked Martin's thigh. "Not so hard, you absolute brutalist." Martin chuckled roguishly. "That's not what you said last night." "I'd really like to head out," Glenn said plaintively. "Martin, can you help me get this off?" Joanne patted Martin's thigh. "No, I've got it. And you? You behave." Martin offered a wide grin. "Make me." Joanne shut Martin up with a decidedly sloppy kiss before hopping off his lap and walking toward Glenn, wobbly, wearing only her long shirt. It hung to just below the tops of her thighs. Her tan legs were shapely, muscular, and marked by 2 winding sheaths of faded white scars. Those were the scars left by brutal rakings of gloamwolf claws. Glenn knew from Logain that Joanne had been mauled badly while killing a pair of gloamwolves at common age 15. Yet she'd stubbornly insisted on healing over time, instead of drinking a light healing potion, hence the scars. Some adventurers swore that if you took a wound and let it heal naturally, it made it more likely the gods would give you a point in vitality when you leveled. Joanne, like Glenn, had been determined to excel as an adventurer. She'd planned to become an anchorite, a class who strengthened her body and muscles so much she could smash monsters with her bare hands. Glenn turned his body toward the door as Joanne stumbled up behind him. She was a full 10 years older than him, 28, but thanks to Ageless, the town guard blessing she slotted that he did not, she looked barely 19. And she was in phenomenal shape. Joanne bumped into him from behind, not an accident, and fumbled with the top clasp on the left side of his armor. You always go home so early. She breathed drunkenly in his ear. Pop went the strap. Her fingers slid lower. It's been 3 months since your 18th birthday. You're an adult now, you know. No more curfews, no more limits, no more laws of Levos. Glenn stared straight ahead. I just didn't want to intrude. Oh, you're not intruding. Pop. Joanne defeated another strap. She pressed her front close against his back. He could feel firm pressure against his armor, as her warm hand slid down the side of his cloth tunic slower than absolutely necessary. Pop. His guard armor loosened around his chest. God, she felt intoxicating. Each hot breath past his ears smelled like apple mead, and each brush of her fingers sent tingles rocking through his sides. Becca had been absolutely clear that he could dally with other women while she was gone. She'd been absolutely clear about that. Joanne continued speaking softly in his other ear, as her drunk yet nimble fingers went to work on his other side. I don't know how you get along with only seeing Becca a few times a year, but I can't believe a man as hot as you doesn't have someone on the side. Are you dropping crescents in the Scarlet Rose when no one's looking? Or perhaps you and Scott have a thing? What? Glenn all but yelped. He twisted to look at Joanne as she popped another clasp. Joanne grinned devilishly, her blue eyes merry and her face very close to his. That'd actually be cute. Pop went another strap. The Pantheon encourages us to love who they love. Glenn blushed bright red. Scott's my partner. What in the world had led her to think this? That wouldn't be... he's a really nice guy, but I prefer women. Joanne popped the last clasp on the other side of his armor. That's absolutely delightful to hear. She expertly eased his armor over his head, not even smacking his nose in the process. Then, if you're willing, Glenn, I'd be interested in some fun tomorrow night. It's not like we'd have to tell anyone. And knowing Becca, I really don't think she'd mind. Glenn's god armor clattered to the floor, leaving him in his guard's uniform and nothing else. Joanne stood before him in just her long mead-stained shirt, grinning, breathing, and absolutely ready to consent. And Martin, Glenn realized at a glance, was now asleep. Joanne's hungry gaze met his. Or you could have me tonight. Right now. We might not even wake him up. Gods. Was he really going to do this? On any other night, he might have actually given in and absolutely worn Joanne out, but not the same day Becca turned 18. Even if her birthday hadn't fallen today, Rafe Slatestriker's forever death still hung heavily on Glenn's shoulders. Glenn had watched a 16-year-old boy get eaten by wolves today. He'd watched from the gates of Wolfpine and done absolutely nothing to stop it. That hadn't left him in a very good mood, and despite helping Kane feel better, learning Lisa also lost someone she loved made him feel worse. Another night? Glenn prayed he wouldn't offend her. Today was... Joanne gasped. Oh, devil spit. You and Logain were on the gate when Kane's party limped back, weren't you? I completely forgot. Glenn winced despite his best efforts. Yeah. You must think I'm heartless. Glenn quickly touched her muscular upper arm. I don't think that at all. It's just, it was rough seeing that. And also today is it's Becca's 18th birthday. Joanne nodded in obvious sympathy. And she's off a whole zone away, instead of naked in your bed. I feel your pain. I'm lucky the boy I was playing around with when the gods chose me to become a town guard ended up as townsfolk. We stayed together just long enough for me to learn he'd eventually annoy me to death. No regrets after that. Ouch. Glenn dropped his hand. Sorry. Joanne shrugged. That was over a decade ago. You know how it is out there with them. She gestured vaguely at the whole town beyond the doors of the barracks. They're just... different, Glenn agreed. It's a whole different world when you can still go out and see it. Joanne closed her eyes and bumped her forehead with his. This time she was merely offering comfort. She pulled back, opened her eyes, and smiled at him. You. He wasn't sure what to make of her new expression. What? You may scrawl words like a chicken, Glenn, but you're a six-cursed poet with words. She sniggered quietly. Probably why you make me so hot. Glenn managed to chuckle. That's nice. But I know you're already engaged tonight, so maybe another time. A court or not, he still wasn't sure if he'd ever be comfortable with anyone but Becca. Joanne leaned in and kissed him, softer than he expected, before easing away. She tasted like apple. "Whenever you're ready," she whispered. Glenn could barely move. He hadn't had anyone kiss him like that in 6 months. He was so close to reconsidering everything he just said. "Now get yourself off to whatever you get off to, Glenn Redwood. I know this class and path is frustrating, but at least we're in it together." Joanne grinned wide. "And who knows, one day before you leave, maybe we'll get a new guard to replace Logain. Wouldn't it be fun to train someone?" Glenn chuckled despite his fading flush. "It would be nice not to be the youngest." Joanne winked and spun away, wobbling but keeping her feet. Glenn watched her walk. She did have a lovely walk, despite having already made the decision to leave. Joanne reached Martin, still snoring in his seat, and thumped him on the chest. "Hey, Frostide, no sleeping on the job." Martin snapped awake, momentarily disoriented before he focused. He reflexively caught Joanne as she hopped back into his lap, this time frontwards. Glenn looked away as Joanne wrapped her legs around the chair. Wood creaked. Even as Glenn walked quickly out the door, he wondered if he'd made a mistake. He hadn't. Becca was everything he wanted and more, and he could wait another year for her even if he didn't have to. He wanted to. As tempted as he might be on nights like this, he wanted Becca more. Glenn closed the barracks door firmly, and after a brief look at the clock tower, found himself completely alone in the town square at 2 a.m. The air was cold, colder than normal for this time of year, and Glenn shivered beneath his simple cloth shirt, padded trousers, and heavy boots. These were nice clothes, comfy and well-made, but they weren't the gear worn by adventurers. Glenn couldn't wear adventurer gear because he wasn't actually an adventurer. He could only wear the blessed gear in Wolfpine's barracks, and only because the gods themselves had chosen him as a town guard. If the god armor and other rare and epic items Glenn wore every day were usable by just anyone, shadowers and others would be stealing those left and right. Should he go home? He still had his room there, even though his mother had made it clear she expected him to find his own place very soon. Not because she didn't want him there. Glenn knew Tanya would never kick him out if he'd end up homeless, but because she was, in her words, pushing the baby bird out of the nest. While Glenn would love a place of his own, finances disagreed. His salary as a town guard was more than enough to ensure he'd never want for food in his life, but he'd need to save years before he could afford a house. He didn't want to live at his job, and he actually couldn't bone anyone in his room. Only town guards were allowed in the barracks unless they'd been arrested, and arresting a woman in order to invite her home was not an option. Once stuck in Wolfpine as townsfolk, people only rarely moved away. While there were currently 2 modest properties for sale inside the town walls, both were vastly beyond Glenn's meager savings. His parents would certainly front him a loan if he asked, but he'd already taken so much from them. They'd paid for his common-age contract to take a melee class, which he had fulfilled technically as a town guard, the hiking boots he could no longer wear, and his bronze training sword. He hadn't failed his parents when chosen as a town guard. He knew that, consciously. He also wasn't about to ask anything more from 2 people who had been so generous. Glenn gave himself a good, solid slap. That plus the night air invigorated him. He was feeling low because he missed the woman he loved and had just turned down a chance to bone Joanne as a result. He'd long ago resigned himself to lonely nights without Becca, yet he couldn't go to sleep. Not yet. So he'd jog around the town a few times before the gates closed for the night, always remaining less than 50 paces from the walls, and lose himself in exercise. That was one thing he learned a full 6 months after he became a town guard, and something he'd taken that long to learn only because he'd never asked. Town guards could not run more than 50 paces from the town gate, but not just the gate. Their invisible leashes actually extended 50 paces beyond the walls on all sides, because town guards sometimes had to work multiple gates, or Wolfpine might someday add a new one. That meant Glenn could actually jog around the entirety of the town outside the wall, as long as he stayed within 50 paces of the town walls. A quick, cold run around the walls of Wolf Pine was a great way to keep in shape and cool his unresolved ardor. As Glenn hurried off toward the gate, the thought of it put a spring in his step. He loved running. He always had. Even after standing an 8-hour shift, Glenn still often set aside time to run laps around the town until he tired himself out. He refused to give up his routine, despite the fact that he hardly needed any more points of vitality. Logan assured him all town guards did things like that in the first few years after they were chosen, and that Glenn would stop doing it, eventually. But so far, Glenn hadn't. A nice, cold run would make it easier to stop thinking about Joanne's muscular legs wrapping around that chair hard enough to make it creak. Why couldn't he stop thinking about her? The thought of being with someone else while Becca was gone felt wrong to him, but also so hot. As Glenn reached the gates, he immediately spotted 2 guards on duty, one in female armor and one in male, Linda Leafhaven and Seth Wintershade. They both wore the full-face helmets they kept on while on duty, but Glenn had trained to pick out tiny details when he leveled in Gracia. He recognized his fellow town guards by how each of them relaxed, their incremental differences in height, and whether their god armor fit just a bit tighter or just a bit looser, and by their voices, of course. Yet he didn't need to hear either of them to know who they were. As Glenn reached the gates, already at a brisk jog, Seth Wintershade groaned audibly. "Oh, gods, it's him again. The overachiever." Glenn grinned and waved. "Morning, Seth." Seth was almost as old as Logain, and married to the cook of the meat beast, Sadie, who made barbecue rivaling Carl Coldbreaker's. They'd even adopted an orphaned girl from another settlement, young Randy Calladust. Town guards couldn't request children from the Church of Celis, but they could adopt orphans. Seth would never make such an unprofessional comment to anyone else, but they were both town guards. No adventurers or townsfolk were around right now, so ribbing was in order. "Hey!" Linda shouted, audibly pleased. "You're out running." Glenn waved as he jogged past. "I'm out running." "So either you're very efficient or Joanne failed to ensnare you," Linda called. "Which is it?" "Gotta go." Glenn increased his pace. Linda laughed merrily as he ran. "You be back by 1, Redwood, or I'm locking you outside." Glenn felt a grin at the familiar burn in his legs and steady pumping in his chest. He couldn't ever run away from his life in Wolfpine, but he could run around it until he wanted to pass out. Night runs were always more invigorating than those in the day. A few flowers only bloomed at night. He just rounded the far corner, now out of sight of the town guards, when he saw Becca walking toward him in a gorgeous and low-cut dress. Her eyes widened. His did too. Then Glenn Redwood kicked an unexpected root and kissed the ground with his face. 5. A forbidden kiss. Glenn scrambled up, with dirt and loose grass stuck to his lips, and stared at the woman he loved so much it sometimes hurt his chest. Becca looked just like she had the last time they saw each other at Preceptor Fallow Peak's Alchemy Outpost. While it was easy enough to slip over the Evelyn-Gracia border, walking all the way to Wolfpine from the zone border would take a day. How was Becca here? Why was she here? Had she somehow gotten special leave from the Blazers as a present for her birthday? Glenn wiped his mouth with the back of one hand. He blinked to rapidly dispel the illusion and failed to see anything but her. Becca remained, standing and beaming at him, with her hands clasped behind her back. Her long, midnight black dark hair gently twisted in the cool wind. The black dress she wore hugged her as tightly as the noblewoman's dress she'd worn the night before the gods made him a town guard, and that dress revealed an absolute blessing of cleavage. Glenn gave himself another slap, just to be sure. Nothing changed. So he really was seeing her, the woman he loved, 6 months after they were supposed to spend another year apart. This was both unexpected and incredible. He took 2 amazed steps forward. "How are you here?" Becca inhaled, a sight that made Glenn's heart pound faster. She approached him slowly, hips swaying hypnotically, with her hands fallen to her sides. "I came back for you." She had. Glenn's feet continued toward Becca as she continued toward him. He couldn't stop staring into her eager brown eyes. He knew she wanted nothing more than him. He also knew he had no choice but to be hers. Forever. They reached each other. She extended her pale hands. Glenn took them and squeezed. She drifted closer and then pressed herself against his front. Soft and impossibly warm. Her eyes held his captive as her sultry words drifted past Glenn's ears. "I want tonight to be all ours, my love," Becca whispered. "Take me, right here." Just before her lips met his, a small sting against his heel made Glenn flinch. He eased back just before she kissed him, alarmed by the spinning world. Had she bitten his lip? Glenn only then remembered where they were. They both stood outside the walls. They might both be high level now, but there could be monsters out here. Once Glenn rounded the corner, he'd moved out of sight of the town guards. Boning Becca out here would be insanely hot, but also it was cold. He didn't want Becca to be cold. He wanted to push her up against the bedpost amidst the silky sheets and spoil her in every way possible on a soft bed. He didn't want to have her on cold, hard ground. What if he accidentally hurt her with his town guard strength? He wanted a door he could lock to ensure they had the entire night together, and mead they could drink. And as he remembered Joanne, he wanted to pour mead all over Becca's bare body and then lap it off. And food, they'd need food after, and then Becca's hands tightened almost painfully around his. "Take me. Right now." He wasn't going to do that. Not here. He owed the woman he loved better than a cold night on hard ground. Glenn gently tried to pull his hands away, and failed? That was strange. Had Becca somehow gotten a lot stronger in the last 2 years? Again, she tried to kiss him, and again, he let her. Sweat broke out across Glenn's skin as his whole body heated, inside and out. The spinning sensation, already making him dizzy, increased. Becca moaned against him, lips locked with his. Yet her moans weren't quite as he remembered. She sounded hungrier. Some tiny bit of logic, not yet smothered by lust, screamed and beat the bars, trapping it inside Glenn's brain. Why would Becca be wandering outside the town walls at night instead of coming inside? She knew he was a town guard and where to find him. When had she gotten so strong? Why hadn't she mentioned the possibility that the Blazers could give her a few days off for her birthday last time they spoke? As Glenn struggled to free himself and Becca pulled him close. One last damning detail pushed through his cloud of lust. In all she'd said to him since they saw each other, Becca had never once said his name. Possibly too late, Glenn put all his vaunted strength into the effort. He shoved. Becca stumbled back, then yanked him toward her so hard she nearly took him off his feet. Her once soft hands felt like grasshawk talons, clenched tightly enough around his hands to hurt. "Don't be a tease," she moaned lustily. "Take me." She moved in to kiss him again. Glenn took the small space he'd created between them to interpose one foot. He braced himself. He kicked into the space just below her breasts hard enough to break a door lock. Glenn's hands hurt as that brutal impact finally snapped them apart. Becca stumbled backward violently, almost too fast. Her arms and hair flailed madly as she somehow kept her feet. As Glenn struggled to breathe and focus through his blurry gaze, Becca stopped dead. She straightened. She cricked her neck, first left, then right, with audible snapping each time. Her wet pink lips parted, yet this time, her bared white teeth felt dangerous somehow. She no longer looked at him like she wanted to laugh and make love as they'd done many nights before. She looked like she wanted to absolutely devour him, and not in a mortal way, in a bad way. Glenn's world spun. He threw both hands out to keep his balance. "What are you?" Becca winced as if he just slapped her in the face. "How could you?" Glenn warily backed up. "You're not Becca." "How could you possibly say that?" Fresh tears flooded her brown eyes. "I gave up everything I had for you. I came all this way, and now you won't give the pleasure we both wanted?" She sniffled. "Do you have someone else? Are you married?" "No, Glenn shook off his lingering confusion. "What's my name?" Becca slumped and hugged herself like a woman who was miserable and cold. "What's my name, Becca?" Glenn continued to back away. Becca unfolded her arms and straightened once more. "Does it matter? All you'll be tomorrow is a desiccated husk, but trust me, the pleasure you'll feel on the way to that fate is absolutely worth dying for. She crept toward him again and bared her teeth in a rictus of a snarl. Now lie back and enjoy, lover. Glenn snatched his commoner's dagger from the sheath beneath the back of his shirt. It crackled with white energy, enchanted with bolt by his mother. It was the only weapon he carried while off duty, as it was a bit difficult and uncomfortable to stuff a whole mace down the back of his pants. Yet would even a common enchanted weapon affect this whatever it was? His opponent must already have attacked him in a number of ways, judging from the way his world spun. He opened his health bar, which, while still mostly full, was turning to ash tick after tick. Not one, but two small squares representing status ailments clung to its right. The first icon, a familiar skull and crossbones, was one he'd seen before. Poison. The second, a blue heart icon that looked like it was melting, was one he hadn't seen before, at least attached to his own health bar. He'd only seen that icon in the books. Something was now sucking his blood away. With these two new points of data, Glenn's keen mind recovered just enough to speed through Card's Book of Demons and settle upon the horror he had just kissed. There was only one creature that could appear as the man or woman whoever looked upon it lusted after, an illusion they alone saw. Such seductive assassins existed only in higher-level zones, like Evelyn. This was no monster. It was a demon known as a winnower, and it used powerful illusion skills just like shadowers and guilecasters. Xiva, goddess of the unseen, created demons that were deadly to those with low divinity and wisdom attributes. This ensured lone adventurers couldn't simply pour their efforts into strength and vitality and complete their climb. They needed a party. Glenn knew, from all his reading, that a man like him was a winnower's perfect prey. He'd never see through this demon's illusions with his modest divinity attribute, nor could he dispel its blood drain with brute strength. Worse, all demons could turn insubstantial whenever they wished, an intangible state known to adventurers as shimmer. He should run. And as he made to run, stinging roots burst from the ground. Glenn yelped as those roots didn't just wrap around his feet, they tore through his feet, winding inside flesh and around bone. The winnower's bone root skill was far more powerful and painful than a moss beast's root barrier. Now he couldn't even turn around to face the demon. The winnower that had stolen Becca's form laughed gently as it drifted up behind him. Her hands slid along his sides, just like Joanna's had, except these hands were rough and achingly cold. They scraped along his ribs like rough sandpaper. "Let me have you," the demon whispered. "Kiss me once more, submit to your thirst for me, and all your pain will fade away. You will pass entirely into pleasure." Fog rolled before him as the space ahead shimmered, and then Becca, no, the winnower, swirled into view just ahead. Glenn's ankles screamed in pain as he desperately failed to wrench his own feet free of roots that wrapped around his bone. His own warm blood filled his boots. He grabbed one leg, clenched both hands, and pulled with his natural 22 strength. Glenn howled as flesh ripped and blood spewed. He violently tore his own foot from the bone snare's grip and stomped down in pain. The winnower hissed and darted forward. Glenn stabbed fiercely with his commoner's dagger. The winnower burst into nothing again. Perhaps not understanding the weapon he carried was one anyone could use. Glenn realized he still had one sleeve card to play. This demon, while fiercely intelligent and dangerous, might not know he wasn't an adventurer. Better yet, it might not know he was a town guard. Glenn took the respite of the demon's retreat to wrench his other boot free of the bone snare. The mind-splitting agony that rippled up his leg nearly forced him to vomit up his supper, yet he didn't fall. He still had more than enough health points to fight and move. He pressed both palms to himself and mentally called up a skill he could use. Guardian's Heal. A wave of subtle pleasure briefly extinguished the pain, flowing through him like a cold stream on a hot day. It was dangerous to trade blood to the gods after the winnower had already drained it, but he doubted he could walk, let alone run, until he healed the damage to his bones and heels. Bone crackled in his feet, and flesh healed. Glenn possessed 20 vitality naturally, so even ripping roots out of both legs had only knocked his health bar down to 2/3. With the worst of the damage from the bone snare now healed, he stumbled on both aching feet and jogged, then ran. If he could just round the corner and get to the town guards, to Linda and Seth. Air shimmered ahead. Glenn stabbed again with his commoner's dagger, yet this time the winnower didn't vanish. It grabbed his wrist with both hands, and this high-level demon was strong. Becca's teeth bared as the demon locked Glenn in place with nothing more than her soft-looking hands around his wrist. "Tease," the demon whispered in obvious amusement. "Where are you off to, lover? I need more than a taste." Glenn activated public address and bellowed with all the force he could muster. "Winnower! Winnower by the walls just east of the gate!" Even without the use of public address, he'd gotten quite good at projecting his voice over long distances since becoming a town guard. With the aid of his town guard skill, he suspected half of Wolfpine could hear his warning. He tried to kick the demon again with one bloodied boot, but its abrupt shift to shimmer left him kicking air. He nearly lost his balance at the cost of freeing his hands, but at least he'd given the town a warning. That was his duty, even now. Someone over the wall would hear him. Linda and Seth might hear him. They couldn't run around the corner to save him. They could only go 50 paces from the town gates when on duty, yet someone would raise the alarm and warn everyone inside town not to step outside. If there was a high-level adventurer in hearing range, they might even come out to take care of the problem. Under any other circumstances, Glenn would have taken care of the problem himself, but he was sadly under-equipped at the moment. He lacked his armor and massive mace. His guardian mace could strike demons even when in shimmer, and the demon's bone snare would never have been able to dig through his tough fleet boots. Yet he wore common clothes now, wielded a common weapon, and his only truly impressive attributes, strength and vitality, were useless. Even his powerful stun, Guardian Smash, could not be used without a mace. Still, Glenn wasn't dead. It was only due to his uncommon vitality that the winnower's simultaneous barrage of poison, blood drain, and bone snare hadn't already dropped him. The demon was likely wondering how in the six hells Glenn was standing after all he'd endured. The winnower's midnight black hair twisted like snakes as it rose around the gorgeous face this demon had stolen. Once brown eyes glowed red as white teeth sharpened to points. The demon's pale fingers grew longer, thinner, sharper, more like blackened talons than hands. "If you won't let me give you pleasure," the winnower hissed, "we'll simply move on to pain." Glenn shifted his still aching feet and set his weight. He'd wait for the demon to charge and then stab it, hopefully forcing it to go insubstantial again. He would then run as far and fast as he could, praying he'd escape before the cooldown on the demon's bone snare refreshed. Glenn offered the winnower a dangerous grin. "You can't possibly take me, demon. In case you haven't figured it out yet, I'm a town guard, and now that you've made a mockery of the woman I loved, I'm gonna grab your cursed head and twist it off with my bare hands." The demon's red eyes widened in what looked to be genuine surprise. Glenn sauntered forward, holding his volt-enchanted commoner's dagger as casually as if it were the steel sword that blonde-haired duelist wielded earlier tonight. He kept the bone-wrenching pain still clenched around his bloodied feet, entirely from his face. The winnower's red eyes narrowed dangerously. "Your pounding heart betrays you, town guard. You lack any weapon that can harm me. I start by tearing out your—" Glenn rushed her and raised one hand as if to stab her. "Guardian Smash!" Glenn yelled it like an overexcited common-age unclassed who just picked his first skill. The winnower burst again into an insubstantial shimmer as Glenn swung and missed. One could not use the skills of the gods unless one carried a weapon appropriate to the skill, and Glenn had no appropriate weapon. Yet the winnower hadn't had any way to know that. Glenn barreled through the shimmer and passed through with only the mildest of resistance. Gods, that smell! His nostrils flooded with the rotting stench of decay mixed with the charred essence of burning coal. He was finally past the demon. He pumped his aching feet faster as he barreled for the corner of the town walls. The moment he rounded it, he'd be in sight of the town guards again. If he could just— Glenn howled in agony as fresh roots drilled into his heels from both sides. They halted his steps and almost sent him over. Roots snaked around his shin bones and deep into his muscles and flesh. This time, he suspected ripping them both out would likely cause him to lose consciousness. His health bar blinked before his eyes, now more than halfway charred to black. Poison and blood drain icons ticked away. He was still 5 paces from the corner. Devil spit. He desperately opened his status sheet to gauge just how bad his situation was. Name, Glenn Redwood, age 18, level 11, class Town Guard, HP 68 of 200, blood 4 of 120, experience 72,444 of 80,000, strength 22, divinity 8, vitality 20, wisdom 12, prowess 10, luck 9, gear, common, commoner's clothes, common, commoner's dagger, enchanted vault, common, hide boots, slotted skills, rare, fight me, town guard Kaya, rare, guardian's smash, town guard Anson, invalid weapon, rare, guardian's heal, town guard Celis, rare, public address, town guard Idros, cooldown 39 minutes 4 seconds, slotted blessings, rare, unyielding, town guard Kaya, invalid weapon, rare, regrowth, town guard Kaya, known skills, uncommon, phantom slice, duelist fox, known blessings, none. He didn't even have enough blood left for another guardian's heal. He'd never thought he'd die after becoming a town guard, yet when the sun rose and he didn't report for his shift, Logain would launch a search. He was just outside the walls, they'd easily find him, and yet, how much of a cooldown was left on Richard Deepscar's resurrect skill? Had anyone else died since Rafe? Was someone in the resurrection queue ahead of him? Would it be better to meet the forever death, or live knowing his clumsiness tonight was why someone else met it in his stead? Air shimmered ahead as the winnower, grinning like the demon it was, once more appeared. It still wore Becca's face and body, yet the demon now wore nothing else at all. It wasn't enough that his enemy had decided to taunt him with Becca's face, it wanted to taunt him with her body as well. "Why do you resist?" the winnower cooed. "I will take you beyond mortal pleasure." Glenn spit blood at its feet. "And I'm going to take you back to the 6 hells. You were a delightful conquest. You've given me such a good chase, I almost want to thank you. Still, you've lost now. Let me pleasure you. Close your eyes, and I'll—" A sliver of sunlight struck the winnower in the side of its head. Light flashed as several strands of hair burned off. The demon shrieked and fled through Glenn once more, again gone insubstantial. From beyond the walls, Glenn heard a strong shout. "Just hang on!" A woman shouted from around the corner. "We're coming! Don't die!" Someone had responded to his use of public address, and Glenn belatedly recognized the voice. It was Nora Rapidbloom, the level 14 lifecaster he'd spoken with earlier tonight when he arrested Kane Ambergrove. The perfect adventurer to slay a demon. "Now you've done it," Glenn taunted. "Overstayed your welcome." He glared at the wretched creature wearing Becca's face. "You should have run when you had the chance." 6. A Demon's Bane. Armor clanked loudly at what sounded like 2 armored figures huffed and stomped toward the corner of the town walls. Soon Terry, the blonde-haired duelist with the Volt-enchanted steel sword, and Carmelo, the big dark-skinned man with the executioner's axe, stumbled around the corner, puffing and eager for a fight. The winnower became physical again as Terry and Carmelo passed by on either side of Glenn. Carmelo didn't glance Glenn's way, but he did speak. "You dying? Need a potion?" "I'll live," Glenn said grimly. "Concentrate on the winnower. Its bone snare is on cooldown." A rush of pleasurable cool filled Glenn's body. The roots that had invaded his legs withered and snapped. Glenn stumbled forward, feet aching and covered in blood, but now free. Another wave of pleasure washed through his head, cooling his fever. His dizziness eased. Flash, heal, and cleanse body, the core skills of any adventurer who selected Lifecaster. Nora huffed to a stop at his side, breathing hard from her run. "Are you all right, sir?" "Save your blood for your party," Glenn warned her, though not unkindly. "I'm fine." He glanced her way. "Where's your Harmcaster?" She grimaced. "Just me tonight." She strode past him, hands to her sides, then stopped. As she glanced back, eyes wide, her single shock of red hair flipped over one wide eye. "You're the town guard? From earlier?" Had she recognized his voice? "Eyes on the enemy," Glenn cautioned. Nora spun back about and advanced on the demon. She looked determined enough, but Glenn didn't understand what they planned to do here. Their party looked to be just the 3 of them, a duelist, a brutalist, and a lifecaster. No offensive casters at all. How did they expect to defeat a demon without a harmcaster? Other than offensive skills, only weapons enchanted against demons could truly harm them, and those were expensive. Enchanting a weapon to slay demons required a demon core, a key ingredient created by high-level merchants when they transmuted a demon's life crystal. Glenn checked on the others. Terry and Carmelo had the winnower flanked, but it merely looked between them, visibly unconcerned. A duelist and a brutalist were little threat to a demon. Just ahead, Nora clasped her palms together, fingers extended. She made several quick movements Glenn recognized as casting. Another sliver of sunlight rocketed from her palms toward the winnower. Sunlight shard, one of a lifecaster's few offensive skills. The winnower simply vanished. Glenn fell into a defensive stance. It has a teleport. 20 paces, go defensive, and... Becca, no, God's take him, it wasn't Becca, appeared directly in front of Nora. It snatched Nora's arms and yanked the shocked lifecaster off her feet. The winnower kissed her hard on the lips. Nora struggled only a moment before she went limp. It's using blood drain, Glenn shouted. Get it off her. He was closer to Nora than her party members, so he rushed the two of them with only his dagger. He stabbed. This time his enchanted weapon penetrated the demon's flesh, and then, of course, it melted. This was why adventurers never fought demons with common weapons. Glenn gripped the winnower's shoulders. He wrenched with all his might, yet all he succeeded in doing was dragging Nora with the demon. It had her wrapped up like a snake. Nora grew more pale every moment the demon kissed her. She was a rich blood source that both restored the demon's own blood and drained the one class who could harm her with offensive skills. Glenn grabbed the back of the winnower's head, then pressed his flat palm to Nora's forehead. He growled like a gloam wolf as he pushed. Let go! Move, you dumb townie! Terry shouted. Even the demon couldn't maintain its vampiric kiss when challenged by Glenn's great strength. He wrenched the two of them apart, then sent the demon stumbling toward Terry and Carmelo. Nora dropped to her knees. She would have collapsed if Glenn hadn't dropped to catch her. How could these two adventurers be so foolish as to leave their mender undefended? Terry activated Lightning Feint and teleported several steps in the blink of an eye. The winnower burst into shimmer before Terry's next blow landed. It zipped and bent beneath a wide, menacing swing from Carmelo's executioner's axe. Glenn then noticed the way the axe's sharpened head glowed white. Carmelo's axe was enchanted with demon slaying. That meant it could hit the winnower even when insubstantial, if they could ever pin the six-cursed demon down. So that had been this party's plan. Nora! Terry shouted. He arrived much too late to protect his lifecaster. Glenn looked up. She's lost too much blood to cast skills, and she's poisoned now. He picked Nora's delirious body up and tossed her over his shoulder as if she weighed no more than a child. Draw the winnower's anger. Distract it so Carmelo can behead it with his axe. Don't shout orders at me, Terry shouted. We need Sunlight Shard to drop that thing. Glenn looked toward Terry, at Carmelo, and realized they completely lost track of the demon. Nora can't cast without blood, but that demon can't teleport again for another 5 minutes. We can't let it escape, so you and your partner need to stop wildly swinging and coordinate. The winnower smirked as it once again appeared beside the walls, still wearing Becca's naked form. Or you could simply let me pleasure you all into the forever death. The lifecaster's blood was sweet, but I desire more. Carmelo howled and swung. The winnower cackled and shimmered, breaking into two parts to let Carmelo's glowing axe flow through uselessly. It then snapped back into physical form and backhanded the big man. Despite Carmelo's size, the demon sent him stumbling. Terry turned, stalked toward the demon, and twirled his sword in a pointless but nonetheless impressive flourish. Come and have a drink, then. I'm sweeter than any lifecaster. The winnower drifted toward him. We'll see. Glenn could run back to town now with an unconscious Nora, but it was already clear to him these two adventurers had no chance of taking down this winnower alone. Carmelo was strong, and his enchanted executioner's axe could destroy the demon if he hit it, but he was far too slow. And Terry was fast, but overconfident, and even the Volt enchantment on his steel sword wouldn't be enough to kill the winnower, especially if it kissed and drained him. Gods, I hope I'm not an idiot, Glenn whispered to Nora. He gently set her down, mainly to ensure she wasn't harmed by his next desperate ploy. Terry cast Lightning Feint again. He blinked across 5 paces and stabbed as soon as he emerged. The winnower shrieked as one of his blows grazed her side. It then slammed into him, full-bodied, so hard it knocked Terry on his blonde-coiffed ass. Yet Carmelo, recovered, protected Terry as the blonde-haired man scrambled back. Carmelo charged in with another massive swing. The winnower shimmered and zipped out of reach, cackling once more. It was time. Glenn ran toward Carmelo and shouted, Get ready. I'm going to force that thing to attack me and stay physical. When it latches onto me, you take out its head." "You insane, Townie?" Carmelo shouted. "It'll rip your throat out." "I'm no Townie," Glenn said grimly. "Oh, and I don't consent to be assaulted." The winnower shimmered back into being. "Foolish mortal. Taunt is useless against a demon of my level. You can't—" Then belatedly, its red eyes widened. Glenn grinned. "That's right, demon." He thumped his chest with one fist. "I'm a town guard." He breathed deep. "Fight me," he shouted aloud, for Carmelo's benefit. The winnower shrieked like a dozen enraged cliff spiders, and made a chittering sound that chilled Glenn's blood. It charged toward him with its mouth open and dagger jaws raised. Now, angered impossibly beyond reason, all this demon wanted to do was rip out his throat. Glenn let the demon come, then crossed both arms and covered his throat with his meaty forearms just before it arrived. The hopelessly angered demon clamped down on one forearm, shredding flesh. It worried his arm down to the bone as it tore at him with clawed hands. Glenn grunted and endured the ravenous pain. "Now, Carmelo!" As his badly charred health bar appeared and each of the winnower's serrated chomps turned chunk after chunk ashen, Glenn wondered if he'd made a mistake. Was Carmelo an idiot? He trusted the man to know how to work in a party, but what if he was still new? What if he didn't? A brightly glowing executioner's axe flashed from the sky. One strike split the winnower's head cleanly in two. It peeled apart like a ripe split orange. The terrifying swing stopped only when it reached the space just before Glenn's arm, halted by the god's law of consent. The winnower collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Becca's naked body, mercifully, vanished before Glenn could associate that image with her. Instead, he saw a twisted, sickly gray shape with a distended belly, impossibly long arms, and dagger fingers. Glenn stumbled back, blood spewing from his shredded arms. He belatedly held them above his head to try and slow the flow, blood dripping onto his hair. Carmelo swung one last time with his executioner's axe, and the axe did exactly what it was meant to do. It beheaded the winnower. With no further fanfare, the demon's corpse burst into ash. A purple life crystal the size of a cantaloupe appeared amidst the ash. Carmelo immediately dropped his axe and reached into his hip pocket. He fumbled before he pulled out a healing potion. He offered it hurriedly. "Drink this." Glenn gratefully snatched the potion with his good arm and uncorked it with the bleeding one. He chugged eagerly and desperately, almost choking as the god-blessed fluid coursed down his throat. He coughed, sputtered, and drank again, as flesh healed and blood flow eased. Before him, his badly abused health bar flashed and expanded. A disturbing amount of char gave way to the green of life. Unlike a light healing potion, which only cured 50 HP, a normal healing potion healed up to 100 HP. Glenn was already well above 60% again, and the tingling, burning sensation across his wounded arm told him his flesh was even now restoring itself. He didn't hesitate to drink the whole potion. He'd earned it. Carmelo wasn't injured, Terry had only taken one hit, and Nora was fine, physically. Health potions did not restore blood. He hoped her party had been thoughtful enough to bring a blood potion. The potions weren't actually blood, just an alchemical mixture, but they restored blood. Terry stumbled over and wiped blood off his split lip. "Quest complete." "About time," Carmelo rumbled. "After the third circuit around the town walls, I was convinced we'd never find the sixth cursed thing." Terry plucked the vanquished winnower's glowing life crystal from the ash and vanished it into his hip pouch. He had an unfilled bag, just like Jenny Amberson 2 years ago. Glenn checked on Nora, still passed out, and then looked to Carmelo. "Your life caster needs blood. Where's your other potions?" Carmelo glanced at Terry, and then Glenn. His lips pinched together with guilt. "That was the only one we had left. Had a rough time in Crackpaw Mine earlier today." So the big man had given his last potion to Glenn, despite Glenn not being in his party, simply because Glenn was injured. Carmelo was a good man. Glenn knelt and picked up Nora. "The tavern's open until 1, he said. "We need to get some food in her, now. Sadie Wintershade keeps a special soup from our culinarian in reserve for adventurers who spend too much blood, and it's almost as good as a blood potion. We can get that tonight." Terry stepped forward. "Hey, hands off!" "Let me carry her," Glenn said calmly. "I have no armor and no weapon. You and Carmelo need your hands free to fight in case there's more monsters or demons out here. Terry opened his mouth to argue, but even he had to see that was the right move. All right, good point. Maybe you're not so clueless as I thought. We'd have never killed that demon if he didn't taunt it like that, Carmelo said grimly. How'd you know it wouldn't shimmer off again? Glenn motioned with his head toward the corner. Let's talk on the way to the gates. Terry nodded and set off, sword readied. Glenn walked behind him with Carmelo bringing up the rear. That put Nora's 2 conscious party members in good position to protect both Glenn and Nora if something else attacked. Glenn prayed nothing would. Glenn spoke as they walked. Once I cast Fight Me, anything affected is compelled to attack me until it dies. That skill inspires blind anger beyond reasoning or thought. I wasn't completely sure the demon would be unable to shimmer once affected, but shimmer is a conscious action. Once I angered it beyond reason, I prayed it'd simply chew on me until you beheaded it. Which I did, Carmelo said respectfully. Just how long did you fight that thing before we showed up? All you had was a plain old dagger? It was enchanted, Glenn said. I'd have run, but it used bone root to snare me. Twice. Terry glanced back. You lived through 2 bone roots wearing that? Had to use Guardian's Heal after the first, Glenn explained. But that demon had already drained so much blood by the time I got it off me I didn't have enough blood for another cast. If you were that low on blood, how are you still walking? Glenn was already feeling stronger. His wounds barely hurt, but that wasn't just the healing potion. He pulled up his status sheet and did a quick check. Name, Glenn Redwood, age 18, level 11, class Town Guard, HP 144 of 200, blood 42 of 110, experience 72,446 of 80,000. He'd actually gotten 4 experience for his part in killing the Winnower, even though he hadn't officially been part of Terry's party at the time. Nora hadn't gotten any experience since she was unconscious, so this meant the gods believed Glenn had contributed more to the fight than the other 2 mortals involved. Even so, Glenn wouldn't want to repeat that fight. Regrowth is a Town Guard blessing, Glenn explained calmly. It lets me passively regenerate health points and blood whenever I'm not in combat. 6 hells, Carmelo whispered. I'd bone Terry's mother for a blessing like that. Terry scowled at him. You leave my mother out of this. That woman's a saint. They were already back in sight of the Town Guards, Linda Leafhaven and Seth Wintershade, both of whom had shifted to watch them approach. Neither could actually run up to them, nor now had cause to do so. Despite seeing Glenn covered in blood with tattered clothing, carrying an unconscious Nara Rapid Bloom, Kaya's edicts demanded they remain at the gate unless a monster actively attacked. You know your demons, Terry admitted quietly as they approached. I'm sorry for being an ass. I'm supposed to lead this party, but both Crackpaw Mine and this quest were harder than I expected. Now that the adventurer had recognized his shortfalls, Glenn didn't want to discourage him further. Leadership is the hardest role in a party. You can't change how you did today, but you can learn from your mistakes and not repeat them. Linda yelled the moment they were in hearing range. Is there a problem, citizens? No problem, Terry yelled back. We just killed off a winnower. You're welcome. Glenn sensed Seth and Linda's eyes on him. He knew from experience they wanted to scream questions about all the blood in his shredded boots. They didn't. Adventurers were present, and Town Guards didn't act anything but professional in front of adventurers. All's well, Glenn assured the 2 as they walked through the gates. There was a winnower, as our duelist said, but his party just defeated it. The danger is now past. Seth nodded. Thank you for that information, citizen. Terry leaned close as they walked through the gates. Don't you know those 2? Glenn spoke quietly in return. I do, but they're on duty. God duty. Ah, Terry nodded agreeably. Can't show anyone favoritism in front of us, even if they are your friends. Makes sense. They'd made it to the main road, which was absurdly empty at almost 1 a.m., before Nora moaned audibly in Glenn's arms. She stirred. All 3 of them stopped right in the middle of the road. Terry and Carmelo loomed over Glenn, who looked at Nora. Nora, yelled Terry. Speak to us. Are you all right? Carmelo bellowed. Can you hear me? God, shut up. Nora covered her eyes with the back of her hand, like a woman waking up to blinding sunlight. You're hurting my head with all that yelling, and I'm... What now? Nora blinked and worked her mouth like it was dry. Her red hair fell across Glenn's palm and tickled his skin as she unconsciously ran one hand through it, pulling it back from her still squinted eyes. She smacked her lips and smiled up at him. Zach? Glenn stopped in mid-step. What did she just say? Terry chuckled and stood up. Oh, she's feeling better. A lot better now. Nora lifted her hand away from her hair and stared blearily up at Glenn. Her eyes shot wide. Oh, hi. She briefly evaluated her predicament, being carried in his arms, and then winced in a way that was impossibly adorable. Am I under arrest? Glenn couldn't resist a small smirk. You simply passed out. Blood drain. Can you walk again? Now flushing bright red, Nora nodded meekly. I think so. Glenn dropped one arm to allow Nora's legs to drop first, and then gently settled her on her feet once more. She wobbled and clutched to him tight to maintain her balance. Glenn supported her another moment, trying not to think about how good she felt. Finally, she nodded and gently pushed on his chest. Glenn released her. She breathed and stood straighter, then shuddered. I never want to do that again. Carmelo grinned a bit too wide, obviously trying to reassure her. Ah, come on. You take any excuse to kiss the scoundrel that got away. Nora's face scrunched up. It's not like I meant to see him. Besides, who'd you see? Misty Slate Swallow, Carmelo said dreamily. Terry simply grinned. A gentleman never tells. Glenn couldn't resist asking any longer, no matter how far-fetched it might be or how stupid the question would likely sound. Are you all talking about Zach Silverstone? Terry's eyes widened at the same time as Nora's. Carmelo simply cocked an eyebrow. You know Zach? Terry asked. Glenn thought fondly of the smirking shadower he'd grown up with and leveled beside. He's an old friend, a good friend. I know he's leveling in Evelyn, so you running into him wasn't exactly out of the question. What was he doing all the way out in Wolf Pine? Terry asked. Did he visit? Glenn frowned at Terry. What do you mean, visit? He grew up here. Get out of town, Carmelo said. Glenn looked between the three of them. Wait, where did he tell you he grew up? Lakebrook, Nora said quietly. That's where all of us first met. Glenn stared at all three of them for a long moment. He then doubled over laughing, unable to help himself as the horror and worry of the night faded away. Oh, he would. He loves telling stories. Carmelo soon joined him in laughter. Now I wonder, was anything that cocky horse's ass told us while we broke apart that glass spider nest even true? Glenn's laughter died at the thought of glass spiders. They were like cliff spiders, spitting out glass instead of rock, and also twice as large. Glad I missed that one. Terry shuddered beside him. I wish I had too. I hate those 8-legged freaks. Glenn suddenly felt an unexpected kinship with Terry, and really, his entire party. They had a connection through an old friend, Zach Silverstone, suave liar extraordinaire. If he'd been chosen as townsfolk, Glenn knew without question Zach would have chosen entertainer. It's late, Glenn said, and Nora needs that special soup, so you folks want to get something to eat? Terry nodded. I mean, sure, but can you? So long as I'm off duty. Carmelo slapped Glenn heavily on the back, probably thinking to send him forward. Glenn didn't budge. That looked to impress the big man even more. We will absolutely treat you to a meal, Carmelo said. Regrowth might make you feel better, but I imagine it doesn't feed you. Glenn's stomach rumbled despite the late hour. It does not. Full spread on us, Terry said solemnly. Plus all the mead you can drink. Nora tilted her head. Zach's really from Wolf Pine? She still looked somewhat groggy. So, is his father actually a rich builder who makes golden figureheads for warships? Glenn shook his head. I'd apologize for him, but I haven't seen that scamp in over a year, so you can hardly hold me responsible for his actions. As he remembered back to the plague, however, Glenn grimaced. And actually, his father died when a poison plague swept down from the Madlands 10 years ago, along with a lot of folks here. So maybe he prefers telling the story he told you. Nora nodded in empathy. Terry frowned. Carmelo ruefully shook his head. Come on, the big man said. Let's eat. 7. A kind donation. Wolfpine's Tavern, the Mead Beast, didn't close until 1 a.m., when the gates of Wolfpine also closed until 9 a.m. the next morning. Due to the late hour, only 2 people were working. The Beast's single server was Seth and Sadie's adopted daughter, Randy Calidust, a perky redhead of common age. Sadie was on duty as cook. Sadie always took a night shift when Seth took one of the gates. Randy eagerly led them to a table, probably relieved that someone had come in to end her boredom. She offered them the night menu: meat and soup, meat and bread, or a meat roll, and chipwrecks, crispy little breaded morsels salted to perfection. Glenn, as a local, ordered the roll and chipwrecks, and let Sadie know Nora would also need a bowl of Sadie's special culinarian-made soup. Terry got the meat and bread, and Carmelo joined Glenn in the meat roll and chipwrecks. That led to a rousing fist bump that shook the table. So this was what it was like to level with a party of adventurers. This was the life Glenn almost had once, and after the fight they just had and won, Glenn appreciated their obvious acceptance of his presence. When people faced death by monsters together, it was easy to make friends. As they waited for the first round of mead to arrive, Terry broke the silence. So, just how strong are you, actually? 22, naturally, Glenn said proudly, but my strength goes up to 32 when I carry a shield. Carmelo whistled. That's stronger than me, and I have earth and might. Glenn nodded agreeably. When I carry a shield, unyielding is similar, except it grants 10 points of strength and vitality at all times. Carmelo grinned. Similar my ass. You got the better deal. Glenn smiled, but his smile faded as he thought about Becca roaming off and Evelyn without him. Right, but you actually get to go places. Carmelo's grin faded. I suppose that's true. Glenn sat up in his chair. Forget I said that. I've got a good life here and lots of folks I trust. It's not adventuring, but I'm doing good work. I like helping people. You're also good at your job, Terry said ruefully. I mean, you kept me from knocking out that Kane kid. He lost his friend to the forever death, Glenn said calmly. Terry unleashed a heavy sigh. I know. I wish we'd been able to do something about that. He shouldn't have said my mother made congress with moss beasts. Carmelo thumped Terry's arm. Or that your boy's sword was the size of a twig. Terry thumped him back. I'll have you know I'm packing a claymore down there. Glenn relaxed as he watched them rib each other. Given what Kane had said to Terry, which Glenn absolutely believed Kane would say to someone to drag them into a fight, he couldn't blame the man for agreeing to duel. Terry had probably only intended to teach Kane a lesson. Neither Terry nor Kane was fully at fault. Both their parties had suffered death today, and thanks to there only being one spiritualist capable of casting Resurrect in Wolfpine, one of those 2 fallen adventurers met the forever death. Had Kane and Lisa gotten Rafe back to the chapel before Terry's party got there with Carmelo, Carmelo wouldn't be sitting here waiting on fish and chipwrecks. Sometimes, adventurers died. It was always tragic, and often felt undeserved. But it was the way the gods had made this world. Every mortal in Luxterra had their role to play. 2 years ago, it would have taken Glenn a lot longer to move past a death like Rafe's. Yet he'd seen it happen before, and he knew he'd see it happen many more times before he reached level 20. Logan was right. It always hurt when an adventurer died, but like any pain, one learned to bear it. Randy Calidust chose that moment to return and expertly dropped off 4 frothing mugs of meat without spilling a single drop. She really was a talented barmaid. She offered Glenn a friendly wink before heading back to the bar. Given the late hour, Glenn knew they had a bit before Sadie finished preparing their orders. So, about Zach, what exactly did you end up doing with him? Terry should tell it, Nora said. He's the storyteller in our party. I am indeed. Terry launched into the story at once, and to his credit, his storytelling was masterful. The way he described scenes and even did voices conjured vivid images. Glenn enjoyed a delightful tale of Terry's party, with Zack in it, accepting a quest to retrieve several chests full of glass ore from deep inside White Cliff Mine outside Lakebrook. The shipment got left behind after some miners accidentally broke through a wall and unleashed a horde of glass spiders. Terry's plan had been to sneak in and quietly take on the spiders one by one, with the party working its way deeper into the mine and taking rests along the way. Naturally, as the party's shadower, Zack volunteered to scout ahead. He then came sprinting back with 3 angry glass spiders on his tail. As Terry's party fought them off, Zack vanished again, only to reappear with 2 more. Somehow the 4 of them shattered all 5 glass spiders without anyone falling, though the fight taxed Nora's mending skills greatly. Then, of course, Zack ran off again, promising to do better, only to return with 6 more spiders and the biggest glass spider of all, their queen. Glenn couldn't believe it. How in the 6 hells had they survived a monster attack that large? Yet before Terry's party could be overwhelmed, Zack used Shadow Walk to land atop the glass spider queen's back. He'd repeatedly slammed his daggers into her hide, using the daggers to hold on. Enraged and furious, the glass spider queen spun about as she futilely attempted to dislodge Zack. In the narrow confines of the mine tunnel, the blind thrashing of her razor-sharp legs knocked lesser spiders into the walls and ceiling, shattering them left and right. Infuriated by Zack's antics, the glass spider queen shattered 6 of her 8 remaining minions as the party stared in shock. After that, Terry and Carmelo shattered the last 2. The queen finally flipped Zack over her head, at which point Zack unleashed Brain Strike, a Tier 3 Shadower skill with a 5-minute cooldown. He buried both daggers in either side of the Spider Queen's tiny head, stunning her for a full 20 seconds. The glass Spider Queen dropped like a rock, struck dumb by Zack's high-level stun skill. Zack then gracefully danced back toward his wide-eyed party and gestured behind him at the Queen. "Get to work, gentlemen," Terry repeated, in a perfect approximation of Zack's often slightly snarky tone. He leaned forward and spoke in his own voice. "The conky ass didn't even help after that. He just watched us smash the glass spider queen to shards before it could recover from his brain strike, and then we learned it hadn't been an accident we got so many at once." Glenn barely held back a chuckle. Oh no, he didn't. Carmelo thumped the table hard enough their mugs bounced. "He angered all those monsters on purpose, just because some woman in Lakebrook expected him by mid-afternoon." "He didn't say what her name was, did he?" Glenn assumed Zack was still leveling in Evelyn with Anna Bronzelight, but he wouldn't put anything past his old friend, including taking up with another woman, or even multiple women at the same time. Carmelo angrily shook his head. "All he said was clearing a mine always took forever, and he didn't want to disappoint her. If not for the law of consent, I'd have twisted his head off like a potion cork." Nora drained the rest of her mead like a woman parched. She slammed her mug down and stared at the table. "I bet he never even stole Lady Earthwhite's small clothes off the line." Glenn chuckled. "No, that's probably true. That's definitely something Zack would do." "Still," Terry added grudgingly, "we completed the quest, and we got a bonus in both experience and crescents for doing it so quickly. I wasn't even aware you could get a bonus." "Only if you're very fast," Glenn agreed. "And only if your quest giver is desperate. You can get a discount on submitting your quest to the archive if you agree to add a bonus if it gets done fast." Nora leaned closer. "Why would the archive give a discount for that?" "The quest archive doesn't pay the bonus. You're basically gambling whoever takes the quest won't complete the quest quickly enough. If they do pull it off, you not only have to pay the bonus out of your own pocket, you have to pay back your discount to the archive, along with a new filing fee." "Oh, wow." Nora's eyes widened once more. "No wonder the mine foreman looked so angry when we came back with all his chests. He was trembling. That never made any sense." "How do you even know that?" Terry demanded. "Dad's a scribe," Glenn said proudly, "and level 16. Once their food arrived, all of them ate a bit faster than they expected, even Nora. They spoke little as they ate, but there was no need. Terry had told his story, and Glenn had offered additions that taught them new things. Eating in companionable silence and drinking mead felt comfortable. After their plates and bowls were empty, Glenn realized he could actually be tired after a long shift. All it took was running outside of town, nearly getting killed by a winnower, losing over 2/3 of his health bar while having his shins torn apart by a bone snare, and then eating a full meal in the tavern. So not much trouble at all. Also, he missed Becca even more now. Thinking she'd returned to Wolfpine had sent his heart beating so fast it might well burst out of his chest, and fighting for his life had driven his adrenaline to levels not comfortable now that he had no way to blow off steam, especially after Joanne. And also, gods, why did Nora have to be so ridiculously attractive? She was the opposite of Becca in almost every way. Tall, slim, red-headed. But her freckles were adorable and her features positively divine. At least she hadn't offered to help him out of his armor today. Terry stretched his arms and grinned. I should be tired after this night, but I'm not that tired. I could use a little stress relief. He grinned at Carmelo. The Scarlet Rose? The big man nodded. I did promise Topaz I'd be back, and if we're really leaving tomorrow, I don't want to break my word. He glanced at Nora. Once more for the road? You seem quite taken by that blonde boy with the phenomenal abs. Warden, I believe. Glenn offered Nora an amused glance. Entertainer was a townsfolk class like any other, and one of the most profitable if one did it well. Both adventurers and townsfolk enjoyed an entertainer's company whenever they had spare coin, and Glenn never judged. Adventuring was lonely work, and it wasn't always wise to get involved with one's party members. Adventurers got thirsty like everyone else, which was why the gods created the entertainer townsfolk class. They were artists in all forms of entertainment, both public and otherwise. The Scarlet Rose had both male and female entertainers, and female clients were almost as common as men, especially among adventurers. They did good business, and while Wolfpine might be a starter zone, its entertainers were as good as those in Lakebrook, or so he was told. Glenn had never visited an entertainer himself, despite both Zach and Becca's recommendations. Should he? Perhaps he would feel different about casual sex if he spent the night with someone who would gain experience for it, but not tonight. His blood was still so hot he couldn't think straight, and that was not a good mental state in which to make big decisions. Nora bit her lip and shook her head. Not tonight. Resting is best. Carmelo affectionately rubbed her arm. Then you rest up. Also, don't kiss any more winnowers. Nora's face scrunched up. It's not like I did it on purpose, you jerk. Carmelo laughed and rose. Terry hopped up with him. Terry then nodded in genuine respect, a nod Glenn returned. Carmelo offered a fist, which Glenn gladly bumped. The two other members of Nora's party wandered out of the tavern, still half drunk, to go get some stress relief. Once they were both gone, Nora leaned close and spoke quietly. Can I ask you a small favor? This sounded like it was important to her. Of course, what is it? Nora looked around the tavern, now empty save for Randy Calladust and Sadie Wintershade. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, in private. I've already rented my own room upstairs. She almost looked nervous. Can we go? Glenn cocked an eyebrow at her. What kind of favor is this exactly? Nora blushed bright red. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's not that. Glenn couldn't help but smirk. I'm sorry, that was a Scott joke. Not that I wouldn't, Nora insisted. I mean, gods, you're a vision, but I really am absolutely exhausted, and I just hoped. Let's go. Glenn rose from his chair. Whatever you need, I'll listen. Nora rose as well, looking both guilty and grateful. She then glanced at the half-cleared table and Sadie behind the counter. Those two didn't even pay the bill. Do they always stick you with it? More often than not, Nora griped. I'll be right back, all right? Glenn nodded. After Nora settled the bill, she returned and then motioned upstairs. Glenn motioned for her to lead the way. Nora hurried off up the stairs. As he followed her, Glenn caught Sadie staring at him knowingly from behind the counter. Her dark eyes looked quite amused. Oh, gods. She was going to tell Seth. Glenn frowned at Sadie and vigorously shook his head. Just talking, he mouthed. He pointed at Nora, who was already all the way up the first set of steps. Sadie merely shook her head in mock disapproval. Randy Calladust, that little red-headed demon, grinned so wide she threatened to split her head open. Glenn looked away and hurried up the stairs. If any rumors came out of this, anyone who heard would probably simply congratulate him. Glenn entered the hall above the mead beast to find Nora watching him hopefully from 2 doors down. She slipped the key from her hip pocket and popped it into the lock. She beckoned him and then slipped inside without looking back. After a moment, Glenn followed her inside. "Close the door," Nora said. "Please." As Glenn did so, she knelt and dug through a big pack at the base of the modest but comfortable bed that took up most of the small room. That once again revealed the fascinating tattoos along her lower back. What was she up to? Finally, Nora pulled out a single pouch and smiled. As she rose, the pouch clinked. Crescents? She turned and walked to Glenn, then offered the pouch. "Please take this. For Kane and his other friend, the ranger. I don't know her name." Lisa Hazecutter. Glenn stared at the pouch. "They dropped this?" "It's so they can buy some better gear," Nora said, "to protect them as they level." Glenn finally understood. "This is your money." He didn't take the pouch. Nora shoved the pouch into his hands. "Just take it, please. And please don't tell anyone it's coming from me. Say it's a town collection or something from the church." "The church doesn't give out crescents. They collect them." Nora sighed. "I just feel awful about that boy and his partner and their friend. Yet Carm and Terry will rib me mercilessly if they learn I'd given away another—" "You've done this before?" Glenn interrupted. His heart pounded in his chest, and not just because of the way the light caught Nora's red hair. He'd rarely met anyone so kind. Nora flushed bright red, and that flush reached far more than her cheeks. "It's just crescents. We earn plenty of those, and we can't afford to lose young adventurers like we did today. So really, I'm doing all Luxtera a service." "So you pay for their meals?" Glenn smiled as her warm hands pressed against his. "And you also donate to help out young adventurers. Is there anything you don't pay for?" She held up one hand in frustration. "Well, at least I gave up on my entertainer." Glenn couldn't help but chuckle. He tucked her pouch into his pocket. "How do you know I won't just take the crescents for myself?" She stared like he'd blasphemed against the gods. "You're a town guard." Glenn patted the pouch. "You have my word. I'll get this donation to Kane and Lisa. I'll figure out some story that makes sure it can never be traced back to you." Glenn held her eyes as he remembered being unable to comfort her earlier tonight while in uniform. "And this is kind. Nothing that happened today, in the mine or out of the gates, is remotely your fault, but still, it's very kind." Her face was practically crimson as she looked away. "Please stop." He was obviously making her uncomfortable. Glenn looked to the door. "Sorry. Now I should probably get going." Her hand gently clutched his. "Wait." He turned back to her. "Is there something else?" Nora looked to her empty bed, then him. "I am tired." "We've all had a rough night," Glenn agreed. "But I realize now I don't want to be alone. Not after—" She trembled. "It was just wrong." She meant the demon that had nearly killed all of them, of course. Glenn patted her hand atop his. "I can stand guard outside the door until you fall asleep." Nora's smile turned radiant. "Oh, gods, that's so sweet of you." Glenn had just turned toward the door when her other hand grabbed his as well. She turned him to face her again. "But, if I had the choice, I suppose I'd rather you wait in here, with me." Glenn finally got an inkling of what she might be up to. "Inside the door?" Nora bit her lip. "In the bed?" Becca's amused face flashed once more through his mind, and not as a demon, not as a winnower. He saw her as the woman he loved and who loved him, as someone who understood him better than anyone. No matter what happened tonight, his love for her would never fade. Which was why he was fine with waiting for her just a bit longer. "I'm with someone," Glenn said. "So, as much as I'd like to stay," Nora dropped his hands and stepped back, looking absolutely flummoxed. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I just assumed since you were a guard, you—" She gasped. "I'm such an idiot." Glenn gripped her hands again. "You are not. In fact, you're one of the most generous people I've ever met. You're kind, talented, and incredibly attractive. Anyone would be lucky to have you." She stared wide-eyed. "That's, sorry, what's happening right now?" Glenn released her and stepped back just enough to put a comfortable distance between them. "I just want to be clear that even in the short time we've known each other, you've impressed me. Had we met in any circumstance where I was not with someone else, I'd be thrilled to spend the night. So please don't think my refusal reflects on you in any other way. You're wonderful." "Oh," Nora smiled again. "Well, thank you." "Do you still want me to stand guard outside?" "I'll be fine," Nora said softly. "And she's very lucky." Warmth flooded Glenn as he pictured Becca's amused smirk. "We both are." 8. A Birthday. Becca. The sound of loud snoring snapped Rebecca Coldbreaker from what had, she assumed, been a slumber equal to the dead. The pain in her pounding head resurfaced, and a nervous churn in her stomach reminded her of the price of celebrating turning 18 in one of Lakebrook's seedy taverns, in this case the Twisted Dagger, with inordinate amounts of mead. Still, given all she remembered from last night, her hangover was absolutely worth it. Today was her birthday, or rather yesterday had been her birthday, which meant every last one of her friends in the Blazers and without had paid for her drinks. She was now officially 18, an adult. And judging from the fact that no sunlight seared her eyes through the openings in the slats above the cheap attic room atop the Dagger, the sun had not yet risen. Also, she was very warm, and missing most of her clothing. Becca clutched what sheet she could retrieve to her chest. She sat up, cautious to keep quiet as she took in a scene she didn't quite understand. She wasn't alone. She was warm because the bulk of another warm and naked body snored contentedly beside her, beneath the single sheet that covered both of them. Whoever was in bed with her was now blissfully passed out. It took another slightly confused moment to recognize her best friend, Ashley Bloodbraid, a tall, muscular woman with light brown skin and hair dyed the color of fire. That sent Becca scrambling madly through her muddled memories. Just how much had she had to drink last night? Ashley had been her friend for half a year, one of her best. She wasn't a Blazer and was also a level 16 anchorite, which meant she didn't often level with Becca. They did, however, drink together most every night. From the moment Becca had witnessed Ashley kick a grinning adventurer through a window on a drunken dare, Becca had known who she wanted as her drinking partner. But a lover? Becca breathed out as her memories returned, memories she'd retained because even on nights like this one, she paced herself. So, no, they'd laughed and clinked mugs and gotten delightfully drunk last night, but no, nothing had happened, other than falling asleep together. This wasn't the first time. Not that she hadn't considered more than this, more than once. Still, what if being with Ashley somehow wrecked their amazing friendship? The woman had more lovers than Becca could count, so it wasn't that adding Becca would cause a problem, she just wasn't sure how things would be between them afterward. As much as she teased Glenn about his refusal to bed anyone else, she'd never found herself as comfortable with random encounters as she led him to believe. People could get complicated, especially if they somehow fell in love with her. She loved Glenn. He loved her. And as fun as a night with Ashley or another might be, she had less than a year before she saw Glenn again. She'd made it this far. Also, she had plenty of time to change her mind if the right person with the right mindset happened along. That was just another reason she loved Glenn. She knew he meant every word he said on their last night at Preceptor Fallow Peak's small camp inside Grestio's border. If she'd fallen into bed with someone on her birthday, he would completely understand. He'd be all right with it. Becca believed this because she knew Glenn and trusted him with her life and more. Her love for him remained as fierce as ever. Perhaps that was why she'd hesitated last night, And Ashley, being Ashley, had been an absolute gem about it. Or she'd simply passed out before she came up with a ploy to make Becca consent. Relieved and a bit flustered, Becca thumped back on the spare bed in the dark attic she shared with her best friend. She could really use Glenn right now, but he wasn't here for her to ravish. So she brought up her status sheet and squinted painfully at the glowing numbers above her head. There could be no doubt. She was now, officially, an adult. Name, Rebecca Coldbreaker. Age 18. Level 10. Class, Guilecaster. HP 90 of 90, Blood 170 of 170. Experience 67,291 of 70,000. Strength 6, Divinity 17, Vitality 9, Wisdom 17, Prowess 8, Luck 9. Gear, none. Slotted skills, Uncommon Shadow Blast, Guilecaster, Xiva. Uncommon Charm, Guilecaster, Xiva. Uncommon Masquerade, Guilecaster, Xiva. Slotted blessings. Uncommon Enshrouded Soul, Guilecaster, Xiva. Uncommon Shadow Sense, Guilecaster, Xiva. Known skills. Uncommon Tracker's Vision, Ranger, Dinah. Known blessings, none. Quests, level 12, Guild. Become a Blazer. Blazer, certified. Beside her, Ashley snored loudly and mumbled something. Becca closed her status sheet and rubbed her temples to ease the pounding. She was further along Luxtera's climb than she'd expected, and not so far along as she'd hoped. Leopold Argentshade, the leader of her band of junior blazers, was already almost level 15, although he had 2 years on her. Training with the blazers was everything she'd ever dreamed and more, and life in Lakebrook was so much more exciting than life in a small town. Becca could absolutely see herself accepting a permanent appointment in this town once she reached rank 8, even if it meant a 3-day journey to visit Glenn and Wolfpine, a journey she would, of course, make as often as possible. Though, after all she'd drunk last night, Becca really needed to head to the privy. She threw on just enough clothing to ensure no one she encountered got the wrong impression, snuck across the creaky floor as quietly as she could, and slipped out of the attic to descend quietly to the second floor. Ashley, of course, slept like the dead. The woman could easily outdrink Becca, but once she reached her impressive limit, she was usually done until well past noon. Becca encountered no one in the narrow halls of the second floor of the darkened tavern. The Twisted Knife was actually silent right now, which assured Becca it must be just before dawn. The place rarely quieted down except for a few hours before the sun rose. The privy was, fortunately, available. No floorboard creaked as she headed back to the attic, but Becca froze in mid-step as she felt a tingle like hair brushing across her skin. She'd felt that particular sensation many times before. It was a sensation she'd trained to always be aware of, especially in Evelyn. Demons roamed Evelyn. Thanks to one of the 2 blessings she'd slotted, Shadow Sense, Becca could detect when there was a demon hiding within shimmer within 25 paces. Also, she could detect when a shadower used Shadow Walk. One of those 2 was in proximity right now. This was Lakebrook. The law of consent protected her from mortals, and the town walls protected her from demons. She pushed down her brief spike of worry and reminded herself she was in no real danger. Given the nature of the Twisted Knife, there could be any number of reasons a shadower would be using Shadow Walk to sneak around in the middle of the night. None of those reasons were Becca's business. It was only once she'd crept up the flight of stairs leading to the closed door into the attic that she realized the tingles across her back were growing more pronounced. That meant she was getting closer to the whatever had triggered Shadow Sense. While she was away, someone had snuck into the attic she shared with Ashley, and only Ashley. While Ashley would be in no mortal danger thanks to the law of consent, the shadower, and it must be a shadower now, Becca was certain, could make off with any coins or valuables they'd left lying around. Given memories of how drunk they'd been last night, Becca wouldn't be surprised if one of them had left a coin purse in easy reach of anyone inclined to purloin one. The door remained closed, and the tingles remained strong. Becca pondered remaining just outside to catch the culprit the moment they opened the door, but despite her best efforts with lifting weights and months of huffing as she carried about heavy packs, the stubborn gods had only granted her 2 more points of strength in 6 levels. They remained miserly in many respects. With only 6 strength, whoever emerged from that door could simply barrel past Becca and be gone with her valuables before she even managed to rouse Ashley from her drunken coma. She had to catch this culprit in the act and possibly play the blazer card to bluff them into giving up any ill-gotten gains. Unlike an ungilded adventurer, Becca could arrest anyone she caught breaking the laws of Luxtera, and more importantly, she could ask her fellow Blazers to do so in her stead. Becca once more checked her balance on the rickety stairs. She was, after all, still recovering from being very drunk, and then tightly gripped the door handle leading into the attic. 1, 2, pull. Becca yanked the door open, rushed inside, and slammed the door behind her. She dropped the narrow crossbar in place and glared around the dusky attic for any sign of midnight thievery. The hair-tip tingles across her back were stronger than ever. No person appeared. No shadow moved. A quick glance at the worn straw bed in the attic revealed Ashley still as passed out as ever, still snoring. And a closer look assured Becca the woman still clutched her coin purse tightly in one hand. Becca's small personal pack, which she recognized sitting against a post above the bed, also appeared to be undisturbed. So, fine then. I know you're in here. Becca was pleased at how confident she sounded despite the early hour and her lingering hangover. I know you had to try, and I'm not even angry, but you're caught. In case you weren't paying attention last night, I'm a Blazer, so you can imagine why stealing anything from my friend or me is a bad idea. Show yourself and we'll call it even. I won't even arrest you. Ashley murmured something from the bed. No other mortal or shadow stirred. Just when Becca had opened her mouth to unleash her next ultimatum, a shimmer of light appeared mere steps from her face. It was the shimmer of a person. A spirit Becca actually knew. It was Anna Bronzelight. The spirit of Anna Bronzelight stood before her, eyes wide as her mouth moved silently. The tingles across Becca's back grew almost painful, her back tense as she stared at not a shadower, not a demon, but a ghost. A glowing, wildly gesticulating ghost. Anna looked a bit older than she had the day Becca first met her in Wolfpine almost 2 years ago, right after they helped the town guards, and Leo, subdue a rogue deathcaster and his trio of high-level desold. Anna still had the same athletic frame and the same shoulder-length blonde curls. She even wore what looked to be a set of moonlight robes, though it was difficult to tell without any color. As her initial shock faded, Becca felt both worry and a bit of sadness. Are you dead? Did you fall in battle? How are you even here right now? Anna grimaced and shook her head. Becca then realized she'd asked far too many questions at once. She raised both hands and focused. Let's start again. Are you dead? Anna once again shook her head. Relief flooded Becca, as she realized this might not be so tragic as she'd feared. So, you're projecting an illusion? Becca knew guilecasters could create illusions that could appear a good distance from the caster, but not without line of sight. How can you see into this attic? Anna shook her head again, pointed herself, and mouthed what might be no illusion. You're not an illusion, Becca said flatly. So what are you? Anna tapped her chest and mouthed a word, but Becca couldn't quite make it out. Carrot? She asked. She immediately felt like an idiot. Anna glanced around the attic in frustration, then beckoned with one hand. She took 2 steps backward and vanished. The tingle on Becca's back remained. Becca played the motion of Anna's lips back in her head. Spirit, she said softly. So Anna was a spirit, but not dead? So Anna was projecting her spirit somehow? Becca knew of no way that was possible, but there remained many unknown magics in Luxtera. Now that she had the full benefit of the Blazer library to draw upon, she understood that better than anyone. This spirit wanted her to follow its lead. Should she? Despite her shock and the fear of the unknown, Becca had no choice but to follow. She could never resist a mystery like this, and Ashley was but paces away. If she truly needed help, one shout would have her best friend at her back. Becca walked in the direction the spirit had gone, and verified Anna reappeared once she was close enough. Like a demon who'd entered Shimmer and been detected once an adventurer with high divinity got close. Anna beckoned again. Becca followed her to the lowest portion of the attic. There, a pair of closed shutters sealed out the night. What was actually happening? Anna pointed impatiently at the shutters, then mimed opening them with her hands. Her spirit, if this was her spirit, though gods, what else could it be, seemed incapable of affecting the physical world. Anna wanted Becca to open the shutters. As Becca's still somewhat muddled head cleared further, she wondered for the first time if this was a trick from one of her fellow guilecasters. She wouldn't put it past one of the other Blazers to play a practical joke like this, especially on her birthday. Yet, in her time training, she'd experienced plenty of illusions, both those she created and those created by others. Galcaster illusions didn't trigger the tingle created by shadow sense. Only demons and shadowers did that, and, apparently, spirits. So a prank didn't make sense. While a fellow Galcaster could easily create this spirit, how would they even know what Anna Bronzelight had looked like, or that Becca knew her? Moreover, how could they fake the tingle, still dancing up and down her back? Anna motioned impatiently once more. Becca decided the risk was worth it. She unlocked the shutters and pushed them open, then shivered as a gust of cool morning air rushed in. For the first time, she wished she pulled on more than a slip and some sandals. Anna slipped past her to the window and beckoned, then pointed. It seemed obvious she wanted Becca to see something. Becca walked as close to the now open window as she dared, gripped the sill, and leaned out a little. Anna's spirit shifted closer, close enough to touch had she been corporeal. She pointed at the distant Lakebrook docks. Becca followed the line of her arm and extended finger. The barest edge of coming light now spilled across the darkened horizon. The torches that always burned on Lakebrook's busy docks made them easy to parse even this early, and this made it easy enough to see. Long warehouses, squat taverns, and even the mighty Blazers Guild office were all easily identifiable on the distant docks, but Anna's spirit wasn't pointing at those. She was pointing at a narrow tower by the southern pier. That was obvious from how close they stood. It wasn't a watchtower. Becca suspected the old tower simply held fishing and boating supplies, though she'd never been in that particular tower, or, for that matter, any tower on the docks, despite having spent almost 6 months living in Lakebrook. This was a sprawling port town of 2,000, after all, not a tiny hamlet of 60. Also, the dock smelled like fish, and Becca hated the smell of fish. Anna pointed again, watching Becca for acknowledgement. Becca frowned her way. "The tower? The one on the southern pier? That's what you're pointing at?" Anna smiled and dropped her hand. She mouthed what Becca was able to read as 2 words. "Come alone." "That's an ask," Becca informed the spirit crossly. "You may look like the woman I remember, but how do I know who you really are? How do I know you don't mean me harm?" Anna pondered a moment, then pointed at the woman lying passed out on the bed behind them both. "Bring her," Anna mouthed. That seemed like a rather abrupt change of plan. "You just said to come alone." Anna's glowing spirit shrugged, and she spoke again. More words than Becca could follow. She could almost read lips, but not well enough. "Now? Not later?" she asked. Anna shook her head, then pointed at Ashley again. Becca considered her a moment. "Not a Blazer?" Anna nodded eagerly. Given Anna's past experience with the Blazers, and the fact that they'd almost been duped into arresting her, Becca could understand how Anna might not fully trust them. She did, it seemed, trust Becca, which made sense given Becca was a large part of the reason Glenn had been able to clear Anna's name 2 years ago in Wolfpine. Also, Ashley Bloodbraid was a level 16 anchorite, and an absolute terror in any fight. Were Ashley and Leo to duel, Becca truly wasn't sure who'd come out on top. Ashley's great strength and greater loyalty made Becca confident she could handle anyone who met her at that tower. "All right," Becca agreed. "So you want us to meet you at the tower? To talk?" Anna nodded. "Right now?" Anna nodded again. Her features turned apologetic, but there was also an obvious desperation in her eyes. Whatever had led Anna to make contact, it was urgent. "I'm coming," Becca told her. "I'll meet you there." Anna smiled and leaned forward as if to grip Becca's shoulders. Her hands passed right through. She silently sighed, shrugged, and vanished. Her light simply went out. The tingle faded immediately. There was no more tingle across her back as there was no more spirit of Anna Bronzelight. Becca shuddered in the aftermath of her strange encounter. She wanted to tell herself the shudder was only the chill wind, but inside, she knew it was much more. So far as Becca knew, spirits didn't freely roam Luxterra, at least not mortal spirits. When one died, one became an ensouled corpse, and if one was not resurrected, one's soul moved beyond Luxterra. One's soul didn't sneak into dingy attic taverns to spy on and speak to whoever was sleeping up there, though to some people that might seem fun. Becca looked again to where the spirit had pointed, the lonely tower on the docks. That tower remained within the boundaries of Lakebrook. That meant even without walls, the tower was still protected from monsters, demons, and Desold. Only a mortal could threaten her there, and with a law of consent to protect her, even that should not be a true threat. If this was a prank by other Blazers, the worst they could do is lock her inside and have a few laughs at her expense. Becca was not afraid of enclosed spaces, of dark, rats, or spiders, so being stuck in a tower would be an inconvenience at worst. As much as she almost wanted to convince herself the others would go to all this trouble, however, it didn't feel like a prank. The Blazers she trained with were like her family. They had their petty squabbles and rivalries, certainly, but they all had each other's backs and would never willingly harm each other. Rousing Becca on her birthday and locking her in a tower would be cruel, not amusing. She also wasn't without resources, and she had no reason to trust the word of a spirit. Why not speak of this strange experience to Leo or one of the others, even if Anna had said, "Come alone"? Nothing she'd seen was impossible. As a junior Blazer, she'd actually seen several of the artifacts the Lakebrook Blazers Guild had squared away over the years. They could do all sorts of wondrous things. What if Anna had found an artifact that let her project her body from a distance, or rather from inside that distant tower on the docks? Becca walked back across the attic and dropped to Ashley's side. She gripped the other woman's shoulder and shook it, then sighed as that had absolutely no effect. As much as she hated to resort to such measures, Anna had looked rather desperate. If she was not some wandering spirit but still alive and in need of immediate aid, Becca did not have the luxury to wait. She stepped over Ashley and opened her small pack. It was, to her relief, entirely undisturbed. She sorted through the powders she'd trained to gather and use over the years, blinding powder, choking powder, smoke bombs, and retrieved a small vial of perhaps the most foul-smelling ingredient she'd ever come across. Naga blood. It smelled like rancid, rotting fish. Becca stepped back across Ashley and knelt beside her. "I'm truly sorry about this." She slid the uncapped vial beneath Ashley's nose. "Really, truly sorry." For a moment, the stench had no effect. Then Ashley jerked and flailed so abruptly, one fist caught Becca in the chest. It sent Becca flying. She smashed back first into a pillar supporting the attic. When she recovered wits, stars still danced before her eyes. "Becca?" Ashley gasped. "Oh, gods, are you all right?" Becca should have anticipated this. Given the rude awakening she'd just initiated, it was perfectly reasonable for Ashley to flail out blindly without intent. As she'd learned one warm night with Glenn after he turned 16, it was possible to bypass even the mighty law of consent when one did not intend to break it. Becca's head and back ached from the impact, but nothing seemed broken. She'd kept her grip on the Naga blood. She also realized Ashley was now kneeling right in front of her, one hand on her shoulder, staring wide-eyed at both Becca and the post. Given she hadn't seen Ashley move, she must have blacked out. Her friend looked absolutely aghast. "Hey, can you talk? You still with us?" Becca gingerly sat up and capped the Naga blood. "My fault." "What's wrong?" Ashley demanded. "What's happened?" At least Ashley was awake enough to understand that Becca wouldn't have woken her rudely had it not been important. "I need your help." She rubbed the back of her head. "And I'm fine, really." Ashley relaxed and snorted. "You sure are." Becca brushed hair from her eyes and smirked back. "You really are a relentless tease." "So long as you weren't an adult, I had to be." Ashley's shoulders tensed as her eyes widened. "And, hey, so, last night, did we—" Becca poked her in her muscular arm. "We did not." "Oh, good." Ashley relaxed with visible relief. "I mean, good?" "For now." Becca grinned. "If I ever change my mind, you'll be the first to know." Ashley chuckled and shook her head in relief. "Also, happy birthday." "I need you to come with me to the docks this morning," Becca said. "And just us." Ashley hopped up to walk back to the straw bed. She snatched up her clothes and began dressing once more. "Why there, you hate fish?" "We're meeting someone, I hope. I honestly have no idea if it's who I think it is or someone completely different." She rose and walked back to the bed in her own pack. Beats dragging Owen out of whatever ditch he fell asleep in." Ashley finished shrugging on her tight huntress top, anchorite armor that left her skin mostly bare to the world, and stretched gamely. You can tell me about it on the way, yeah? Becca smiled fondly. You've just agreed to come with me to the docks this morning with no more explanation and just like that. You realize there aren't many people who just do that, right? Ashley snatched up her small pack. You do the same for me. True enough. Becca opened her pack and pulled out a small bundle of neatly folded clothes. In a heartbeat, if that. 9. A Scion's Request. The sun had risen by the time Becca reached the fish-smell-choked docks of Lakebrook. She always carried at least one change of clothes with her everywhere she went, so she'd exited the Twisted Knife wearing a blue silk blouse, warm cloth pants, and sturdy hiking boots. Her modest clothing was a stark contrast to Ashley's skimpy huntress top and huntress skirt, but Ashley's limited armor wasn't simply for show. It bolstered her class. Once they entered battle, anchorites gained 2 temporary and cumulative strength points each time they took a serious injury, with skills that allowed them to become all but immune to pain and access to chakra-based self-healing skills that passively healed wounds as monsters inflicted them. Each injury only made an anchorite even more powerful. By the end of a tough fight, it wouldn't be out of the question for Ashley to have strength rivaling an adventurer twice her level. Ashley's skimpy armor also, Becca admitted in the light of the new morning, looked absurdly hot. Becca pointed at the unguarded tower rising just before the still mostly abandoned pier stretched off into the wide Lakebrook harbor. Almost there. Sorry for the walk. Nothing wrong with a good morning walk. Ashley looked a bit hungover, but still battle-ready. Not like I'd let you come alone anyway once I found out what was going on. Sorry I burned the note. Becca hid a hint of guilt at lying to her best friend. I had to. Given how secretive my friend is, I had no other choice. I'd tell you more if it was mine to tell. You said that already. Ashley offered a dismissive wave. But I think I'd best leave that to my friend, Becca finished. If they're really here. You don't need to explain anything other than who I need to smack. Now let's go say hello. Becca wasn't ready to tell Ashley about the spirit yet, so she'd claimed she knew to come here because the Shadower had delivered a note. She wasn't ready to tell Ashley that the spirit's name was Anna Bronzelight. It wasn't because she didn't trust Ashley implicitly, but more because she felt Anna trusted her not to reveal her name without permission. If Anna had contacted her through this unusual communication method, it seemed obvious she wanted as few people as possible to know. Therefore, Anna's name and possible possession of a rare and powerful artifact wasn't Becca's to share, not even with her fellow Blazers. Not yet. They walked together to the wooden tower, which rose to just over 3 stories and was made of weathered wood, glass, and straw. Becca remained alert for signs of any trouble. Though a few sailors were shouting and cursing on the docks, some early morning townsfolk had shown up to start catching fish. No one who looked dangerous presented themselves. Becca tried the tower door. It was unlocked. It swung open with a heavy creak to reveal darkness within, as well as the nose-crushing stench of wet fish. Becca covered her nose and mouth with her sleeve, coughing despite her best efforts. Her eyes watered. Even with the smell, Becca doubted a tower such as this was simply left unlocked. She would have to go inside now, and while dark, rats and spiders didn't bother her, smells did. Gods! That reeks, Ashley agreed, though I suppose the smell would keep troublemakers away. Such is the life of a Blazer. Becca smirked to steel herself for the stench ahead. Riches, glory, and rose petals. Leo, for some reason, was quite fond of that saying. Ashley walked in before Becca could argue. I'll go first. Becca followed without complaint and let the door close behind them. After a moment of thought, she turned and dropped the crossbar into place. When she turned back, Anna Bronzelight, the real Anna Bronzelight in the flesh, stood beside a large, stinking wooden tank. She waved. Ashley calmly moved between them. Your friend? Hello, Becca, Anna said. Thank you for coming. She appeared entirely unaffected by the stench inside the tower, but perhaps she'd been here long enough for her nostrils to melt. My friend, Becca agreed. To put both Ashley and Anna at ease, she walked around Ashley to stand beside her. It's been some time. I'm glad to see you well. She purposely avoided using Anna's name in front of Ashley, just in case the other woman wished to keep it a secret. You too. Anna glanced at Ashley. My name is Anna. but I'd prefer not to share my surname or class. I'm truly sorry to be rude, but I think that's best for both of us. You can call me Ash, and that's just fine. Ashley glanced at Becca. Want me to wait outside? Gods, Ashley was the absolute best. Becca also trusted her friend a great deal more than Anna, despite their past. She looked to Anna. You seem the one in need of secrecy. I trust Ash with my life and anything we need to say here, so I'd prefer she stay, but I'll defer to you. If you trust her, she can stay, Anna agreed. But if she does stay, she's shortly going to commit a crime. So, Ash, I'd first need to know if you're comfortable with that. Becca blinked. Anna looked quite serious. For her part, Ashley simply laughed and thumped her knee. We've just met, and we're already conspiring to do crime. I like your friends, Becca. I'm completely serious. Anna did not smile. What we're going to discuss next could get both of you arrested by the town guard or the Blazers. So before I bring either of you into a discussion that will either require you to commit a crime or report a crime being committed, I need to know not reporting me is an outcome you'll accept, even if you choose not to participate. This sounded quite complicated. Becca considered asking Ashley to leave, but quickly decided that it wasn't her decision to make. I'll hear you out. She looked to Ashley. Whether you do so as well as your call. I'm absolutely fine now, so don't feel obligated to join in on my account. Ashley shook her head ruefully. My call? You're the Blazer who's about to commit a crime. Doesn't that break a god oath or something? Becca thought back to all the times she'd snuck away from the Blazer barracks on the Evelyn border to see Glenn on the Gracia side. We're only penalized if we cross certain lines, I think. At least it wouldn't be my first time. No one assaulted me yet. Ashley looked back to Anna. You've got me absurdly curious, and a little law-breaking within reason sounds fun. So even if I'm not up for whatever you're planning, you have my word. I won't turn either of you in. She frowned. So long as what you're up to isn't going to get anyone hurt. I'm going to do my utmost to ensure no one gets hurt, Anna assured them. But I can't guarantee that. I can't guarantee any of it will go smoothly, but I don't intend to hurt anyone. Fair enough, Ashley said. So long as you're telling the truth about your intent to harm no one, I promise not to rat you out. Anna looked at Becca. Can I show you something first? I need you to understand why the stakes are so high for me before I tell you the rest. Show me what? Becca asked. My status sheet, Anna said. And just you. She glanced at Ashley. Apologies. Even more interesting. Ashley grinned sidelong at Becca. And that's fine? What was all this about? Did Anna have some secret quest she didn't want to speak about in front of Ashley? Becca would know soon enough. I understand, Becca told Anna. Go ahead. Before her, Anna displayed her status sheet for Becca, and only Becca, to see. Name, Anna Bronslight, age 19, level 12, class Soul Seer, HP 70 of 70, blood 130 of 130, experience 85,741 of 90,000, strength 8, divinity 21, vitality 9, wisdom 19, 24 with bonus, prowess 8, luck 11. Gear uncommon moonlight robes, rare heirloom dagger, rare water walker's boots. Slotted skills, uncommon burn, harmcaster Xiva. Experimental, soul scan, soul seer Dinah. Experimental, reveal spirit, soul seer Dinah. Experimental, soul scout, soul seer Dinah. 29 minutes, 44 seconds cooldown. Experimental, soothe soul, soul seer Dinah. Slotted blessings, experimental, intertwined soul, soul seer Dinah. Uncommon, burning soul, harmcaster Xiva. Experimental, blessed soul, soul seer Dinah. Known skills, uncommon, freeze, harmcaster Xiva. Experimental, reveal soul, soul seer Dinah. Experimental, soul view, soul seer Dinah. Known blessings none. Quests, level 40, group. The Soul Seer's Path. Epic. Becca caught her breath at the sight of a class that she'd never seen, a class that, so far as she knew, did not exist. She focused on the first skill she saw that might explain what she'd seen in the attic. She expanded the skill, Soul Scout. Soul Scout, none, Soul Seer, Dinah. Separate your soul from your body for 10 minutes and move freely. 1 hour cooldown. Prerequisites, Soul View, Level 8. Before she could view any other skills or expand the epic quest in Anna's inventory, Beck had never seen an epic quest before. Anna closed her status sheet. So? Anna asked calmly. All right, Becca agreed. You now have me officially intrigued. Becca understood now that she'd seen Anna's spirit in the attic of the Twisted Knife. Anna had left her body by using Soul Scout and traveled across Lakebrook. This was a skill belonging to a class that existed in no book of Blazer classes she'd ever read, and the Blazers had books here in Lakebrook on every class. So this class was new. The gods had created a new class, and Anna, it seemed, was among the first mortals to acquire it. Becca thought back to all the trouble in Wolfpine, and with this new piece of information, found herself questioning everything she'd understood about what happened. With this new revelation, it seemed unlikely that Garrett Bronzelight's betrayal of his sister was only about coin. There must have been far more to it. Given all the powerful forces involved, Anna needed to be very careful indeed. Becca looked to her best friend. I'm really sorry, but I'll need you to wait outside. Ashley sighed. That bad, huh? I can't involve you in what we're going to discuss next, not until I ask Anna a few questions about another matter, questions I suspect she'll only answer if the two of us speak alone. So I'm out? All I ask is that you wait outside for a little while, Becca said. That's all. Ashley shrugged. I'm starving anyway. How about this? I'll leave you two to talk while I fill my belly and drag Owen out of whatever ditch he fell into. If you need my help with your fun little crime, meet me in front of the Haggard Sailor just past noon. That's enough time for you to plot, isn't it? Becca nodded. When Ashley moved to leave, however, she stepped in her way and opened her arms. You realize you're the best, right? My absolute hero. Ashley laughed and threw her arms around Becca. Don't get all mushy on me just because we slept together. We're still drinking buddies. Anna's eyebrow quirked. Ashley crushed Becca in a hug, kissed the top of her head, and waved as she strode off toward the door. You two have fun. She stepped out and closed the door behind her. Becca looked back to Anna. So, Anna agreed. Then, Glenn? Nothing's changed there, Becca assured her. And Zach? Zach is why I'm here. Becca suppressed a sudden urge to groan. What did he do now? Don't you want to ask me a whole bunch of questions first? If you're willing to talk, I'm willing to listen. Given what I know so far, I suspect you'd prefer I not share this conversation with my superiors. Is that correct? I'd need your oath, you won't, Anna agreed. Zach told me you'd offer an oath to that effect, and to come to you for help if I had no other choice. I don't. He would offer that on my behalf, Becca sighed. I swear upon Celis herself, Anna, that I will not betray your secrecy unless necessary to protect someone from harm. That's fair, Anna agreed. I can accept that. So, here's the truth. As Becca listened intently and with increasing unease, Anna explained the entirety of the circumstances that led to her fleeing to Wolfpine 2 years ago. She'd been framed for stealing from Frostfurt's coffers by her brother, hunted by Leopold Argentshade and the Blazers because of that false accusation, and nearly been abducted by a rogue Deathcaster and his Mindbender minion. Finally, she told Becca who she believed was behind it all. The Church of Celis. Anna also explained about her epic quest to level Soulseer to 40. She had made a decent amount of progress despite being limited to reslotting at shrines of Raylan in the wilderness. Given all Anna had accomplished, Becca couldn't help but be impressed. So, it was the church. Becca considered all she'd heard and doubted none of it. They don't want you leveling Soulseer. Some in the church don't want me leveling, Anna corrected. I've no doubt the majority are good people, but that doesn't change the fact that someone in their leadership wants me in prison for life. You've committed no crime. If you recall, Becca, the Church of Celis are those who say what is and is not a crime. A point more chilling than Becca wanted to admit. So, about Zach? We returned to Lakebrook a day ago because we needed some information from the town archives, information that isn't available to just anyone. It's actually in a section restricted to the Blazers and the Church of Celis. The Argent Call archives, Becca grimaced. And he got caught, didn't he? He told me he could handle it, But whether due to bad luck or overconfidence, the guards caught him on the way out and tossed him in the town jail. Tomorrow, a church investigator is scheduled to interrogate him as to just what he was trying to steal from those archives. He won't tell them anything about that or any accomplices. He won't? He'll go to jail if it means keeping me out of it. Becca marveled at how much Zach had apparently changed in the past few years. She was actually proud of him. Well, we simply can't allow that to happen. So this is a rescue mission. It's a break Zach Silverstone out of the jail mission, which involves defying the town guards and a number of laws of Luxtera. If we get caught, we're going to join him in prison. You'll lose your commission in the Blazers. If you're convicted of a crime, that happens. I looked it up. I doubt we'll get caught, but even with that risk, I still intend to help you. If for no other reason than so I can hold this over Zach. Anna winced. I don't like asking you to do this, but I don't see any other way. Because I'm the only guilecaster you can trust, and you do need a guilecaster if you want to sneak someone out of jail. We also have one advantage I imagine you didn't expect. Anna perked up. What's that? Ashley Bloodbraid? She'd really help us break Zach out of jail. She'll absolutely love helping us. You see, Anna, Ash knows the Lakebrook jail as well as anyone can know anything. Every stone. Anna frowned as she considered. So she used to work there? Becca grinned. Something like that. 10. A laundry stolen. The sun was almost to its zenith when Becca's back and sides once again tingled as if someone's soft hair was trailing across her skin. She sat on a stone bench in the shadow of an old stone building that stood strong despite its age, dressed in a nondescript set of commoner's robes. To anyone who passed by, Becca would seem to be nothing more than a townsfolk enjoying a rest in the shade. No one gave her more than a second glance. The tingle across Becca's back intensified as a spectral Anna Bronzelight appeared beside her. She sat in the shadow beneath an abandoned tarp 2 blocks from Lakebrook's dockside town jail. Anna nodded once, pointed toward the street, and gave Becca a thumbs up. The plan was on. Becca stood as Anna's spirit vanished, then winced as she checked her balance. She now wore platform boots that easily added a full finger's length of height. As nice as it was to be taller in such boots, Becca was still only competent at walking in heels. She couldn't run. She took one deep, cleansing breath. She closed her eyes and pictured the form she wished to take, a face and form she'd fixed in her mind hours earlier after a brief visit to the Lakebrook jail. She had to get this absolutely right. Masquerade. A cool mist descended to cover her skin. Magic. She opened her eyes, snatched up the small compact sitting on the bend, and opened the top. A new woman stared back at her, a woman with brown hair turning gray and crow's feet at the edges of her eyes. Becca remained pretty, even regal, but visibly closer to 50 than 18. She'd done it. She cautiously stepped out onto the crowded street and walked the direction Anna had pointed as best as she could in her platform boots. They clopped noticeably against the cobblestone as they wobbled, but Becca dared not dawdle. The longer she delayed, the more chance there was her quarry could divert down an unexpected path. If that happened, Becca would miss Rachel Springleaf entirely. The boots were a necessity, sadly enough, as Becca simply didn't have Matron of Real's impressive height. She couldn't change her height or the general shape of her body with Masquerade, only her facial features and hair color. Creating an illusion strong enough to fake a change in weight, height, or muscle mass was possible for a guilecaster, but only with a Tier 2 skill. Masquerade was an impressive Tier 1 skill, but those with high divinity could see through the illusion. Becca would simply have to hope that young Rachel Springleaf, who had joined the Lakebrook jail's custodial staff less than 1 month ago, would still be so intimidated by the head custodian that she would not look too closely. Matron of Real was known as a strict disciplinarian, after all. Becca scanned the crowd for any sight of Rachel. Those who passed gave her a wider berth than she expected, another benefit of appearing as the Lakebrook jail's head custodian. She'd almost given up and doubled back when she spotted a dark-haired woman even shorter and younger than herself. She pushed a wheelbarrow holding a straw basket large enough to hide a fully grown man. Visible sweat soaked young Rachel's freckled face and tan arms as she pushed on with teeth bared. She wore only what looked to be a cloth vest and cloth pants, and she looked on the verge of exhaustion. Given how much pushing that wheelbarrow looked to be stressing her, Becca felt a bit better about tricking Rachel. At least she'd be making her day a bit easier. Becca moved to intercept the wheelbarrow. She did not like the idea of putting Rachel through an interrogation, something that would certainly happen once the staff of the Lakebrook jail pieced together what she, Anna, and Ashley had done today. She did, however, feel confident Rachel would be found blameless, though the girl might blame herself. Rachel would recover. Zach would not, especially if he went to prison. She had no choice. Rachel didn't look up as Becca reached her, focused entirely on pushing the heavy wheelbarrow. Becca cleared her throat. "Miss Springleaf." Rachel's gaze jumped from the wheelbarrow to Becca, and then immediately to the ground. The wheelbarrow's legs thumped against the cobblestones as Rachel gasped and stood straight. "Matron, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy, but I'll get it there, I promise." Becca pitched her voice down and did all she could to make herself sound older than she was. "I need you to perform another task for me today. You will travel to the Kale Fall vendor row and purchase 3 cakes of Coalfell tallow soap from the vendors there. Only Coalfell, nothing cheaper." Rachel looked up again, witnessed Becca's severe scowl, and immediately dropped her eyes to the cobblestones once more. "Coalfell soap? But, matron, do not interrupt," Becca said loudly, which caused Rachel to wince. She really was owning this role. She felt both pleased by her success and a little guilty this was working so well. "You will then travel to the foreign district and deliver 1 cake each to the head custodian at the estates of Ambassador Flatguard of Aquarine and Steward Sandstone of Kelfall. Finally, you will travel to the diplomatic quarter and deliver the last cake directly to a member of Mayor Earthwhite's custodial staff. Directly, Rachel. You will not deliver the last cake of Coalfell tallow soap to anyone who does not work directly for Custodian Hawkhorn." "Oh," Rachel said. "So we're buttering up the foreign ambassadors?" "Did I ask you to speculate on foreign policy?" "Of course not. I wouldn't. Yes, matron, I'll get right on this." Getting 3 cakes of Coalfell tallow soap, the softest, most fragrant, and most expensive imported soap available in Lakebrook, would be a chore. Getting in contact with someone on the busy staffs of the Kalefall and Aquarine ambassadors would be even more difficult, as would finding a member of Mayor Earthwhite's custodial staff who wasn't preparing for tonight's banquet. The task on which Matron of Real was sending Rachel Springleaf would likely take her the entirety of the day. Becca reached to her waist and opened the drawstring on her hip pouch. She counted out 6 half-moons, more than half of what she'd managed to save over the past month, and offered them to Rachel. "These will cover your expenses. You may haggle for the soap. If you succeed in getting the price down, you may keep whatever coin remains." Rachel gasped and dared meet Becca's stern gaze. "Oh, wow! Matron, this is wonderful." "Do not make me regret placing this trust in you," Becca said. "Can I trust you?" Rachel nodded eagerly, then looked to the wheelbarrow. "But the laundry?" "I will deliver it the last few blocks to the jail." "Of course." Rachel held out one hand. "I won't let you down, matron." Becca dropped the coins into Rachel's waiting hand and walked past her to grip the handles of the wheelbarrow. "See that you do not. Now go. I want this task accomplished before sundown." "Yes, matron." Rachel saluted loosely before jogging off the way she'd come, most of her prior exhaustion visibly eased. She was now handled until sundown or longer. Becca knew Rachel could easily get 3 soap cakes for 2.5 moons with a little haggling. A half-moon's profit was the least she owed the woman for her trouble. She then grunted as she lifted the wheelbarrow, or tried. No wonder Rachel had complained. This thing wouldn't move. Fortunately, Becca's plan did not involve pushing a straw basket of clean sheets and clothing 2 blocks to the Lakebrook jail. Ashley Bloodbraid stepped out from a nearby alley and chortled as she stepped past Becca. "Out of the way, old girl." "This is how you treat your elders?" Despite her caustic tone, Becca couldn't help but grin as she stepped aside to let Ashley take the handles of the wheelbarrow. "No wonder someone's always tossing you in jail." Ashley lifted and pushed the wheelbarrow and its large straw basket full of laundry as easily as Becca might lift a wooden sword. Becca followed Ashley as the woman pushed the wheelbarrow down the street. The moment they caught a break in street traffic, Ashley rushed it into an alley. Anna Bronzelight waited there, features tight. At the sight of Becca and Ashley arriving with the wheelbarrow full of laundry, she smiled with relief. She slipped off to watch the entry to the alley as they hurried deeper into the shadows. Another large basket, this one empty, sat by a shadowed wall. Ashley pulled the top off the laundry basket, lifted the entire man-sized basket with only a wry grin, and dumped a compacted pile of clean sheets, pillowcases, pants, and shirts into the other basket, or mostly onto the dirty alley cobblestones. At least she tried to get them in the basket. Sadly, it was impossible to purchase their own basket and pass it off as one used by the Lakebrook Town Jail. All baskets that went in and out of the jail were enchanted with gems that prevented alarms from going off inside. That security measure deterred pedestrian efforts to smuggle people in and out, but Becca had never considered any of her past plots pedestrian. Becca closed her eyes, pressed both hands to her face, and ended masquerade. She then dropped on her rear and tugged off the platform boots that had made it so difficult to walk, not to mention pinching her toes. She breathed with relief and wiggled her bare feet in cool air, then opened her status sheet to check her cooldowns. Masquerade, Nun, Guilecaster, Xiva, Goddess of the Unseen. Change your appearance to that of any other person whom you've seen with your own eyes. Lasts until ended. 75 blood, 5-minute cooldown. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left in cooldown. This is already so much fun, Ashley said quietly. My plans to break friends out of jail were never nearly this complicated. Let's just pray I didn't overcomplicate it, Becca said. Sandals, please. Ashley handed her a pair of cloth sandals. Becca slipped those on and checked Masquerade's cooldown once more. Nothing to be done but wait it out. Anna, who now stood guard at the front of the alley, would ensure they were not disturbed or warn them if they would be. Ashley was already dunking laundry in dirty puddles and smearing it with mud. Becca joined her, and together the two of them dirtied about half the load of fresh, clean laundry with whatever they could find in the alley. It felt downright wrong to sully freshly laundered sheets and clothing in this way, but if anyone saw them leaving Lakebrook Town Jail with clean laundry, they would ask questions. Soon enough, Becca and Ashley stuffed a half basket of dirty laundry back into the basket bound for the Lakebrook Jail, while stuffing the clean laundry in the basket they'd purchased. They couldn't just leave a giant pile of clean laundry in the alley. Anyone would ask questions. All done, Ashley said with satisfaction. What's your cooldown like? Becca checked once more. Masquerade, Guilecaster, Xiva, 1 minute 22 seconds left on cooldown. Just over a minute, Becca said. You should make sure your mark is still on duty and ensure the others are ready to go. You're sure this won't cause trouble? Ashley laughed. The moment I said jailbreak, Kate and Brian hopped out of bed like their sheets were on fire. Owen's too hungover to be much use, but the others can't wait to play their parts. At least Ashley's friends were eager to help. I'll catch up with the wheelbarrow as soon as I can use my skill again. Are you certain you can distract the jailer? I could have him right there in the cage if I wanted, Ashley said proudly. I've had Derek wrapped up for months now, and for good reason. He might not look like much, but gods, the things that man can do with his tongue still make me weak in the knees. Becca rolled her eyes. I really don't need details. Though she sort of did. Just trust me when I say any watcher on duty won't have eyes for you. That is certainly the plan, Becca agreed. Infiltrating the Lakebrook jail and getting past the watcher on duty was the most difficult part of her latest plot. Becca had thought long and hard for any course of action that offered less risk and came up blank. Her current plan involved a number of unknowns, but it was the best they had. Ashley lightly thumped her shoulder. Hey, quick question. Can you look like me? Facial features and hair. I couldn't replicate your build or muscles. Shouldn't cause a problem. Most everyone just stares at my boobs. Becca snorted and pushed her. Is this really pertinent right now? I'm just saying. Being able to look like other people whenever you want sounds fun. Ashley backed down the alley. Imagine the possibilities in bed. Becca was, of course, quite aware of those possibilities. She still fondly remembered how wide Glenn's eyes went the first time she showed him her new skill. Jailbreak? She reminded Ashley firmly. On it. Ashley winked before sauntering away. Assuming you can push that thing with all that laundry still inside. Becca narrowed her eyes. I can push a half-empty wheelbarrow. Ashley laughed lightly as she slipped out on the street. Becca waited impatiently for her cooldown to finish, and then, the moment it did so, closed her eyes and took deep breaths. She pictured Rachel Springleaf in her mind's eye, every detail down to the last freckle. She touched her own face. Masquerade. Becca lowered her hands and once more flipped out her compact. A brief glance in the mirror revealed Rachel Springleaf looking back at her, freckles and all. Unlike Matron of Real, Rachel was just a tiny bit shorter than Becca. There was nothing to be done about Becca's buxom frame. Rachel was far slimmer than she was, but the commoner shirt she wore might be loose enough to cover for it. If she truly wanted to master a skill path involving disguising herself, she really would prefer to acquire reshape sooner rather than later. She'd planned to acquire Blind at level 12, the Tier 2 skill that came after Shadow Blast, but upgrading Masquerade was also tempting. She'd have plenty of time to theory craft later. She once again gripped the wheelbarrow and grunted as she pushed it out of the alley. The wheelbarrow remained heavy, but with its straw basket now half empty, Becca could push it with effort. She still wouldn't want to push it across Lakebrook. She reached the edge of the alley to find Anna waiting. Anna looked her over, shook her head, and whistled softly. "You really do look like her. It's uncanny." "It's just a Galcaster skill," Becca said quietly. "Now, if all goes well, I'll be back with Zack in under an hour." "And if it doesn't?" "If it doesn't, then we're all boned." Anna grimaced. "Thank you again. Thank me when we're all out." Becca pushed the wheelbarrow toward the street. Becca was sweating heavily once she finished pushing the wheelbarrow and its half-empty basket the remaining 2 blocks to the jail on the Lakebrook docks. It was one of 3 which served the port city. At least she'd look as if she'd pushed this wheelbarrow across town. The jail itself was built directly into the cliffs rising off the southern docks of Lakebrook, almost as old as the city. Mismatched bricks of gray, red, and brown formed the thick and weathered walls around the jail exterior, with darkened open windows covered in crisscrossing metal bars staring out over the harbor. Rounded red tiles, many cracked with time or age, cover the top of the old 2-story building. While it looked no bigger than the much more modern Blazers Guild building further down the docks, Becca knew from Ashley's detailed description that the jail was dug into the cliffs behind the building. Only one door of thick wood reinforced with iron allowed people to travel in and out. Ashley lounged impatiently against the wall. When she saw Becca, she offered a thumbs up. Derek Cresthaven must still be on duty as the jail's watcher, just like they'd hoped. Becca nodded. Their plan was a go. Ashley pulled the door to the jail open and sauntered inside. Becca gave it a moment to close before pushing the wheelbarrow toward the jail door. She reached it, dropped the wheelbarrow, and pulled the door open. As she backed through, holding the heavy door open with her hip and pulling the wheelbarrow behind her, she wondered how young Rachel Springleaf managed this every day. The young woman must be quite strong. If Becca exerted herself like this on the regular, the gods would almost certainly grant her a point in strength when she leveled up. Perhaps Becca should do less training with Shadow Blast and Masquerade and instead wheel a basket of clothes around town. The thought did not appeal. She heard raised voices the moment she slipped inside. Once through the door, one immediately encountered a waist-high barrier that stretched from the wall to the corner and then around. A wall of thick, crisscrossing bars rose from the barrier to the ceiling, where each bar had been melted directly into the rock by a builder. This formed a cage with the jail staff inside. A pathway remained between the desk and the wall, leading to a door of iron bars which remained tightly locked. The watcher on duty inside the jail would notice if that door opened or closed. While the shadower could hide themselves, they could not hide the movement of objects they affected. But luck was with her. Only one watcher was on duty today, and Ashley had his attention. Ashley slammed the bars again. "I just want to say hello to an old friend. You know me. You let people visit people all the time." "We let family visit," Derek, the townsfolk watcher on duty, said in audible exasperation. "You know I can't break the rules for you, Ash. I need this job." "I guess you don't need another night with me, then?" Derek gasped. "Oh, come on. That's not even fair." Becca rapped impatiently on the iron bars of the cage door. Derek spun and winced. "Ah, hells, hold on, laundry's here." "So you'll let the laundry girl inside, but not me?" Ashley asked crossly. "You boning her too?" "Gods, Ash, she's trial age." Derek walked over in exasperation, fumbling with a keyring and barely looking up. "Hey, Rach, need any help with the laundry today?" "I'll handle it," Becca said gamely. "Looks like you have your hands full out there." "You aren't kidding," Derek said mournfully. He turned the key in the lock and opened the door. "Get in before she decides to force her way through the open door." Ashley slammed the cage bars so hard the entire cage shook in its moorings. "Derek Cresthaven, we are not done talking about this." Derek's eyes darted back to the visibly irate anchorite standing on the other side of the bars as Becca pulled the wheelbarrow inside. As he closed the door with his back to her, Becca spun the wheelbarrow around and rolled it forward. Almost there. Behind her, Derek called out, "Hey, Rach, wait. Status sheet?" So she wasn't going to be able to stroll upstairs like she'd hoped. Not a surprise. 11. A jail broken. Becca had fully expected to have to display her status sheet. Given it was common knowledge that guilecasters of the level present in Lakebrook could easily disguise themselves as others, almost every government office in the city required those who worked there to display their status sheets to a supervisor upon arrival. Ashley had said Derek Cresthaven was a stickler for the rules, even when those rules were mildly embarrassing. Fortunately, the next part of her plot went off without a hitch. The door to the jail thumped open with a loud bang. Derek spun about to see two people stumble in, visibly drunk. Becca hid her grin as best she could. Brian Tall Talon and Kate Everglow had arrived precisely on time. Along with Owen Warhelm, they made up the 4 members of Ashley Bloodbraid's hunting party. Each last of them was a person Becca was proud to call a good friend. Brian, a tall, blonde, sallow-faced livecaster, stumbled forward and caught the bars with one hand. "Oh, dear, it's coming. I feel it all churning inside." Derek's eyes widened. "Whoa, you can't vomit in here." Kate Everglow, a thin, willowy harmcaster with shoulder-length dark hair streaked with purple, gently patted Brian's back. "Brian, dear, this is the town jail, not the privy." As Derek looked between all 3 of them in visible exasperation, and perhaps a perceptible bit of panic, Becca called out from the other side of the cage, "Derek, here!" As Derek glanced her way, Becca displayed her status sheet with its letters and numbers as small as she could reasonably make them. Unfortunately, guilecasters couldn't reliably fake status sheets, at least not those at her level. At this distance, however, all Derek could likely see was the glow and a general impression of letters. He'd just begun to squint when Ashley slammed the bars again, causing Derek to jump. "Derek!" Derek's gaze snapped once more to Ashley. Becca closed her status sheet before his gaze could return. Beyond her, Brian gripped the cage bars and moaned. "The curry, it's riotous." Brian irked. "It's gonna be a goopy one today." "Someone drag him back outside," Derek shouted. He waved off Becca impatiently as he faced absolute chaos outside his cage. "Ash, please, just get him out of here. We mopped this morning." Becca hurriedly pushed the wheelbarrow up the winding ramp leading to the upper floor of the prison. She chortled quietly as she reached the 2nd floor of the jail and wheeled the laundry right past the public cells. Ashley's party and her plan had come through. The cells were large, cavernous openings that could hold upwards of 50 people on a particularly tumultuous day, though the law said they could only put up to 20 in each cell. They were also where the town guards placed people who'd committed minor crimes, like dueling. According to Ashley, the private cells would be beyond these and backaways. The private cells fit only one person. Those were the cells in which those who committed serious crimes were kept, crimes like burglary or arson. Crimes like breaking into the restricted Argentcall archive in the middle of the night in order to get a look at its restricted books. The laundry room would be straight ahead. The only danger remaining was that someone else on the jail staff would spot Rachel pushing a wheelbarrow full of laundry through a part of the jail where it shouldn't be, but that risk remained low. The jail was always lightly staffed during the day. The jail staff increased significantly at night, including the arrival of at least one town guard with a decent divinity attribute. Night was the time when most people who wanted to break someone out would attempt it. Few attempted to break someone out of jail in the middle of a brightly lit day, which was precisely why Becca had chosen this time to act. Becca soon reached the first of the private cells, empty save for a single bed and bucket, and moved on until she found a cell that was occupied. The woman inside was not someone she recognized, though she was gorgeous enough that Becca couldn't resist a good long glance. The next cell was empty, and the one beyond that held Zach Silverstone. Zach's eyes caught hers as she pushed the wheelbarrow aside and dropped the legs to the floor. He was barefoot and wearing only a set of gray cotton robes, little more than a threadbare vest that left his taut muscles on display, and a pair of patched pants. A new old scar decorated his chest. Zach whistled lecherously and offered what he likely believed was a seductive wink. "Even the custodial staff here is breathtaking. What's your name, beautiful?" Becca clucked her tongue. "All this time to level, and that's really all you've got?" "Help me slip this cell and I'll give you absolutely everything I've got." "I imagine Anna might have a problem with that," Becca said. "Or are you too open?" Zach's easy expression immediately went flat. "Who's Anna?" All pretense of flirting was gone. Zach was now completely focused on protecting someone, in this case Anna, and seeing that reminded Becca of just how fond of him she was. Zach might play the philanderer in front of women, but once one reeled him in, he really was almost as loyal as Glenn. Becca walked to his cell door. "Here's a better question. Can you pick this lock?" Or was your prowess with the dual cages holding the preceptor's daughter simply exaggeration? Zach's eyes shot wide. Oh, God. Becca? No names. Becca offered a disapproving frown. Now can you do it? Zach turned to show her his hands, which remained locked in glistening lawgiver cuffs. Not with these on. I don't suppose you've gotten any better at picking locks. In a manner of fashion. Becca stepped back, pointed a finger at the lock to the iron door, and mentally activated one of her other Guilecaster skills, Shadow Bolt. The skill worked precisely as she'd practiced week after week with the other Blazers. A dense bolt of energy that absolutely absorbed light, hit the lock on the barred cell door, and popped it from the inside out. The sound might alarm others in the cells nearby, but shouldn't carry to the ground floor, especially with Ashley's party still down there. As bits of smoking metal rolled about on the floor, Becca stepped inside Zach's cell. She gripped the wrists he offered. It took but a moment to unlock the lawgiver cuffs that restrained him in his ability to use skills. Becca had quite a bit of practice with these as well. She tossed the cuffs on the bed beside Zach. Whoever found the cell empty would find them there and be even more annoyed/impressed, and backed out to the hall. You're being released early. And you're my hero, Zach said as he hurried out. I'll be right. No, Shadow Walk, Becca interrupted. Enchantments, remember? Anyone activating Shadow Walk within the jail will set off a dozen alarms. Right. Zach's face had suddenly gone quite pale. Right, I knew that. He most certainly had not. Becca pointed to the large laundry basket sitting in the wheelbarrow. In you go. You're going out with the dirty laundry. What about my gear? It's all locked up far above, and it's too dangerous to retrieve. You can buy more gear. Zach frowned. You sure you can push that all alone? Becca huffed. Just get in the basket, please. He grinned and walked over to the wheelbarrow. After he'd hopped inside and worked with Becca to cover himself in dirty laundry, she popped the top back on the basket and gripped the wheelbarrow. She grunted, then pushed. It was truly heavier now. Need me to hop out and give it a push? The laundry asked. Becca shushed him and grunted with exertion. The wheelbarrow soon moved again. Becca measured her breaths as she pushed the heavy wheelbarrow, the heavy basket, and the heavy shadower back the way she'd come. After all this today, the gods had better grant her a point of strength at level 12. Her arms were already trembling with exertion. She'd just reached the first private cell in the row when a voice spoke up. Hey, laundry girl. Becca kept pushing, but the wheelbarrow continued to balk. You want to get out of here with your man? You better pop my lock before you leave. Becca halted and glanced at the woman in the cell she'd covertly ogled on her way to Zach's cell. She was both muscular and buxom, with fiery red hair to her shoulders. Other lawbreakers complicating her plans was a possibility she'd been entirely unable to rule out. I can shout my lungs out until a guard comes, the woman said. Or I won't. You choose. Despite her lack of gear, this woman looked to be an experienced adventurer, likely in her late 20s. She carried herself with grace that suggested great skill, and her taut shoulder and arm muscles suggested she had chosen a melee class. Shadower, perhaps, or one of its evolved classes, Time Strider or Void Strider. Becca supposed it couldn't hurt to do a bit of negotiation. What are you in for? Becca asked. Doesn't matter, the crimson-haired woman said. All that matters is if you want to join me. The laundry spoke up. Robin went to steal some jewelry from the Kalefell ambassador, but botched it. I almost took that job. Glad I didn't, given all the town guards on hand. The woman named Robin frowned at Becca's wheelbarrow. You little tattletale. She didn't set anything on fire or hurt anyone, Zach assured Becca from inside the basket. She's good people, or rather, just good enough. She's even officially certified for banditry. How about I tell her about the time you snuck into the open blouse? Robin said. Becca focused on the lock, narrowed her eyes, and let fly. Shadowbolt. The lock remains clattered to the floor. Don't try to escape until we're out. Also, the basket's full. Robin stood, stretched leisurely, and strolled out of her now open cell door. Whatever crime she committed had not warranted a pair of lawgiver cuffs. While there were only so many of those to go around, the fact that she didn't wear any cuffs further assured Becca her crime had been minor. Or rather minor from a morality standpoint. Stealing expensive gems was still a crime. Becca grunted and pushed her wheelbarrow. Robin reached out and lifted the wagon, then eased it forward. Can you get to the ground floor in 2 minutes? Becca frowned in sudden worry. What are you planning? I'm going to activate Time Step in 2 minutes. That'll set off every alarm in the place. It also won't matter since I'll be flying out a second-story window right after I do. Becca glared at her. We had a deal. We still do, Robin assured her. Before I activate Time Step and make my daring escape, I'll leave my calling card on the pillow in Zach's cell. That makes us even, doesn't it? Seeing a calling card from Robin would mean the jail staff would likely blame Robin, not Rachel, for the multi-person breakout that occurred today, or rather, they would at least assume Robin and her crew of bandits were responsible in some way. Becca smiled as the one part of her plan she hadn't quite been able to figure out fell into place. That makes us even. Happy to be of help, Robin said. Now get lost, you two. And if anyone asks what happened today, tell them the Rose Hunter bandits are once again to blame. One last bit of lore clicked together in Becca's mind. This woman wasn't just any random lawbreaker. She was Robin Rosehunter, one of the most talented, desirable certified bandits in all of Evelyn. The Blazers kept a list of bandits who made a name for themselves, and after seeing a wanted poster of Robin, Becca had as well. No time for gawking now. Becca grunted and pushed the wagon again. She had to hurry. She didn't want to miss their escape window. By the time she descended once more to the first floor, she was huffing with exertion. With Zach's weight added to the basket, this wheelbarrow really was cursedly heavy. She reached the front cage of the jail to find Derek once again alone. Ashley, Kate, and Brian had all departed as planned. He glanced her way, perked up, and hurried to open the cage door for her. Becca gratefully pushed the wheelbarrow forward. She was almost there when Derek caught her hand. Becca forced a smile past her sudden worry. What is it? You're about to keel over. Derek urged her to step back and grip the handles of the wheelbarrow. I'll push out the laundry. You just get the door. Becca smiled in relief. Such a gentleman. She snatched the keyring off his belt. I wish Ashley agreed with that, Derek said mournfully. She really did seem cross with me. Offer to buy her dinner tonight. Becca walked around him and tried the lock, but key after key failed to slip inside its slot. I'll bet she'll forgive you. Hey, you forget which key? Derek asked. Becca tried another. It's been a long day. The key slipped inside the lock. Right, but you taught me. Becca's ears ached as a piercing wail filled the prison. It was a wail like an angry gloam wolf howling for its brethren across the dewdrop hills of Gracia. She turned the key and glanced back to see Derek already rushing upstairs. Get out of here, he shouted. Someone triggered the jail wards. Find the guards. Derek was now running toward possible danger and urgently calling for Rachel to leave the jail. That was truly admirable. She had no fear Robin would hurt him. All Blazer accounts of her exploits said she went out of her way to not hurt people, but Derek didn't know that. Becca wheeled the heavy wheelbarrow through the open cell door. She'd no sooner reached the door out when it popped open. She blinked at the bright sun and recognized Ashley, right where Becca had expected her to be. She rushed past Becca to grip the wheelbarrow, and then they were off. They exited the jail as the sirens within continued to howl. Becca trembled with relief of getting away safely and, moreover, finally relinquishing the wheelbarrow's bulk. Had Zach put on weight since she last saw him? He hadn't looked any thicker, but he might have put on muscle. They were 1 block from the jail when the first pair of town guards sprinted past them at a speed equal to a galloping horse. Their fleet boots glowed bright blue. Becca thought briefly and fondly of Glenn as the guards passed. She hoped his day was going as well as hers. Once they reached the alley where they left Anna, Ashley skillfully steered the wheelbarrow into it and out of sight of the street. The way it wobbled across the uneven cobblestone made Becca half afraid the basket might fall off the wheelbarrow. It almost did when Ashley abruptly jerked the wheelbarrow to a stop. She caught it before it could tip over. Oh, I'm gonna lose it, the laundry moaned. Zach, Anna hissed. Thank the gods. The top of the basket popped off. Zach Silverstone, whose face now looked a bit green, wobbled into view like he was dizzy. Becca, when did you get so... When he saw Ashley grinning at him, hands on her hips, he blinked. Strong? Need me to haul you out of here? Ashley asked. Anna hurried to the basket. Stop gawking. We need to go now. I'm quite capable of getting out myself, Zach assured everyone. He wasn't, at least until the basket tipped over. Still, Zach caught himself and rolled free without injury. He stood, dusted off his cotton robes, and grinned at all 3 women with him in the alley. So, this is now absolutely the best day of my life? Even when the glistening arrow passed a hair's breadth from his ear and embedded itself in the basket ahead of him, Zack barely blinked. 12. An escape foiled. A strong, angry voice Becca instantly recognized echoed through the alley. Her heart leapt into her throat. Of all the people at all the times, why did it have to be him today? Do not move! Leopold Argentshade bellowed as he strode toward them from the end of the alley. As of this moment, all 4 of you are under arrest. Resist and this gets complicated. As he spoke, he pulled his gleaming steel spear off his back. He strode forward in a ready stance. Zack ducked down to hide behind the small cover the wheelbarrow provided. What is it with this guy? It's always this idiot. Becca desperately checked her own face to ensure Masquerade was still active. It was. She still appeared to be Rachel Springleaf, but only from a distance. Leo's divinity was unusually high for a skirmisher, an attribute he had taken great pains to increase. He would see through her disguise. Ashley stepped in front of Becca. Can't see how you can arrest all of us, pretty boy. I'd like to see you try. Behind Ashley's back, she motioned urgently for Becca to run. Another warning arrow whisked past Becca's head to embed itself in a rotted wooden board behind her. She glanced up to find a slim, blonde-haired woman of just over 20 years of age standing on the roof of the building east of the alley. Any thoughts of running drowned in the sea. This woman, too, was one Becca immediately recognized from her training. The woman's long strands of curly blonde hair billowed dramatically in the wind. She wore light, scaly green leather that constantly glistened as if newly wet. It was chameleon armor, both expensive and rare. At 24 years of age, Svara Dawnwhisper was already level 23, 3 levels higher than the average adventurer of that age. She was also known as one of the best sharpshooters in the Blazers. If they did run, Svara could easily put an arrow through any of their knees. Now that Leo had initiated an arrest, officially, the law of consent would not apply to any who resisted. Zack glanced up from the cover of the wheelbarrow. Oh, God, it's not her again. Becca glanced his way and shook her head. Don't run. You can't get away now. You run, Zack said quietly. You can't get caught here. It's too late for that. Even if we got away without an arrow in our knees, the woman up there can track us anywhere we go. She's level 23 with tracker's vision. Zack grimaced. That skill is so unfair. Anna pulled her hood closer to her face and stepped close. She can only track one of us if we split up. This is our fault, so run one way while we run another. We won't get you caught. You're all caught, Leo shouted as he stopped about 10 paces from Ashley. I don't know whether you're a part of the Rose Hunter Bandits or just some opportunistic lawbreakers who decided to take a chance, but trust me, the sentence for breaking out of jail is far less than if you resist. Ashley, for her part, continued to stare at Leo with a hungry grin. Becca recognized her fighting stance from seeing it many times before. Though Ashley would never be foolish enough to attack a blazer under normal circumstances, doing so would get her far more than 1 night in jail. Ashley was now protecting Becca, her friend. Becca refused to allow anyone else to suffer for her mistakes. Stand down, Ash. She stepped forward. No one... do anything, Anna interrupted. She hopped from behind the wagon and walked forward, hands raised. No fighting. We're going to surrender, all right? We both surrender. Leo's appraising gaze passed over each of them in turn. That would be wise. Now, who are you? Status sheets. And you, he pointed at Anna. Pull off that hood. Leo's gaze passed over Becca and then snapped back in alarm. Had he already seen through her disguise? The moment his face turned pale, her last hope sank within her chest. Her team leader, as she feared he would, had seen right through Masquerade. Leo swallowed. His spear tip lowered just enough she noticed. Anna stepped forward, pulled back her head, and revealed her face, eyes, and blonde hair for the world to see. This time, Leo's jaw dropped visibly. He no doubt remembered the woman he'd almost, unknowingly, captured for a rogue deathcaster. My name is Anna Bronzelight, daughter of Ethan Bronzelight of Frostford, and looked first at Leo and then at Svara, who remained on the roof with an arrow nocked. I now call upon the Blazers to grant me asylum and render me aid. This is the worst plan, Zack grumbled. He rose from behind the wheelbarrow. poor Leo looked completely aghast. Silverstone? You too? Zack waved leisurely. Ah, you remembered. It's still a plan, Anna assured him. She looked again to Becca. It's all right, Becca. Tell him what I asked you to do. Becca stared as matters continued to spiral rapidly out of her control. Which was... what? Tell Leo that you answered my official request for aid, Anna said evenly. I know you hope to keep your allies out of trouble and handle this without involving others, but I fear your fellow Blazers have now wandered in trouble themselves. It's time we dealt them in. Becca belatedly glanced to the roof again. Svara was gone, though she could still be up there for all Becca knew. Svara's chameleon leather could seamlessly match the color of any surface, but Becca doubted she remained on the roof. She was likely going to secure the other end of the alley. Leo still looked spooked. So, this is a Blazer quest? Her party leader looked absolutely out of his element once more. Becca's empathy for him grew. Leo was now worried he'd mucked things up. Though Leo hid it well, she knew from working with him for over 2 years that he still felt guilty about what almost happened to Anna Bronzelight. Despite bearing no blame for her circumstances and in fact helping to ensure her name was cleared, Leo continued to be wary of blundering into another Blazer's quest. He feared he'd done that now. Becca looked to Anna. You're certain? This is what you want to do? Tell him everything, Anna said. It's not like I hadn't considered involving the Blazers in my quest eventually. You aren't the church. I genuinely believe we have to help each other. This is a bad plan, Zack repeated glumly. You be quiet, Anna said crossly. Your plan wasn't that great either. Right. Fair. What quest is this? A woman's voice asked from directly behind Becca. Becca spun to find Svara paces away from them. The woman had approached as silently as a shadow without shadow walk. Not a blonde hair in her head looked out of place. She wasn't even sweating, which suggested her quick trip from the roof hadn't winded her. Becca had only hunted with Svara a few times when the rank 5 Blazer led her party into the high-level wilds of Evelan, but the other woman always looked incredibly well put together. Svara could also be rather intimidating when crossed. As she looked now, intimidating. I wish to hire the Blazers to help me complete my epic quest, Anna said. However, I'll first need you to deliver me to the highest-ranking Blazer now in Lakebrook. I'll trust to your legendary confidentiality to ensure no word slips out about what comes next. Leo shifted impatiently from foot to foot. Orders? Svara glanced past Becca. Codebreaker's one of yours, isn't she? Leo blanched. She's, well, responsible for her own decisions. Becca interrupted. She met Svara's gaze. When Anna first brought this issue to me, I considered all the possible ramifications and what might go wrong. I then concluded we should first attempt to resolve things on our own. Evidently, that failed. So, she hired you, in your capacity as a Blazer, Svara said, to break Zack Silverstone out of jail. She did? Becca could lie as smoothly as any shadower. And that seemed like a good idea to you? Svara's implication was neither subtle nor unfair. Still, Becca had her reasons. Time was a factor, and this plan seemed like a better one than committing my party members and the Blazers from going against the church. If we were caught, I alone would take the blame. Svara's brief smile faded. And how exactly would we be going against the Church of Celis? Anna stepped to Becca's side. The longer we delay here, the more risk I'll get you all in trouble. I've made my request. I can pay for your aid, and I will provide all the details you need once we're all somewhere safe. Now, can you get us all off the street before this gets any further out of hand? To her credit, Svara seemed to make her decision quickly. You all remain under arrest. You will officially remain so until we accept your request for asylum and aid. As Leo said, we'd like you to all come with us quietly. So will you? Becca glanced to Anna, who glanced to Zack. Both nodded. She then looked to Ashley. Her best friend looked about ready to toss the wheelbarrow down the alley. Am I kicking Pretty Boy's rear or not? Behind her, Leo narrowed his eyes. Not, Becca said, then looked to Svara again. Ashley's only here at my request, and I told her that request officially came from the Blazers. It did from me, so she's committed no crime. An official request from a junior Blazer isn't quite the same thing, Svara calmly pointed out. Nevertheless, I led her to believe she was on official blazer business, and all I asked her to do was push a wheelbarrow at my request. She had no knowledge of the contents, so she can go. Like hell's I will, Ashley said. Anna offered Ashley a regretful glance. No, you should go. You remember what we discussed earlier, in the tower. We can't involve you in this matter further. Most of the fight went out of Ashley at that. More secrets? I only wish I could tell you all of it, Anna said, but I can say you now have my heartfelt gratitude. You got us this far, and most importantly, we got Zack away from the church. You've done enough. We can't release her, Svara said evenly. Regardless of what you led her to believe, Rebecca, Ashley remains a part of this. You all broke the law when you broke Silverstone out of jail. Where I was fine being, Zack said grumpily. Really? Leo, take rear guard, Svara said. The rest of you follow me. We're taking the back way to the Blazers Guild. There is someone there who can evaluate your claims. So you've accepted my request for asylum and aid, Anna said calmly. A rank 5 Blazer can't accept the job that big on her own, Svara said, but I'll take you to someone who can. Now shall we? That obviously settled things. Following Svara, Anna, Zack, Ashley, and Becca all walked further down the alley, with Leo bringing up the rear. Becca didn't miss the fact that his footsteps were gradually growing louder. She dropped back a bit until the two of them could speak in low tones. I'm sorry, Becca said. I promise I won't let this blow back on you. Don't apologize, Leo said wearily. Did I mess up? I feel like you did nothing wrong, she interrupted. You reacted precisely as a Blazer should. So why does me doing that always seem to cause problems for good people? Becca snorted quietly. Maybe you need less troublesome friends. After a moment, Leo chuckled. I'll manage with those I have, I suppose. How did you find us anyway? With that wonderful distraction provided by Robin Rosehunter, Becca had been all but certain her small party would get away. We were getting lunch on the docks, Leo said. We responded to the siren and spotted suspicious persons fleeing the town jail. Becca shook her head. What were the chances you'd both be on the docks today? It was Svara's idea to come out here. I wanted her thoughts on the agenda for our next training session. She thought those would be better discussed in open air with fresh food. A factor Becca neither could have known about nor prepared for. That was one negative aspect of quietly and constantly cursing the gods. All 10 of them seemed to have an out for her. We arrived just in time to see 2 women rushing out of the town jail with a wheelbarrow full of laundry, which is rather suspicious. Becca had to admit it was. I asked Svara to track you, and she detected a person inside the basket. Once I saw that person tumble out, we knew it was an escaped prisoner. So, essentially, I got lucky. I got unlucky, Becca corrected. I'll do better next time. Leo smiled at her side. Unless you want me to arrest you again. You better. Over 2 hours later, Becca was still waiting in a small room with a single bed, and the weight was getting to her. After she, Anna, Zack, and Ashley had all accompanied Svara and Leo to the short distance to the Blazers Guild, a sturdy 2-story building on the Lakebrook docks, Svara had separated them. They all waited now in locked and separate rooms to prevent them from coordinating their stories. Such a separation wasn't cruel or unusual. It was standard procedure Becca knew because she'd trained to one day handle matters like this herself. This was, she supposed, almost like a training exercise. She was learning exactly what it was like to be captured by a Blazer. So would this be the end of her quest to become a Blazer? As she considered the fact that she might finally have crossed the line that would get her kicked out, she mentally admitted it wouldn't be so bad. She'd return home to Wolfpine, after all, a development that would likely put Glenn somewhere between disappointed that the Blazers had kicked her out and thrilled that they could now see each other whenever they wished. Becca hated failing to accomplish something she set out to do, but if she had to be kicked out of the Blazers for breaking their rules, this was an acceptable way to do it. She'd been caught breaking the law, certainly, but she'd done so to help one friend and protect the secrecy of another. She wouldn't apologize for her actions today. She would do it all again in a heartbeat, and next time, she would get away cleanly. Glenn wouldn't blame her for anything that happened today. The thought of how easy it might soon be for them to be together kept her sane in a room where very little else could. Even so, such warm thoughts felt dangerous. Becca couldn't help but fear that hoping too hard for anything was simply an invitation for the gods to take it away. A quiet click announced the lock on her door unlocking itself from the outside. Becca stood straight in the middle of the room with her hands at her side. If she was to be removed from the Blazers, she'd accept her admonishment with her head held high. The door popped open. A woman with tan and weathered skin, gray hair cut boyishly short, and piercing blue eyes poked her head in from outside. She wore cloth pants and a commoner's vest, one which revealed muscular arms that were thicker than Ashley's. This woman looked like she could flip Ashley on her head, and Ashley was not a woman who could be easily flipped. The woman's gaze met Becca's. "Coldbreaker?" Becca had absolutely no idea who this woman was, but immediately decided she must be a senior Blazer. "Yes, ma'am." The woman didn't step inside. She was tall enough she filled the doorway, and muscular enough Becca suspected she could break the door if she wanted. She looked Becca over dispassionately, like a farmer might evaluate an animal he was considering for purchase. "My name is Captain Marion Hawkshadow," the woman said. "You're going to follow me to the study and answer all the questions I ask. Is that going to be a problem?" "No, ma'am," Becca said. Marion walked out of view without another glance Becca's way. The Blazer outside had an aura of command that was undeniable. Becca stepped into the hallway on the second floor of the Blazers Guild, with its wood-paneled walls, gleaming pine floor, and gently arched ceiling, and looked to the stairs leading down just behind her. Any escape would be both trivial to accomplish and short-lived. Becca had no intent to implicate herself further. She followed Marion down the hall to the second-floor meeting room. No one else was visible. Had everyone else involved in today's prison escapade already been interrogated? Marion walked to a pair of ornate twin doors built into the right side of the hall and pushed them open without ceremony, then walked inside. That confirmed where they were headed. The well-furnished senior Blazer study, which also doubled as the Guild's library. Becca had only been inside twice, and only when summoned by Jenny Amberson. This would be her third time. The room beyond those twin doors contained all the opulence a building Lakebrook could afford, though it was more tastefully decorated than Mayor Coleman's mansion back in Wolfpine. The entirety of one wall stood 3 times Becca's height and was covered floor to ceiling in shelves full of books on adventuring and other topics, a sight that would likely have made Glenn drool with envy. Twisty chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each holding tinker candles that burned endlessly. The curved ceiling was painted with a mural showing Argent Valorcall, the founder of the Blazers Guild, leading a group of Blazers into battle against an army of demons pushing out of the 6 hells. As for furniture, the senior Blazer study had plenty of that, including 3 plush couches in white, yellow, and blue, the colors of the Blazers, as well as a number of chairs with seats and backs that Becca knew from experience were soft as pillows. Finally, a large round table dominated the center of the room, a table that was almost always covered in maps or charts or important documents. All 3, maps, charts, and parchment, were layered across the table today. Inside the room was Anna Bronzelight, Zach Silverstone, Svara Dawn Whisper, and Leopold Argentshade. Was Ashley still locked in a room elsewhere in the guild? Becca didn't like that thought, but now was not the time to voice her complaints, not until she knew exactly how much trouble she was in today. Marion walked around the round table to stand beside Anna, leaned forward to take another look at the large map open on the table, a map, Becca realized, of all of Luxterra, and then glanced toward Anna. "You've already told her all about Solcia, correct?" Anna nodded. "Then fill her in on the rest, and be quick about it. I've got 3 more requests I need to evaluate today, and not enough daylight to do it." Anna looked at Becca. "I told you Zach and I returned to Lakebrook to look for information we believed was in the Argencall archive. What I didn't tell you was why. We believe a calamity might soon arise at a Temple of Balance in Gracia, and we needed to know where that temple might be, so we could stop it." "A calamity," Becca repeated the words calmly, covering the chill that coursed up her spine as best she could. "And what is that?" "An event that could harm a great many people in the zone where it appears," Anna said. "As part of my class completion quest, I averted such a calamity in Bredon over a year ago." Bredon, Becca remembered from her studies, was the starter zone of Aquarine, Anna's home province, It was a starter zone of level 1 to 8, just like Gracia. Its single settlement, Lindo Village, was about twice the size of Wolfpine and far more modern, and Anna had averted a calamity there. How? Becca asked. Anna explained calmly, efficiently, and with just enough detail that Becca was cold by the time she finished. Another mortal might have doubted the story Anna told, but not Becca. She believed it. She believed Anna's story immediately, because she understood just how cruel the gods could be. So, a calamity like the one you describe could soon happen in Gracia. Yes, Anna said. In fact, we're all but certain now it will. Worries for her father and Glenn and everyone else in Wolfpine momentarily threatened her ability to think, but she pushed past fear and worry as she'd been training to do for the past 2 years. She refused to allow her memories of the plague that took her mother to paralyze her. When? Becca asked instead. Within the week, Anna said. And there's another wrinkle. I won't be able to stop this one. You won't? I received a vision from the gods when I averted the calamity of Bredin. Another class crystal will appear somewhere in Gracia this week, and we must ensure a mortal finds and collects it. That person, whomever claims the crystal, is the person whom the gods have declared must avert the calamity. They and I will soon be leveling Soulseer in tandem. Becca considered everything she'd just been told. Because if either of you fail to do so, the gods will trigger a calamity like the one you just described in my home zone. A fact we did not know for certain until I convinced Captain Hawkshadow to retrieve the book from the Argentkol archive Zack was attempting to steal the night he was captured, Anna agreed. After reviewing the book this afternoon, I can draw no other conclusion. Zack smirked at Svara. Thanks for that, by the way. We'd have known days ago if you hadn't captured me. Svara stood stiffly by the chair on the other side of the table. I don't know. Becca was surprised to detect a hint of regret in Svara's tone. Her urge to jump to a fellow Blazer's defense warred momentarily with her affection for Zack, but ultimately Zack was being unreasonable. It seems none of us knew at the time. Now we do, thanks to Anna and, I assume, the cooperation of Captain Hawkshadow. So, what are your orders, Captain? Marion's face remained impassive. You sound confident you're still part of the Blazers. Until you tell me I'm not, I'm ready and willing to help however I can. Marion smiled. Good. Then you won't argue when I tell you your next mission is to travel to Aquarine with Leo and Anna, because those are my orders for you. Becca inclined her head. Of course Marion would send her to Aquarine. Of course Marion would send her halfway across the world from Glenn. She'd wanted to be with him. She genuinely desired the chance to join him if the Blazers removed her from the guild. Her fault. She'd let herself hope for something. The gods couldn't have that. I understand. Becca looked up. What's our goal in Aquarine? Your secondary goal will be to protect Anna Bronzelight as she further levels Soulseer, Marion said. Your primary goal, and one I assume you will complete without difficulty or delay, will be to hand-deliver a sealed letter from me to Guildmaster Ashglow in Frostford. Oh, Becca said. While I have no obligation to share the contents of that letter with a junior Blazer, I feel your past successes and the initiative you've shown in bringing this matter to our attention warrants this courtesy. My letter will restate everything Anna has told us and encourage Guildmaster Ashglow to induct Anna as an Aquarine Blazer. He'll provide her with a party to protect her as she levels. Becca met Anna's gaze. So you're to become a Blazer. Congratulations. Junior Blazer. Anna looked rather embarrassed. And it's not like I've earned my way in like you did. We've simply discussed it, and leveling with a Blazer escort is the most efficient way we can think of to ensure I successfully level Soulseer and keep averting calamities. So there will be more of those, Becca said. The next calamity I must avert is set to occur somewhere in Holbeck, just over 2 years from now. Zack gripped Anna's shoulder. Hey, don't say you haven't earned your way into the Blazers. You averted the calamity of Bredin, remember? You saved hundreds of people there. Anna smiled his way. We both did. Her fingers intertwined with Zack's. They really had gotten closer. Becca eyed Zack. So, we'll be leveling together again. Won't that be fun? Zack winked. Actually, I won't be leveling with you. What happens next will be the hardest part. How do you and Glenn do it? Being a part of that time, I mean. Anna dropped his hand. We'll manage. It's 1 month, perhaps 2. Hold on, Becca said. Are you telling me you won't be journeying with us to Aquarine? Afraid not, Zack said. You see, Becca dear, I now have a much bigger destiny. Someone needs to become the second soul seer in all of Ballarel, and the best choice for that someone is me. Becca looked to Marion. You're serious? Marion sighed. He volunteered, and I'm not willing to bring in any more blazers with the church sniffing around. Unless you're willing to give up your class, I don't see what choice we have. Becca looked to Zack, who grinned proudly, and then to Anna, who simply shrugged. She saw no way to talk them out of it. She had no desire to do so. Well, she said at last, at least this is one way we can present a finger to the gods. Zack's grin faded. Hey, what's that mean? Act 2. A Guard Falls. 13. A Mind Plagued. Glenn. Glenn Redwood woke shortly after first light, yawned and rolled over in his narrow bed, then decided there was absolutely no way he could fall back to sleep. Despite telling himself that fighting a demon wearing Becca's face hadn't truly affected him, it most certainly had. His dreams hadn't been kind, and he wasn't up for another one of those right now. He'd likely be fine in a day or two. He generally seemed to be. He rolled out of his small bed, dressed, and opened the door to his small room in Wolf Pine's guard barracks. Sleeping in his own room in the barracks hadn't been his first choice. Still, it was proof he'd been responsible last night with Nora, despite the almost overwhelming temptation, and he felt proud about that. He'd also made a new friend, though. Gods, it would have been nice to be a bit more. Still, he had no regrets, and he wasn't about to second-guess himself now. Waffling on plans with Nora wouldn't be fair to anyone involved. They would simply be friends, and having Nora Rapid Bloom as a friend felt like a blessing. He hurried down the stairs in town clothes, curious if any of the other guards were in evidence. None were in sight, and he wondered for the first time if his mother must be wondering where he was. But she wasn't, of course. The other guards would come find her if anything happened to him. Would turning down Joanne last night make things awkward between them? He couldn't imagine it doing so, given how easygoing she was about such matters, but he should still check with her next time he saw her. At least he'd been consistent by turning down Nora as well. That counted for something, didn't it? The street outside the tavern was almost empty, as was the town square. Such was to be expected in the middle of the day. All Wolf Pine's townsfolk with jobs were stationed in their shops or at their stations, waiting for whatever adventurers wandered in today. Glenn soon spotted young Ethan Truegaze as he walked his standard circuit around the town streets. Ethan had likely been charged with delivering rumors today. Even when the citizens of Wolf Pine didn't have quests to bestow themselves, there were always quests forwarded to them via phantom correspondence from the quest archive, also recurring quests that refreshed every few days. Someone had to walk the streets so adventurers could flag them down and ask about rumors, and Ethan had drawn that duty today. Glenn had done it several times back when he was common age, and he'd always loved it. That was back when seeing any adventurer was still the highlight of his day. Glenn pondered heading to the gates and going for a walk. Still, the last time he'd walked outside without armor or a decent weapon, he'd nearly had his blood sucked dry by a winnower. He needed to purchase a real weapon for self-defense when he walked about without his guard armor, and he knew who to talk to about that. At Carl's own request, Glenn had left his old friend alone last night. Becca's father had requested to celebrate his absent daughter's birthday in solitude. While Glenn suspected the old man might get lonely with Becca gone, he never pressed Carl on the matter. Glenn had a night shift tonight, but he was free until then. He immediately decided to visit the old blacksmith. He respected the old man's wishes to be alone yesterday, but Carl had not forbidden Glenn to come by and say hello this morning, or now closer to afternoon. He'd used needing a new weapon as an excuse, and he knew Carl would be eager to hear about the fight with the winnower. Though Glenn still wondered what a demon that high level had even been doing in Gracia. As he strolled through town toward Carl's place at an easy pace, he mentally ran through what he knew. Terry and his party came to Wolfpine with a quest to find and defeat the Winnower, so that explained what the demon was doing here, but that didn't explain why that quest came to this zone. Gracia monsters range between level 1 and 8. While it might seem a large range on first blush, the difference in power between a level 1 monster and a level 4 monster was really only equivalent to the difference between a level 9 and a level 10. Power grew exponentially. Gracia, as a starter zone, crossed 8 levels, but the rest of Luxtera's zones ranged across 4 to 8 levels of difficulty. The only exception was the so-called frontier zones, where only the highest and strongest party of adventurers could find challenge. The Madlands was among those, with monsters ranging all the way from 36 at the outskirts to 40, the divine level cap, in the middle of the zone. The servant of Raylan that unleashed that plague upon the Madlands, and by extension Wolfpine, over a decade ago now, had been a level 40 demon. The 8 seasoned adventurers who fell trying to stop it had all been above level 35, or so Glenn had heard. Even 8 against 1? They all fell. Glenn shuddered. He'd faced a demon for the first time last night, and Card's Treatise and Demons suggested Winnowers ranged from 14 to 16, far too high for Gracia. Even a level 14 demon had been terrifying, and Glenn could not imagine the power a level 40 demon might wield. He also didn't like the fact that his quiet village was getting more and more reports of unusual or unexpected happenings beyond the walls. As a town guard, he had access to all the reports that came in from both adventurers and townsfolk. He didn't like what he read. For the gods to drop a quest to kill a level 14 to 16 demon outside the walls of a starter village was dangerous enough. Despite the fact that the gods forbid townsfolk to leave the walls after nightfall, any low-level adventurer could have been out hunting. Glenn himself had hunted nights while leveling. Then there was the new timed quest that popped up in the middle of the Deep Scorn Woods, outside the Gloamwolf Den. Gracia had never had timed quests before, given their difficulty, and yet here one was. That quest had already claimed the life of Rafe Slatestriker, level 5 Lifecaster. Finally, of course, in addition to the reports that had piled up over the last 2 years, there were all the strange occurrences that threatened Glenn even before he became a town guard. The moss beast that ensorcelled Azalea right out of the town walls, and then used a level 10 root barrier to attack Glenn in a level 8 zone. The unusually strong grass bright poison that almost killed Becca. There was even still a Rakshasa prowling the Deep Scorn Woods, somewhere, a relic of an attempt by criminals to abduct Anna Bronzelight. And Volpor. Volpor had chased him and Jenny Amberson halfway across the Dewdrop Hills, despite the fact that they had walked off well before he was in range to anger. Volpor had also chased Cain Ambergrove all the way to the gates of Wolfpine, though Glenn made him regret that. Glenn didn't like the fact that all the rules he'd memorized were changing. Growing up, he'd taken comfort in the fact that, as an adventurer, or prospective adventurer, he had the knowledge of hundreds who'd come before to draw upon. He could thus anticipate threats and be prepared. He also had all the tips he'd picked up from adventurers when he convinced them to share a story with a common-age boy who worshipped the ground they walked on. He'd always gone out feeling he knew how all the rules worked and all the monsters behaved, but now, facing so many cases where what he knew was wrong, it troubled him. Still, he was a town guard, not an adventurer. Doing anything about the new and unexpected challenges rising beyond the walls of Wolfpine was entirely out of his hands, by the decree of the Pantheon themselves. All he could do, today, was check in on an old friend who missed his daughter. Glenn reached Carl's house without any trouble. He strode up a walk that was now a bit overgrown. Carl generally kept his lawn in immaculate shape, but having another year roll around without Becca had likely put the man in poor spirits. Carl could have easily remarried. He was known across the village as both kind and wealthy, but Glenn knew Carl still loved only his first wife, Anna. Glenn could all too easily sympathize with that sort of devotion. He felt it every day he lived in Wolfpine. He knocked loudly, then waited. After about a minute, he knocked again. When no answer came, he grew concerned. He had no reason to be worried. Nothing, not even a demon, could enter the town walls of Wolfpine by godly decree, unless yet another of the rules had changed. Still, Carl wasn't just a very good friend, he was also Becca's father, and Glenn felt particularly responsible for protecting him. As town guard, Glenn was allowed access to all buildings in Wolfpine, his Wolfpine key, that could open any lock within the city's walls. He needed to make sure Carl hadn't gotten too drunk last night. He produced the key, opened the lock with a click, and gently pushed the door open. He stepped inside into darkness. Carl's home had a familiar, woody, earthy smell, and despite Glenn's fear, he was not assaulted by the stench of blood or decay. Given the small size of the house and the fact that it was entirely closed up, he would have smelled something if anything bad had happened. Glenn closed the door behind him and walked lightly into the kitchen. No Carl. He just moved to check the old man's bedroom when he heard the familiar clink, clink, clink from beyond the reinforced door in the kitchen. He smiled with relief. Facing loneliness, Carl had lost himself in his work. This was how Glenn often dealt with missing Becca, too. When he exercised or helped people, work soothed his mind. Glenn knew the old man wouldn't want to be disturbed while in the middle of finishing up whatever weapon he decided to hone now. Glenn also had no place to be today, nothing else he planned to do, and an open invitation from Carl to let himself in whenever he liked and stay however long he wanted. He descended to Carl's cellar, grabbed a keg of mead, carried it up the stairs without issue, their high strength made the task trivial for both of them, and thumped it down. He grabbed what he hoped was a clean mug, turned the spigot, and poured himself a drink. He sat down in one of Carl's comfortable chairs and resisted the urge to prop his boots up on the table. Not only were his boots still shredded from the bone snare, but only Carl put his boots up on this table. Glenn drank leisurely and let his mind drift. After last night and this morning, that wasn't all that difficult. He missed Becca. He was really looking forward to seeing her again. He was fine waiting for her. He was on his second mug of apple cider mead when the door to Carl's forge thumped open. Glenn jumped in the seat and almost dropped his mug. When had he gotten so jumpy? Probably after a winnower who looked like Becca sucked all the blood out of him while wrapping roots around his shin bones and chewing on his arm. Glenn much preferred fighting monsters to demons. Carl strode into his kitchen, stripped to the waist and absolutely gleaming with sweat. He remained a model of strength and vitality. The big blacksmith was 37 now, just 1 year younger than Logain, and 3 years from retirement. As options went, Carl had picked one of the best townsfolk classes to level if one hoped to choose an adventure melee class after age 40, when one was free. The strength attribute he'd grown over the years would make him powerful if he chose a melee class, but even without that advantage, Glenn was certain Carl would choose a new class and become an adventurer. Once the gods allowed him to retire, he didn't see Carl simply growing old in his shop. Though they'd only discussed it in abstracts, Glenn felt he understood the man's plans all too well. With Becca now part of the Blazers, a duty that could occupy the rest of her life, Carl had no obligations any longer. Anna Coldbreaker was long in the grave, and Becca, even if she did someday return, wouldn't do so for many years. Carl wasn't going to waste away in town. He was going to walk out and challenge Luxterra, even if he had to start at the same level as a trial-age adventurer. Glenn also knew that if the old man met the forever death out there somewhere, well, Carl would meet it with no regrets. If the gods spoke true about what happened after, Carl would finally be reunited with his Anna. Glenn knew the old man wanted nothing more than that. Carl paused halfway into his kitchen. No scowl appeared as he noticed Glenn. Instead, he smiled a tired smile. "Come to check up on an old man?" Glenn sat up. "You're hardly old. You still look like you could wrestle a moss beast. And no, I'm not here to check up on you." Glenn made his lie as convincing as he could. "I need a weapon, actually. A good one. I broke my knife last night, or rather, it melted." One of Carl's bushy eyebrows rose. "That was good cast iron, boy." The old blacksmith still called him boy sometimes, despite the fact that Glenn was now an adult, but Glenn actually liked the affection the word implied. "How did you possibly manage to melt it outside a forge?" Glenn mimed stabbing. "Stuck it in a winnower." Carl's eyes widened. "A demon? Here?" He shook his head. "What are the gods thinking?" "It's dead, by the way." Carl's momentary surprise faded to a grin. "Killed yet another demon, did you? That's what, 3 now?" He walked over to the kitchen counter and snatched a mug, then turned on Glenn and frowned. "Hold up a moment. Why were you using your knife instead of your guardian's mace?" "I actually wasn't on duty. I was just out for a run, outside the walls, at night." Carl snorted. "That was dumb." Glenn laughed. "You're not wrong." "And that's a story I absolutely need to hear." For the first time, too late, Glenn wondered just what he could actually say about last night. He doubted Carl would be pleased to hear that Glenn had basically stabbed, assaulted, and then helped behead Becca last night, nor would Carl be pleased to hear about her naked. He scrambled mentally for a replacement before deciding he'd simply shade the truth. Carl knew how winnowers worked and the illusions they created. If Glenn claimed to have seen anyone other than Becca, the old man might suspect a lie. Carl also knew what Glenn fought last night was not Becca, so Glenn would simply leave out that the demon was absolutely naked, and all the things it said about pleasuring everyone to death. Once Glenn finished his account of the battle with the winnower outside Wolfpine's walls, at least up to the point where he went back to get a meal with Terry's party, Carl nodded appreciatively and sat back. Even without armor, you're as tough as they come. I'm not at all surprised you survived. I don't think many others would have, though. Still, those roots hurt, and my knife was useless. I imagine, and I did warn you. Glenn chuckled quietly and looked at the empty sink. It sure would be nice if the gods would allow town guards to use adventure weapons, at least off-duty. The gods can be quite cruel. Carl spoke without audible resentment, just stating a fact. But I still think a dagger's not right for you. Too small a weapon for such a big man. After last night, I wholeheartedly agree. A commoner's mace would be good, if you have one ready, so long as there's some way to carry it about without whacking it on everything. Also, despite not being adventurer gear, a commoner's mace would let him use Guardian Smash. I have two available, but I need a day to leaden one. I normally keep my common maces light, since townsfolk have trouble lifting even those, but I don't think that'll be a problem with you. Give me a day, and I'll add enough weight to make it absolutely crush bone. He grinned to himself. 6 hells, boy. When I'm done, you'll be able to crush Volpor with my mace. Despite the old blacksmith's eager expression, Glenn raised both hands. Whoa, hold on. If it's that heavy, isn't it going to be constantly tugging down my belt? Carl slapped his big stomach, laughing a hearty laugh. That's a hilarious image, but no. I'll make you a nice chest carrier, sturdy and comfortable, so you can carry it strapped to your chest for all to see. No one will dare challenge you off duty once they see the monster I've made. Glenn considered briefly before he nodded. If the carrier was made properly, carrying around a big mace would neither restrict movement of his arms or legs, or risk him accidentally destroying a door frame if he whacked it while entering. So I'd reach across and pull down? He mimed the gesture. To draw it? How does that even work without the mace falling out? It involves a lift and twist, Carl said. Once I have the mace ready, I'll teach you how to use its carry strap. If you like, I'll even customize the mace's hilt. How'd you like a wolf's head engraved, since the first big monster you took as a town guard was Volpor? Glenn grinned. That might be more than I can afford. Carl thumped his mug down so hard the table shook. What did you just say to me? Glenn blinked, caught off guard by the old blacksmith's fierce expression. That I wouldn't want a wolf's head since it might cost a lot? The mace is free, as is the leadening and the engraving. Glenn stared. I couldn't possibly accept that. Carl leaned across the table and dropped his big hands on Glenn's shoulders. You can and will. We can't have our town guards being picked off by monsters while off duty, and it'll reassure the town to see you carrying even when you're not in uniform. I'm not losing. One more friend. Glenn knew arguing with Carl was pointless. He hated accepting charity, but to be fair, Carl had made enough to own his own triage pocket. All Glenn could do now was graciously accept. He firmly clasped Carl's arm. Then how can I say no? I'd be honored to carry a mace made by the best blacksmith in Wolfpine, though I don't think a wolf's head will work for the engraving. Satisfied, Carl released Glenn and sat back. Understood. You can think upon it until tonight. Glenn didn't have to. If it'd be all right with you... He grimaced, wondering if he was asking too much, but this hardly seemed like that. If it'd be all right, Carl, I'd really like, if you feel comfortable... Carl's features softened. Out with it. Could you create an engraving of Becca on the hilt? It might sound silly to you, but I'd like to... It would be a way for me to have her with me, even when she's away. Glenn looked away at how stupid that sounded. Sorry, I'm being ridiculous. Carl nodded solemnly from across the table. "I can do that." He rose and walked to the sink, then dumped his mug into it. "And while I can't speak for her, I think Becca would approve. I don't know how you two are managing, things as they are, but I do know how much she cares about you." Once Carl had a project on his mind, Glenn knew better than to stick around and make small talk. The old man was now itching to walk right back into his forge, which was why he dumped his mug in the sink. Glenn rose, walked his own mug over, and washed it out. "I'll let myself out," he assured Carl. Carl smiled and nodded. "Come back past first light tomorrow. I'll have your new mace ready." The old man whistled to himself as he opened the door to his forge. Heated air flooded the kitchen before he stepped inside. The door closed behind him, muffling heat and noise. Carl wouldn't be coming back out any time soon, but his kitchen remained a mess. Glenn took time to clean out every mug and wash and dry the plates, then put them up. Carl would do these things for himself when he remembered, but Glenn knew, from talking with Becca, that the old man would forget to clean for days when wrapped up in a project. Carl wasn't just a good friend. He was also Becca's father, and Glenn knew Becca would appreciate it if Glenn did a little cleaning as well. If Carl asked later why Glenn had cleaned his house and kitchen, Glenn would simply say it was a trade for his brand new mace. Carl could wrap his head around that. Once the dishes were done, and the kitchen, hallway, and bedroom were swept out, and the sheets were changed, with the old sheets washed and hung out on the line to dry, Glenn thumped his hands together and nodded approvingly. He glanced once at the ladder leading up to Becca's attic bedroom, but he knew better than to climb it. Even Carl didn't go up there anymore. This was a dry, sturdy house, so Glenn knew it was fine up in the attic, just dusty. He had no reason to go up there. His favorite memory of Carl's attic was Becca, and she wasn't up there right now. If Becca ever sent phantom correspondence saying she was coming home, Carl would spend a day cleaning up the attic for her, but that was Carl's responsibility as her father. It wasn't Glenn's job, and Carl would likely be offended if he assumed it was. Better to leave the attic alone. He'd no sooner emerged from Carl's home and set off back toward the center of town when Ethan Truegaze rounded a corner at a good clip. Glenn frowned and changed course to intercept. Why was the boy running? He had no reason to run. As Ethan spotted Glenn, his eyes widened. He increased his pace. It reminded Glenn momentarily of that night over 2 years ago when Becca came running up to him outside town, out of breath and bringing news of a child in danger. He hoped this wasn't anything like that. "Town guard! Redwood!" Ethan could barely get his words out once he stopped. "Here to find you. Mayor Coleman needs you in the square." Sweat matted Ethan's short curly hair and glistened on his umber skin. The boy had obviously run himself ragged trying to find Glenn, but no one wanted to disappoint the mayor. The very fact that Mayor Coleman would put such a demand on Ethan vexed Glenn greatly. Coleman was the last person Glenn wanted to deal with before a night shift. Was this about the duel that almost happened in the town square last night? Or Glenn posting a public warning of a timed quest without consulting the mayor first? Either way, it was going to be a pain. Still, Glenn couldn't refuse an order from the mayor. He lightly thumped Ethan's shoulder. "Take a breather, sit down and get your breath. I've got the message now. You wait until you're good to walk again before you go back to roomer duty today, okay? That's an order from a town guard." Ethan gulped air gratefully and walked over to lean his back against Carl's short fence. Glenn knew Carl wouldn't mind. "Thank you, Town Guard Redwood." "Glenn," Glenn told him. Ethan frowned. "Really?" Glenn nodded. "Any time I'm not at the gates, I'm just Glenn. And if you ever get in trouble or need something, I'm someone you can talk to. No judgment. All right?" Ethan looked suspicious for a moment. The boy was barely common age, having just turned 14, but he nodded. "I'll keep that in mind, Glenn." Glenn nodded his approval and set off for the square at a brisk pace. He wouldn't jog or run, but he knew better than to keep the mayor waiting. He didn't want the mayor assuming Ethan had taken his time finding Glenn. The last thing he wanted to do was get the boy in trouble. He made the journey in no time at all. The moment he walked into the town square, he immediately knew this was not about last night's duel. He spotted Nora standing beside Terry and Carmelo. While Nora's eyes lit up at the sight of Glenn, she quickly looked away. Glenn knew she wasn't embarrassed about being turned down last night. Rather, she didn't want the mayor or anyone else to think anything unprofessional had happened between them. Glenn didn't care about rumors, but he understood if she did. Terry, Carmela, and Nora weren't alone. 2 other adventurers who Glenn didn't recognize stood in the town square as well. One, a tall, blonde-haired woman in artfully cut shadow robes, was obviously a caster of some sort. Her blonde hair coursed over her shoulders like water down a cliff. The second adventurer was a wiry, tan-skinned man in shadow leather with 2 enchanted steel daggers riding his hips. That suggested he was a shadower, like Zack. His armor told Glenn he was either high-level or highly skilled. It was difficult to obtain shadow leather before level 18. Unless this shadower had a wealthy benefactor, he'd likely gathered the leather a blacksmith had used to make it himself. Shadow leather could only be harvested by hunting and killing demons, and after fighting the Winnower, Glenn knew that was not a task that could be accomplished easily. Every adventurer gathered in the town square was far above level 11, Glenn's current level, and that caster and shadower, judging from their gear, could be as high as level 20. Nora was likely at least level 14 or higher as well, given how well she'd handled the Winnower last night. Why would anyone gather so many high-level adventurers in the town square? Mayor Coleman wore his golden robes and his best scowl. As his eyes alighted on Glenn, he threw up his arms in disdain. As soon as he was near enough not to shout, Glenn spoke loudly. "Ethan found me," he said evenly. The boy was quite out of breath, so he must have run about looking everywhere. He needed to make sure Coleman knew Ethan had tried. Coleman hurried over. "Where's your armor? What are you doing out of armor?" Glenn stared at the mayor like the mayor was an idiot. "I had the morning off." Coleman dragged a hand down his face and sighed dramatically. "Go get your armor on." "What's going on?" Glenn felt fresh worry. "Another Winnower sighting?" "Trouble at Crackpaw Mine," Coleman said grimly. "Supposedly. Now go into the barracks and get your armor on. The rest of the town guard is busy securing my home and our gates, and I need someone to lead these adventurers out to Crackpaw Mine and verify their absurd tale." Terry scowled at the back of Coleman's head. "I swear on the Pantheon, I'm speaking the god's own truth. There's a green mist seeping out of Crackpaw Mine now, and all the Crackpaws are dead. They aren't coming back." Glenn's whole body went cold. Green mist? Gods! That was what the poison that swept down from the Madlands 10 years ago had looked like. The poison that killed 12 people in Wolfpine, including Zack's father and Becca's mother. Had another servant of Raylan launched a plot up in the Madlands? How many would die this time? Glenn jogged to the barracks. It was obvious he didn't have time to ask questions, and it was also obvious that, for whatever reason, all 5 adventurers standing in the town square were waiting on him. Why did any of them even need Glenn? As Glenn hurried inside and grabbed a set of god armor, he sussed it out. Coleman wanted unimpeachable confirmation of the status of the mine. As a town guard, Glenn was bound by liege law, which meant the gods forbid him from lying to Coleman under any circumstances. Coleman, like an ass, had decided not to believe Terry about the green mist now pouring out of Crackpaw Mine, or rather, he was politely requesting confirmation. Either way, this meant Glenn would be making his first trip outside the town walls since his night with Becca 6 months ago. As Glenn looked around for other guards, he found them all absent. He couldn't even properly secure his armor. No time to worry. He'd figure it out. Lives could be at stake today. He kicked off his damaged boots and picked up his own pair of fleet boots. He sat down in the nearest seat, pulled those on, and tightened the straps. The boots changed size to fit when each person put them on, but it was easier for everyone to have their own set. Next, he clanked over to the line of armor dummies against the wall and retrieved the only set of god armor that hadn't already been taken. His set. He pulled the armor on over his head, then grabbed a full face helmet from the table and pulled it on as well. With his armor's unsecured straps ticking against his sides, Glenn grabbed one of 2 Guardian's shields from beside the door, then stomped over to pull the last visible Guardian's mace off the wall. Every other guard really was out there already, guarding the gates or Coleman's mansion. As Glenn walked for the door, he hated how loose his armor felt against his chest. It clattered in an embarrassing manner. He walked back out into the square despite feeling half-dressed. Once he emerged, Terry frowned. "What's wrong with your armor?" Carmelo thumped Terry's shoulder. "He's got no one to secure it." Carmelo walked over immediately. "Town guard, may I assist?" Glenn only wished Carmelo could see how grateful he was. He nodded grimly, keeping up his solemn appearance, and raised his arms. Carmelo expertly secured every strap. Terry and Carmelo likely had to help each other in and out of their armor every day. Good, that's very good," Coleman said impatiently. "Now listen up. I'll say this once more now that we're gathered for the official record." He frowned at Glenn like it was Glenn's fault he'd had the day off. Terry's party has reported that Crackpaw Mine is now filled with green mist, now seeping out of the mine. He has also reported all the Crackpaws dead. You will verify this story. Don't see why you need anyone to verify anything, Terry griped. Coleman unleashed his most exasperated huff. It's not that I don't believe you, Mr. Evergarden. That must be Terry's surname. If you are telling the truth, we must seal the mine and send phantom correspondents to East Haven requesting aid. If a high-level plague has once again appeared in Gracia, we obviously aren't equipped to deal with it. My guard will seal the mine. Glenn had already known this was serious, but the fact that Coleman might send phantom correspondents to East Haven elevated it even more. East Haven was the capital city of Landers, the kingdom in which Wolfpine was tucked away. Glenn had never really thought beyond Everland because he'd likely never journeyed to East Haven until level 26 or higher. If Coleman was prepared to bring his worries all the way to East Haven, at least he was taking the threat seriously. That was surprising, but perhaps shouldn't be. This plague put Coleman in danger as well. It was likely Coleman's concern remained only for himself. Regardless, this new quest sounded like one Glenn was capable of completing. Coleman nodded impatiently. Mr. Evergarden, you will now transfer leadership of your party to Town Guard Redwood. Town Guard Redwood, under my authority of Mayor of Wolfpine, I am now also officially granting your party the status of raid. Glenn blinked inside his helmet. He'd never joined a raid before, and now he was to command one. A standard party of adventurers numbered up to 4, which was the largest number one could register as taking to complete a quest. A raid, by comparison, could take up to 8 adventurers on a single quest. This exception to party size could only be requested by the leader of a town or village, provided they had leveled politician high enough and earned the Make Raid skill. The quest archive would not give a raid any credit for completing normal quests, but they were allowed to undertake raid quests, which was how Coleman must have designated this quest to investigate Crackpaw Mine. Coleman continued. Upon verifying you are the raid leader, you will immediately invite Lauren Spiritbrand, level 20 Igniter, and Sydney Woodcutter, level 19 Shadower, to your raid. You will then lead your raid to Crackpaw Mine, verify Mr. Evergarden's claim, and, if necessary, seal the mine. Once you have done this, return to Wolfpine to verify you've completed this quest. And if we encounter a high-level demon? Glenn asked calmly. Even a raid this size won't be able to defeat a high-level demon. Coleman paled at the dangerously direct question. That will not happen. But if it does, Town Guard Redwood, that is why I have assigned you a raid and 5 high-level adventurers. You will be in ultimate command. Do whatever you need to accomplish this quest. Which is not attack a high-level demon, Glenn clarified. The way Coleman's face reddened told Glenn he was coming dangerously close to another month of cleaning the privies. Only return once you have sealed the mine if the mist is there. That is an order. You will not return without first completing this quest. Glenn thumped a hand to his chest. As you command, my liege. That at least seemed to ease Coleman's ire, though his obvious irritation and paranoia remained. Coleman hadn't lived in Wolfpine when the plague came down 10 years ago. He'd arrived after, about a year before the safe stone failed on the safe road and Volpor devoured Jack and Azalea Whitetalon. Coleman had never seen the plague himself. It likely terrified him. Though not likely as much as the thought of seeing it again terrified Glenn. 14. A raid's leader. Once the raid was formed and ready, Glenn led the way out of town. As his raid passed through the gates, he recognized Martin and Logain already on duty. Neither glanced at Glenn as he walked through the gates with the whole raid behind him, but he knew their hopes were riding with him. He hoped they wouldn't worry too much. Glenn led the raid due west. The terrain was shallower out this way, which would make it easier to travel than walking around the east side of Wolfpine. Instead of turning once they reached the side of the town, he kept walking toward the Deepscorn woods. He wasn't surprised when the first person piped up, the level 19 Shadower, Sydney Woodcutter. He had a nasally voice that immediately annoyed Glenn without good reason. Sydney was probably only in his mid-20s, but his shadowed eyes and mottled skin made him look much older. Isn't the mine north? Sydney asked. Why are we heading toward the woods? Glenn kept his voice patient and calm. Once directly past Wolfpine and headed north, you'll find yourself in the Mud Swallows, the green bog that rests between Wolfpine's northern wall and Crackpaw Mine. It gets rather sticky this time of year. It will be faster to take this small detour to the edge of Deepscorn, where the land is firm, then turn north and venture to the mine. Now that he was a raid leader, Glenn had more freedom to speak directly with others while on duty and in armor. He didn't like having to explain himself to the Shadower, but he supposed the man had asked a valid question. Glenn's answer would clarify their goals for the rest of the raid as well. Sidney didn't ask anything else, or at least the answer seemed to satisfy him. They were almost to the woods when Terry broke the tense silence. "Gods, Mayor Coleman is an ass." Glenn wished he could caution Terry to keep his mouth shut. He already knew Mayor Coleman employed Shadowers to spy on those he considered rivals in Wolfpine, and he wouldn't be surprised to learn Sidney was one of Coleman's spies. Coleman was just paranoid enough to send one of his pet Shadowers along with Glenn's raid to report back once it returned, despite liege law. Yet Glenn couldn't warn Terry without alerting Sidney, and at least Terry wouldn't be sticking around Gracia after this was done. Glenn was glad they'd chosen to report the awful situation to Wolfpine's mayor instead of simply leaving, as they'd had every right to do. Terry wasn't bad, assuming he hadn't wanted to leave and Nora talked him out of it. "The mayor does need official confirmation," Nora said quietly, which relieved Glenn. Maybe she picked up on the way Glenn unconsciously tensed at Terry's words. "Remember, this is no small measure. He's going to be sending some very serious claims directly to East Haven, with his name on the Phantom correspondence, and even if the mayor believes us, will East Haven? Having She paused, then continued. "Having Town Guard Redwood with us," Terry interrupted. "Glenn?" His tone carried a familiar undercurrent of amusement. "I'm sorry. When did our official raid leader and escort, Town Guard Redwood, become Glenn?" Carmelo thumped Terry's arm. "Ease off." "Speaking of which, you were whistling when you finally came downstairs for lunch. Gods, you were positively glowing. When's the last time that happened? You weren't that glowy even after Calm Warden did that thing with his fingers." Glenn felt his cheeks heat inside his helmet. What had Nora told the others exactly about last night? He couldn't imagine her telling them anything but the absolute truth. "I don't recall seeing you at the Scarlet Rose last night," Terry continued. "So is it possible you found someone else to entertain you?" He paused for dramatic effect. "Did you show Glenn your tattoos?" Glenn was glad no one could see his face inside his helmet. He instead stared toward their destination, picturing it in his mind, due north. He half pondered ordering Terry to focus on the mission, but that would only further confirm Terry's teasing to everyone in the raid. Nora spoke her next words icily. "I hardly see how who I share my bed with is important right now, so keep your insinuations to yourself and focus on the possibly fatal mist threatening the town of Wolfpine, Mr. Evergarden, unless you'd prefer I forget to heal you today." Glenn resisted the urge to chuckle quietly inside his helmet. He suspected they wouldn't hear a word from Terry after that. He risked a quick glance back to check on his raid members. Terry, Carmelo, and Nora all walked like a party who'd leveled together forever, with Terry and Carmelo at the front and Nora close behind between them. Sidney ranged well back and to the west, eyes focused on the Deepscorn woods. What was he looking for? As for Lauren's spirit brand, she strolled along like she didn't have a care in the world, which, given she was a level 20 igniter in a level 8 zone, made sense. She could evaporate any monster in the zone with a snap of her slim fingers, including Volpor, and even the Winnower Glenn fought last night. When a Harmcaster reached 20, they were allowed to choose an evolved class based on which elemental power they enjoyed most. Their choices were Infernist, Arctist, Aerialist, or Igniter, with each class offering extremely powerful flame, ice, wind, or lightning skills and blessings. Lightning skills were second only to flames in pure destructive power and far more precise. While a talented Infernist could fill a whole tunnel with searing flames, a talented Igniter could precisely blast a monster hiding behind a barricade to splinters. When an Igniter teamed up with an Arctist who could summon both water and ice, they could electrify entire dungeon floors in a few strikes. Glenn couldn't get lost in his constant theory crafting about skills, blessings, and classes. He needed to focus on preventing a wall of poison mist from once again flooding Wolfpine. He needed to focus on ways to handle the level 40 demon that might be waiting for them at Crackpaw Mine, though how such a terror could have come to Gracia he could not say. Mostly, he was worrying about his responsibility as raid leader, These people were bound to follow his orders regardless of if they were wise. If he made the wrong decision, people would die, and if more than one person died, all but one of those would meet the forever death. Richard Deepscar, Wolfpine's only spiritualist, could only use Resurrect on one person every 24 hours. While Glenn knew he wouldn't be the one to choose, that honestly made him even more worried. He didn't want to be responsible for anyone meeting the forever death. The general laws of Luxterra declared that, provided no one with sufficient cause intervened, in other words, a high-level politician, the highest-level adventure was always resurrected first. By those laws, the forever death of a level 20 igniter would be worse than the loss of, say, a level 16 lifecaster. That meant if Lauren and Nora both died, Nora would meet the forever death. Worse, Mayor Coleman was a high-level politician, so Glenn wouldn't put it past the man to let Lauren meet the forever death simply so he could resurrect his favored shadower, Sidney Woodcutter, assuming Glenn was correct about the man's loyalties. If Glenn made even one mistake today, one bad call, he could be responsible for sending multiple adventures to the forever death. Still, he did have one backup plan. He might not be able to violate the mayor's order to seal the mine thanks to liege law, but Coleman had also put him in command of the raid. That gave him complete authority over every adventure within it, even Sidney and Lauren. If there was a high-level demon waiting at the mine, when they all agreed they couldn't defeat, Glenn would order everyone in his raid back to Wolfpine and seal the mine himself. Nora, Terry, and Carmelo might refuse, but they couldn't defy a direct order from Glenn, any more than Glenn could defy a direct order from Mayor Coleman. So they'd leave, and then maybe come back. While Glenn knew it was unlikely he'd live if they encountered a demon, if he was the only one who died, Richard could then use Resurrect on him, provided, of course, someone could actually retrieve his body before his ensouled corpse released it 12 hours after his death. If the demon remained at the mine after it killed Glenn, Glenn would absolutely meet the forever death. But he decided right then that that was the course he would choose. He would never order anyone on a suicide mission against a demon they could not possibly defeat. At least he had his own foolish bravery to fall back upon if it came to that. Better than living with the guilt. They just started up the shallow rise that would finally reveal Crackpaw Mine when Lauren spoke for the first time since they'd set out. "Hey, Lifecaster. It's Nora, thank you." Nora still sounded more than a bit annoyed. "You're welcome," Lauren said. "You're really sleeping with the town guard?" Nora huffed. "Again, I don't know why it matters, but no, we're just friends." She breathed deep. "Not that I wouldn't, given he's absolutely incredible." Carmelo burst out laughing. "Gods, you're too much." "Well now," Lauren agreed amusedly, "with that sort of recommendation." They'd just reached the edge of the summit. It was time to get them focused on the quest. Glenn turned on them and held out a hand, palm first. "Halt," he ordered loudly. "Focus." While he put all the volume and command he'd trained to project into his voice as a town guard, he was still surprised when they all listened. Every last one of them stopped what they were doing and stared straight at him. They even, he swore, stood straighter. Glenn dropped his hand once satisfied he had their complete attention. "I appreciate all of you risking your lives to help Wolfpine and protect our people. Yet I must remind you, this is no simple monster extermination. We may soon face an extremely high-level monster or demon. I know everyone has nerves to relax, but I need you all alert and focused on our goal." "Oh my," Lauren said softly. "He is commanding." Glenn thoroughly ignored her. He looked to Sidney Woodcutter. "Crackpaw Mine waits just beyond this rise. Scout ahead and let us know if anything obviously deadly waits by the entry to the mine. Under no circumstances are you to engage. Just scout and report back." Sidney scowled in a way that made Glenn immediately dislike him. "So you're giving me orders now, boy?" Glenn stared Sidney down behind his full face helmet. "Mayor Coleman is giving you orders through me, because I am the person he designated raid leader under his authority as a town mayor. If you are not willing to follow my orders, Mr. Woodcutter, you can—" Fine. The man waved Glenn's words away. "I just wanted to make sure you knew what you were doing. No offense, but you're a bit young to be leading a raid." Glenn simply stared at him with all the authority a town guard could project. "Righto." Sidney pulled up the hood of his dark cloak. "Back in a bit." The man simply vanished in a puff of liquid shadow. Shadow Walk, like a few other skills, actually improved the higher one leveled. While a level 4 shadower could only conceal themselves for 4 minutes after using the skill, That duration increased by 1 minute with each level. If Sidney was level 19, as he claimed, he could now conceal himself for 19 minutes. That was far longer than anyone would need to do a quick survey of the mine and report back. Of course, if Sidney was detected and attacked, which would be exceedingly easy for a level 40 demon to do if Sidney got too close, his shadow walk would break. Sidney wouldn't be able to cast the skill for another 3 minutes, which would make it unlikely he'd escape. Glenn would simply have to hope the man was as cautious as his nature suggested. One other element worked in favor of Glenn's orders. Attacking anything while in Shadow Walk would absolutely break it and set off its 3-minute cooldown. Glenn had no worries Sidney would try to take on a demon himself. He might, however, flee without reporting back. Glenn should have remembered to order the man not to flee the party. Too late now. He looked to the others to find them waiting for orders. That reassured him that he hadn't yet mucked this all up. Check your cooldowns and gear while we wait. He gave the order more to keep them focused than out of any concern they might fail to do so. No one goes over this rise until Sidney reports back. And if he doesn't report back? Lauren asked calmly. Glenn gave her a closer look. She'd already leveled high enough to evolve her class, which meant she'd no doubt encountered many quests as dangerous as this. She had more experience dealing with high-level threats than anyone here, even him. We'll give Sidney 19 minutes, Glenn said. After that, we take a vote. Either we take a peek over the edge of the rise ourselves, or you all head back to town. Lauren raised one blonde eyebrow. A vote? From our raid leader? Who's in command? No one is challenging a level 40 demon, Glenn said. I don't care what our mayor said, that's suicide. If we find one, all of you are going back. I won't order anyone to commit suicide. Nora's eyes widened. But then you'll have to seal the mine alone. That's my duty as a town guard. I'm also a resident of Wolf Pine, and I know everyone there personally. None of you know anyone in Wolf Pine, nor has anyone commanded you to die for her. I will risk myself if I must, but I will not order anyone else to die. Pantheon be praised, Terry said quietly. We've got a competent raid leader for once. Lauren stepped forward. It's a good plan, Town Guard Redwood, but I don't see why we need a vote. If you think it's necessary, I'll take a peek over the rise. There's no harm in doing just that. Glenn was surprised to see an abrupt change in both her posture and stare. The casual, carefree demeanor she'd had before was gone. So was her flirtatious stare. Lauren's spirit brand looked deadly serious now, and a deadly serious level 20 igniter was a good ally to have. Carmelo, Terry, and Nora all nodded solemnly as well. They agreed with Lauren. Interesting. Glenn knew they didn't have any choice but to follow his orders. They were compelled to do so by the gods due to his status as raid leader, but it was heartening to see they might follow him by choice. All the more reason to keep them all alive. Understood, he said calmly. Let's wait to see what news Sidney brings first. He turned his back to them and crouched low, then motioned with one arm for them to do the same. The subtle sound of armor clanking and grass shifting told them they'd listen to him. They all waited quietly, without unnecessary banter, as minutes ticked away. Glenn's heart pounded. What if he just sent Sidney to his death? The man seemed like an ass, but then again, Terry had seemed an ass until Glenn got to know him. What if he was wrong about Sidney working for the mayor? What if he'd just been in town getting a weapon fixed when the chance to complete a raid quest dropped into his lap? Second-guessing himself was pointless. He'd already given the order. He'd wait for Sidney to return, just like everyone else was, and deal with the consequences when he became aware of them. Sidney appeared by Glenn's side without a sound, and Glenn was pleased he didn't visibly react. He'd had Zach do that to him enough times, when they were both younger, that he'd trained not to be surprised by it. He didn't flinch. Sidney looked visibly disappointed his dramatic return hadn't elicited the reaction he'd hoped for. Scouted the whole area surrounding the mine. Everything from here to the east. No demons, no monsters. And there's definitely green mist flowing out of the entry. How far is it spread? Glenn dreaded the answer. It doesn't seem to be leaving the mine. Sidney sounded confused by the mist's behavior. It's like it can't. It's drifting about below and just beyond the door, but not coming further, though I wouldn't want to be anyone or anything in there right now. Glenn nodded to the shadower. Thank you, Sidney. You did well to scout out the entire space around the mine. I appreciate the detailed report. The man stared a moment. He'd almost looked grateful to have his efforts acknowledged. If he worked for Mayor Coleman, Glenn doubted Sidney ever got acknowledged by the mayor. Glenn rose and turned to the others. Sydney says we're clear. Follow me over the rise and stay close behind me. I need to get a look at the terrain we're dealing with to make sure nothing significant has changed since my youth. Then we'll figure out how we plan to approach the doors. No one questioned his orders. They simply waited for him to lead the way. Maybe he'd do all right at this raid leader thing after all. At least they didn't immediately have a level 40 demon to deal with. 15. A lock sealed. Glenn led his party over the rise by taking the lead, moving cautiously but rapidly. Sydney had already reported there was nothing waiting to attack them if they showed themselves, which was good. If a monster or demon was in Gracia when it shouldn't be, it could obviously go wherever it wished. Most monsters, at least in Gracia, stayed near their home or where they spawned, and wouldn't venture too far from that point even if angered. Volpor was one of the few exceptions, roaming freely across Gracia on his own. Glenn knew from reading that multiple elite monsters freely roamed higher-level zones, sometimes more than one. Glenn had good reason for having Sydney scout. If a level 40 demon had sighted them on that rise, even if it had been all the way out at the mine entry, there was no guarantee it wouldn't chase them all the way back to Wolfpine and murder them there. Glenn still remembered how he'd almost died his first death 2 years ago when Volpor chased him across the Dewdrop Hills. If not for those 4 inferno blasts from Jenny Amberson, he'd never have survived. He never wanted to repeat that experience. Crackpaw Mine was set against Gracia's impassable northern mountains with a single structure that was a long wooden tunnel disappearing into the rock. 2 aging wooden doors waited a bit of the way into the wooden tunnel, separating the inner mine from the outer. The rusted remains of the original mine cart track wound all the way south to town before sinking into the mud swallows. The mine itself was a deep and winding structure, created when Wolfpine's first settlers dug out the mine. They'd retrieved quarry rock to build Wolfpine's walls, copper and other heavy metals to build her gates and fortifications, and used rare enchanting crystals to pay for it all. Back then, Wolfpine's people had called it Groundswell Mine. That had been almost 250 years ago now. Not long after the miners completed the deepest levels, the Crackpaw tribe arrived. The aggressive dogmen came in great numbers. They easily chased the low-level townsfolk from the mine and took it as their own. That had been almost 200 years ago. It might seem weird to an outsider that the town and its adventurers had never retaken their mine. Glenn knew the reason. While the Crackpaw were fiercely protective of their new lair, they never ventured too far from its interior. They had their whole tribe living down there. Wolfpine's first miners had already stripped the majority of Groundswell Mine's valuable materials long before the Crackpaw arrived. There was little left to be gained other than a constant supply of low-level Crackpaws on which new adventurers could cut their teeth, so to speak. As a result, Wolfpine's mayor at the time had declared the mine condemned. While she hadn't officially changed the mine's name, it wasn't long before Gracia's adventurers did so for her. At that point, Crackpaw Mine's new name stuck. It wasn't just the outskirts of the mine that offered experience. Parties of level 5 or higher could even venture into the mine itself for a steady flow of experience. Glenn had only been out to Crackpaw Mine a few times when he was leveling, with both Zack and Becca at his side. Zack had been level 4 at the time, and their party leader, since Glenn and Becca had both been level 3. They'd picked off a number of Crackpaw sentries, level 4 Crackpaw warriors who patrolled the outside of the mine as its first line of defense. It had been the first time Glenn faced a humanoid opponent that could wield weapons, and that had been both challenging and fun. Not a one of the squat, dog-faced humanoids roamed the area around the mine today. There weren't even any visible piles of ash, and certainly no glittering purple life crystals. It was like every Crackpaw sentry outside the mine had simply decided to give up and leave. Or they'd encountered something so powerful, it wiped them off the surface of Luxterra. Glenn was nonetheless pleased to see the area around the mine had changed little since his days roaming its outer portion over 4 years ago with Becca and Zack. There was still the same mix of rocky cliffs and copper-colored mud interspersed with patches of scraggly brown grass. If it came down to a battle today, he knew this ground. Once they were within about 100 paces of the entry to the mine, 2 aging wooden doors that sagged against the large wooden frame, Glenn spotted what Terry's party and then Sydney had seen. A green mist glowed through the open windows in the mine doors. Wisps and smoky tendrils constantly ventured out below the bottom of the doors. The tendrils never left the interior of the mine. The poison mist was trapped inside at the moment. But for how long? He looked to the others. It's the same. Nora tilted her head. The same? I lived here when the poison mist swept down from the Madlands 10 years ago. I was only 8 years old when the mist overtook Wolf Pine. It brought on coughing, fevers, and bone aches. Those with low vitality could easily die. Carmelo turned quite pale. But those with high vitality survived, right? Most of them, Glenn agreed. He looked back to the mine. Regardless, we can't risk anyone going in there like it is now. I doubt any of the crackpaws are still alive, but if they are, knowing how painful it is to die from that poison mist, I wouldn't want to be them. Understood, Lauren said. Your orders? Glenn took another look at the terrain he had to work with, then turned to Lauren. How far can you reasonably cast? 100 paces on a clear day, Lauren said confidently. Further when I have some clouds to carry my strikes, and I can sometimes get a few extra paces from high ground. It was a clear day today, unfortunately, so 100 paces would have to do. Glenn took a moment to confirm his memories from when he'd hunted out here with Becca and Zach, then pointed to a rise almost directly in line with the mine entrance. That's the highest rise I can see when you can still see the doors. I'd like you to set up there and be ready to stun or paralyze anything that comes out of the door, assuming you can't simply incinerate it. Easy enough, Lauren agreed. Glenn looked at Carmelo. You go with Lauren and act as her shield. Keep anything from interrupting her casts. Carmelo nodded. You got it, Chief. If we do encounter trouble, Glenn added, you both pull back as soon as we're clear. Lauren glanced sidelong at Carmelo. Shall we? The big man nodded. I won't let anything touch you. He looked deadly serious about that. Lauren offered him a gentle smile. Buy me a drink before you make me any promises. Carmelo grinned as he walked beside her toward the rise. That I can do. Glenn looked to Sydney. If we are attacked by anything we can't handle while we try to seal the mine, I want you to speed back to Wolf Pine. Don't wait for any of us. No matter what happens here, we need to make sure the town knows the danger. Mayor Coleman will know I ordered you home. Sydney frowned at Glenn's order. Don't sell me short. I can help you fight them off. His earlier combative nature was gone. Glenn simply shook his head. I'm not selling you short. I'm a town guard. Lauren's a level 20 igniter, and Terry, Carmelo, and Nora are all experienced adventurers of level 14 or higher. If we throw all of us at whatever comes out and can't defeat it, no one can get back to Wolf Pine faster than you. Someone will need to warn them about what's coming. That's how you can do the most good. Glenn almost expected Sydney to argue. He didn't. The man knew his limitations. While shadowers were stealthy and deadly when they got the first strike, they were also fragile and could become liabilities in a long fight, especially once they'd expended their initial ambush. What's important is we confirm Terry's warning for the mayor, Glenn said. You've already done your part by scouting ahead so we could get here. If we're attacked by something we can all handle, help us clear it out. If it's something we can't, you're the only warning Wolf Pine may have. Sydney thumped a hand to his chest. I understand your orders, Town Guard Redwood, and I will follow them, one way or the other. Glenn believed him. He looked at Terry and Nora. You two, I'm afraid, are with me. Terry sighed. I figured. He didn't protest. We've got your back, Glenn. Nora elbowed him. So he's Glenn to you as well now. Are you sleeping with him? Terry gave her a gentle shove. I like my men with grace, you thirsty little minx. Nora smirked his way before she looked to Glenn. We're ready. Glenn set off toward the entry to the mine. That small moment between them had been cute. He genuinely liked Terry now. The duelist might be overconfident, but he had a good heart. Everyone in Glenn's raid had orders and looked ready to follow them. If he'd had a reasonable alternative, he would have approached the mine entry alone, but if the poison mist attacked when he tried to seal the mine, he'd need Nora's cleanse body skill to keep him up and moving. Since he'd be focused on sealing the mine and probably a good ways away from Nora while he sealed it, he needed Terry to be Nora's shield in case something attacked her. It wasn't just that he wanted Nora safe. Tactically, they could all die if their life caster went down. Nothing attacked as they approached the mine entry. Nothing attacked as they walked inside the worn and halfway rotting wooden tunnel leading to the doors. Now merely 20 paces from the doors and the glowing green mist trapped behind it, Glenn confirmed his earlier fears. This glowing green mist looked exactly the same as the poison mist that killed so many a decade ago. He stopped 15 paces from the door and raised a hand to halt those behind him. He fumbled with his belt, refusing to look away from the mine doors for even a moment, until he found his town guard keyring. He held it up in front of his face where he could look at the keys without taking his eyes off the doors. He found the worn and copper key that would lock the mine doors. The most valuable element of Crackpaw Mine these days was the builder's lock the original builders had installed. Once that was sealed, nothing could open these doors. Nothing in, nothing out. The lock had been created by a builder's skill gifted to that builder by the gods. "If the mist comes at us, I'll hold my breath and seal the lock," Glenn instructed. "My vitality, especially now that I'm carrying my shield, is high enough that I can breathe it for a good while without going down. Nora, you stay out of that mist no matter how far you have to back up. It will drop you quickly, and without Glenn's body, we all die." Glenn wasn't just guessing. Given Nora's small stature, she'd likely been born with a low vitality attribute. If their party was any good, lifecasters rarely got struck by monsters. Even if she regularly took wounds on purpose to gain points in vitality, he knew it wouldn't be enough to survive this plague. "Terry, you can breathe the stuff for a brief time, but once you start coughing, it'll be hard to use skills, so avoid it if you can. Don't worry about me. Make sure nothing stops Nora from casting Cleanse Body on both of us so we can get clear." "Got it," Terry said confidently. "Nothing touches my lifecaster, and nothing poisons my town guard," Nora added firmly. Glenn didn't dare glance back. He kept his eyes on those sealed doors, on the poisonous green mist that now looked like it was actually growing thicker behind the doors. Glenn wanted to tell himself he was imagining it, but he could swear he felt a palpable menace behind that mist. It was daring him to come closer. The mist could sit on a stick. He wouldn't let it flow out toward Wolf Pine and kill people again, though he didn't quite know how he would stop it. Step 1 was sealing the mine. He and his allies could figure out the rest later. "Gods be good," Glenn said quietly. "I'm moving in." He approached the door with the keyring raised and the key readied. He focused on the small, dark hole of the builder's lock in the worn doors, still gleaming like brand new iron. He was almost to the lock when the doors burst open. A swarm of shrieking grasshawks flew out. Glenn dropped and raised his shield, holding firm. Several of the hawks slammed into it full speed and then caromed off his shield to smash into the walls, ceiling, or floor. Even the dive of a full-speed grasshawk wouldn't budge a town guard with his impressive strength. They might as well dive-bomb a wall. "Down!" he shouted to the others. He couldn't possibly stop them all, and moreover, the hawks were actively flying around him now. They moved with real purpose. Nora shrieked behind him. Terry grunted as steels sang, yet Glenn dared not check on them. He had to trust his party to take care of themselves, and he had bigger problems. The initial swarm of hawks was past now, and the poison mist was creeping its way out of the mine into the tunnel. Just inside the mine, just inside the poison mist even now flowing out and filling the tunnel, Glenn saw something move. A big shape. He heard an old, familiar growl. Glenn rose, set his feet as Volpor padded slowly out of the encroaching poison mist. Except this time, the big elite gloam wolf was even bigger than normal, and he looked dead. Glenn's blood ran cold as one of Gracia's underground rivers. The once elite terror of Gracia might be defeated again and again, but the gods always resurrected Volpor in a few days, or had. What remained of Volpor now had milky white eyes, flesh and fur peeling off, and rotting teeth. This was not a living wolf, it was a dead one. It was a desouled corpse, and the fact that it was up walking around could only mean one thing. A Deathcaster stood inside this mine. Glenn had only seen Desouled once before, when a rogue Deathcaster impersonating a blazer raised 2 Desouled mountain trolls and a moon spider in Wolfpine's town square. Once raised, a Desouled was far more powerful than the monster it had been in life. A Deathcaster's corpse puppet felt no pain and gave no quarter. One could keep moving up until it was incinerated. Worse yet, Desouled were immune to the law of consent. This was known as the Deathcaster loophole. While a Deathcaster couldn't attack another mortal without their consent, any Desouled body they puppeted certainly could. This was why Deathcaster was a forbidden class. "Stay out of the mist and be ready to cleanse me," Glenn shouted. "I need to go beat up a wolf." Volpor lowered his head and charged as Glenn did the same. Even so, he knew there was no intent in the old wolf now. Volpor was simply a puppet with a Deathcaster controlling his corpse. He was simply a weapon. And Glenn could break weapons. Glenn's guardian shield and Volpor's desouled head came together with a massive clang that was deafening inside the poison-filled mine. Glenn immediately pushed the big wolf back. Every time Volpor tried to get around his shield, Glenn smacked the wolf with his guardian's mace. Blows that would have killed a live wolf only annoyed a dead one, but they kept Volpor's attacks at bay. Backward, further into the mine, away from the still open doors. Glenn breathed hard with each struggling step he took. The inside of his chest tingled, which reminded him it was too late to hold his breath. Now he simply had to hope his vitality held the poison off long enough. Ahead of his eyes, Glenn's green health bar appeared. It was still almost full, but one tick at the right end was charred black. There was a skull and crossbones icon attached now. Poison. "Hope you like it in there," Glenn shouted to his still hidden Deathcaster opponent, "because you're going to be stuck inside for a good long while." Volpor backed and crouched. Glenn was ready. He bashed the desouled wolf with his shield before it could fully cast Pounce. One factor working in his favor was that puppeting a desouled was difficult even for an experienced Deathcaster. The dead remained clumsy and slow. As Glenn hammered Volpor's head with his Guardian's mace, he silently activated his powerful Town Guard stun. Guardian Smash. Sunlight flashed in the dark as the skill processed. Glenn all but pulped Volpor's head with the blow, yet Glenn knew the wolf's legs and body would continue to serve its puppet master just fine. He'd need to incinerate Volpor to stop him, yet now, for 10 seconds, the desouled wolf was stunned. Glenn jogged unsteadily back to the entrance. The first cough racked his lungs, but that was the pebble that started the avalanche. More coughs racked his body as breathing poison mist during his fight with Volpor finally overwhelmed even his incredible vitality. His health bar, once green and mostly full, started ticking down with disturbing rapidity. He had 300 health points when carrying a shield. His bar shouldn't be ticking down that fast. Glenn's health bar was already half charred by the time he made it back outside the doors. He fumbled with his keyring. He slammed the leftmost door as Volpor rose again in the mist. He'd been too slow, and thanks to the cooldown on Guardian Smash, he couldn't stun Volpor again for 2 minutes. "Glenn, listen!" Terry shouted from inside the tunnel. "You're blocking Lauren's sightline." Terry coughed harshly as he spoke. "Stay clear of the right door." Volpor's body lumbered to his feet. His all but shattered head hung off him like a pouch as he stumbled toward the open mine door. Instead of trying to drive the dead wolf back and making himself an obstacle, as Glenn now realized he'd stupidly done, he pressed himself to the left wall. A flash so brilliant it all but blinded him struck Volpor from afar. Lauren's precision strike zapped Volpor from almost 100 paces away. The wolf dropped like a puppet with his strings cut, which he was, technically, thanks to Lauren's strike. Glenn coughed madly and stumbled toward the rightmost open door. Volpor's desouled corpse would be down for another 10 seconds at least, more than enough time to complete this quest. Glenn slammed the second door. He fumbled for his keyring. His health bar was down to 1/3 and ashing steadily. A friendly male voice spoke from somewhere inside the mine. "Great party coordination there, Town Guard. You all handled that really well." Glenn coughed. Was this strangely friendly Deathcaster trying to kill him with Volpor's desouled corpse now complimenting him? That was the strangest distraction he'd ever encountered. He needed the key. The key. Somehow he slipped the key into the builder's lock and turned it with a satisfying click. He'd locked it. He'd sealed the mine. "Nice job," the man said. "Give me a moment, would you?" Howling air roared back into the tunnel as Glenn fell to both knees. To his disbelief, green mist flowed past him on both sides. In less than a moment, all the mist had swept itself back into the mine as completely as if it had ever emerged. Why would the poison do that? It didn't matter. Wolfpine, at least, was saved. 16. A message sent. Glenn collapsed onto his back, his whole chest burning like he'd inhaled flames. He placed both palms on his chest and thought, "Guardians heal." The pain eased, only to begin again immediately. His savaged health bar ticked up to almost 1/5 before dipping again. The poison might be gone from the air, but it remained inside him. The icon stuck to his charred health bar assured him of that. Devil spit. This was like tossing a mug of water onto a bonfire. "Guardians heal," he thought again. Glenn's health bar hopped up. It ashed down. The curious male voice from before echoed from inside the mine. My goodness, that looks like it hurts. I really don't like using poison on people, but I needed to give you a good reason to lock this door. Leave it locked, and we'll have no further problems. Glenn's body, Nora shouted from the other end of the tunnel. Flash heal. She sounded desperate. Faint pleasure filled Glenn's lungs and eased the burn. Even so, it would be a bit before he could talk again. He tried to warn Nora off and managed nothing but a raspy whisper. Get out of there, Nora shouted. Please, Glenn. Glenn took one painful, cleansing breath. His health bar was now below 1/5, but the poison icon was gone. Glenn cast one last Guardian's heal on himself, and this one did the trick. He felt like he could both move and speak again at last. He only now realized the poison had been eating his lungs at the same rate he'd healed them. How foul! It was even more powerful than it had been when it swept through Wolfpine. He struggled to his feet as another wave of cool pleasure coursed through his body. That would be another cast from Nora. He really did appreciate her help right now, but he was already fine. She didn't need to keep healing him. The oddly friendly male voice spoke again from inside the door. Hey, since you're leaving anyway, can you do me a favor? Tell your mayor I own your mine now. It's closed. Oh, and send a message to East Haven. Tell the Blazers, abandon the crystal or I'll release the plague. And try to make me sound menacing, all right? People always say I never sound menacing enough. Glenn furiously glanced back at the closed door. What crystal? Who are you? The man's laugh was almost friendly. Why would I reveal any of that? All you need to know is I control the plague now flowing about in this mine. I've pulled it back for now, as a courtesy to your lovely little village, but you don't want to send it out, do you? Glenn stumbled out of the tunnel. He barely hung on to his shield. He reached the end of the tunnel, and all but tumbled into Carmelo's big arms. The man helped him out of the mine entry. Sidney waited just outside. He offered an already open health potion. Glenn chugged it. Gradually, his charred throat grew less charred. The fire still burning inside his chest eased, then grew still. More cooling pleasure rushed into him again and again. Glenn grabbed Nora's hand and halted her next attempt to cast. The slim woman was so pale now she looked like she might pass out. She must be almost entirely drained of blood. Enough, he rasped. No more poison. Let regrowth do the rest. He coughed one last time, then looked around. He saw Lauren, standing absolutely unharmed, with Carmelo close beside her, gripping his executioner's axe like he wanted to murder something. Yet, no Terry. Where's Terry? Glenn rasped. Nora fell into his arms. Glenn didn't fight her. He supported her body, ensuring she didn't fall. He held her close as she trembled. Terry's dead, Nora whispered. Poison dropped him. I cleansed it, but not fast enough. Terry had run into the tunnel to tell Glenn what Lauren planned with her precision strike. By passing that single message from Lauren to Glenn, Terry had likely saved the entire raid, even knowing that breathing that poisonous mist might send him to the forever death. Terry had done his duty. Is anyone else dead? Glenn rasped. Nora shuddered in his arms. I don't think so. So his raid had now suffered one death. They'd all known that one death was all they could afford, and Terry had taken it for the team. That was what a party leader did. Lauren stepped forward. We all heard you talking to someone in there. Who is it? Is it a deathcaster? Glenn nodded. Carmelo gasped. You've run into those enough to know? I don't see how they could be any other class, Glenn said grimly. I certainly never consented to a fight, yet you saw what happened. The dead wolf Lauren stunned is Volpor, a Gracia elite. He's supposed to vanish and respawn after he's defeated. This time, I suppose, he didn't make it. Glenn almost felt sorry for the old wolf. Volpor had killed many an adventurer and even some townsfolk, but despite all that, Glenn had never sensed any true malice within the wolf. Volpor had simply done what Anson, god of beasts, compelled him to do. No matter how bad Volpor had been, roaming the wilds of Gracia and attacking anyone who came close, he certainly hadn't deserved to become a desouled corpse. We should go, Lauren said, so long as that's okay with you. Lauren was politely reminding Glenn he was wasting time they didn't have. He appreciated that, especially since he was still dizzy and a bit woozy from getting his lungs torn up by poison. Having another seasoned adventure around was good for everyone. Glenn glanced down at Nora, still pressed into his arms. She looked a lot less pale now, and was no longer trembling, so Glenn eased her away from him. All right? She sniffled. She nodded. He supported her until he was sure she could stand on her own, then stepped back far enough to give her space. Glenn then looked around. Where's Terry? Carmelo pointed, his eyes damp. Glenn turned to find Terry lying beside the entry. The blond-haired man was pallid, his lips and chin stained with blood. His had not been a pleasant death. Glenn strapped his shield back onto his back, walked over to Terry, and lifted the now dead, but still ensouled, duelist in his arms. Let's get him to Richard, Glenn said, and let's move fast. Balancing Terry's ensouled corpse, Glenn jogged off at a good pace, one he knew he could maintain. He knew that even if the others weren't right behind him, they soon would be. Even with the doors now sealed, no one was going to stay alone at this poisoned mine. By the time they all made it back to Wolf Pine, the sun was low on the horizon, and it was well past time for supper. When they returned, the Pantheon was with them. No one else had died after Glenn led his raid to seal up Crackpaw Mine. So after another powerful resurrect from Richard Deepscar, Terry Evergarden gasped and opened his eyes, and promptly fell asleep. The brave duelist was once again among the living, though still quite weak. He'd be a knight in recovery, which meant he wasn't leaving Wolf Pine tonight. Still, Glenn wasn't worried about further harm befalling the man, which would make his shift on the gates tonight much easier. Glenn also knew Terry would have Nora and Carmelo to watch over him. They were all family, just like him and Zach and Becca. Adventuring together formed strong bonds. Once he reported to Mayor Coleman, Glenn dutifully confirmed Terry's report of the poison mist. He repeated the words of the Deathcaster inside the mine and explained this unknown criminal was controlling multiple desouled, including what remained of Volpor. Finally, Glenn repeated the Deathcaster's message to Mayor Coleman, word for word. Tell the Blazers to abandon the crystal, or I'll release the plague. Glenn frowned. Which means the Blazers may know something about this matter. Their office in Lakebrook is closest, so if you contact them, they can get people here in a few days. Coleman wrinkled his lips in distaste. I'm quite well aware of that, Town Guard. Of course you are, sir. Glenn did all he could to channel the easy, flattering tone of his partner, Scott Rosewillow. I know you'll do what's best for Wolf Pine, but there's no reason we should spend our resources solving a problem outside our walls. Why not let the Blazers handle it? Coleman raised an eyebrow, but he didn't disagree with Glenn. He actually looked a bit surprised by Glenn's statement. He even looked like he agreed with it. Also, it's a trap, Glenn added. We don't want to stumble into a trap. That, unfortunately, was a step too far. Coleman's dour gaze returned. What is or is not a trap is a problem for East Haven. There is a reason we pay a ransom and taxes to those fools, and it is not so we can send our limited town guards to defeat Deathcasters who filled our mine with poison gas. That probably wouldn't work in this case, Glenn agreed. Coleman narrowed his eyes. The man was probably trying to decide if Glenn was mocking him. After a moment, he looked past Glenn at the rest of his raid. Regardless, you completed your quest. As Terry is currently indisposed, I suppose you should pass leadership to Nora Rapidbloom, Glenn offered calmly. She's second in party command. Glenn didn't know that for certain, of course, but he also didn't know it wasn't true. Making this statement was dangerously close to breaking Liege law, but the gods hadn't smote him yet. Telling Coleman things Glenn didn't know were false might be a loophole he could safely exploit. Coleman waved the matter away. Yes, very well. Transfer raid leader to her and get her over here. I will handle the quest turn-in. And you'll pass the Deathcaster's message on to East Haven, Glenn said, and also pass on the message from the man inside the mine to the Lakebrook Blazers Guild. Coleman scowled. I will do everything necessary to resolve this situation. You will make sure Miss Rapidbloom hurries back over here to turn in this quest. Or were my orders somehow unclear? Arguing with Coleman further would only make it more likely he wouldn't contact the Blazers simply to spite Glenn. Instead, Glenn hurried away across the square. He already knew Nora would be inside the Chapel of Celis, watching over Terry as he recovered. He opened the door and peeked inside. Nora stood by a slab with a pillow on top of it, alone. Terry rested there, asleep but visibly breathing easily. He was still recovering from his death. Glenn saw no sign of Richard or his pages. The chapel seemed abandoned, perhaps because Richard was off gathering donations from the town, but Glenn dared not take off his helmet and defy his duty to Kaya in sight of Celis. He and Nora could still talk without being observed. Glenn closed the door and turned. As Nora's eyes lighted upon him, a smile warmed her face, She evidently was able to tell him from the other town guards by the way he wore his armor. Nora inclined her head. Town guard? She took another look around the empty chapel to make sure they'd missed no one, and then beckoned him closer. Any chance I could get another hug? Glenn pulled her into a hug. He rubbed her back as she sighed happily. He was comforting his friend. Finally, he released her and looked at Terry. Did he wake up yet? He said a few words. Nora now stood close beside him. I'd rather not repeat them. He called me an idiot for blocking Lauren's line of sight, didn't he? She bumped his shoulder with hers. That would be a nice way to put it. Once I saw Volpor in there, all I could think was, push. If he'd gotten past me and come for any of you, well, that would have gotten messy. Nora abruptly interlaced her fingers with Glenn's, which felt safe enough. You did exactly what you should have. Precision strike has a long cast time, and Terry and I were in Lauren's line of sight as well. If you hadn't immediately pushed that wolf back when it arrived, it would have torn us apart. I'm just glad Terry's alive. Glenn appreciated the warmth of Nora's hand. And this is twice now you've saved me from dying from poison. She glanced his way, grinning perhaps too wide. It's kind of my job, you know. He turned to watch her through his helmet. I know. He wished she could see his face to know how grateful he was for her help, but he trusted her to be aware of it regardless. After a moment, her smile faded as she looked again to the slab on which Terry slept. She dropped his hand. Tell me, Glenn, have you truly encountered Deathcasters before? Once, Glenn said. It took half the town guards and a blazer to arrest him. And today, our enemy wasn't simply controlling Volpor, Nora added. Those grasshawks were also dead. Counting grasshawks, the Deathcaster at that mine was controlling 8 D-souls simultaneously. How powerful must they be? Glenn shuddered despite being back inside Wolfpine's impenetrable walls. Impenetrable, except for poison mist. I can't imagine. Books about the servants are, of course, forbidden here, but if Deathcaster is like any of the other caster classes, I imagine you start with a skill to puppet 1 D-souled corpse, then work your way up as you level. So if that caster was puppeting 8... Maybe smaller ones are easier? Nora suggested. That's actually a comforting thought. It means we'd only have to worry about a horde of dead grass sprites instead of, say, a horde of dead moss beasts. Though I'd like to stay away from anything dead, obviously. Obviously, Nora agreed. You have duty tonight? On the gate, Glenn agreed. I know it's nosy of me to pry into your personal life, but can I ask about her? Glenn smiled. Her name's Becca. She's a junior blazer currently training in Evelan, and we promised ourselves to each other when we were common age. That hasn't changed despite her being a zone away. We still get to see each other every so often. Like how often? A few days a year, last year, though this year might be less. Gods, Nora said quietly. That sounds absolutely torturous, but so impossibly romantic. A few days a year, those must be incredible. I can't imagine how it must feel to— Please stop, Terry said quietly. I may vomit if you keep that up. Nora slapped Terry's arm. You're supposed to be asleep. Sorry for not being dead. Terry opened his eyes. Hey, Redwood? Glenn leaned down. Yeah? Move next time? Glenn smiled behind his full-face helmet. I'll do that. Also, thank you for sealing that mine. Did we complete the quest? Not yet. Glenn straightened. Actually need to pass on raid leadership. Mayor Coleman's waiting in the town square for someone to turn it in. Give it to Nora, Terry said tiredly. She handles all the boring stuff anyway. Nora scrunched up her face and gestured at Terry. You see what I put up with? Glenn smirked. Nora Rapidbloom, you have leadership of the raid. He didn't feel any specific sensation announcing that it worked. Nora nodded. Got it? Always been curious. Terry craned his neck to stare up at Glenn, who now stood somewhat behind his slab. How much experience do you get from this? No idea. I've never completed a raid quest before, so I guess we'll all see. Terry stared up blearily, You deserve a good share. You and Lauren did most of the work. Glenn shrugged. We all contributed, and you in no small part. So, can you two leave? Terry asked. I need to sleep, and if you're going to sneak off and bone somewhere, please do it far away from me. Nora tends to get really loud. Nora slapped his arm again. You hush. That's what I keep telling her, Terry complained, then gasped. Oh, not good to laugh. Not going to laugh right now. That hurts. We should let him suffer, Nora said. Glenn lightly touched Terry's shoulder. Sleep well, Evergarden. Another time, Redwood. Terry closed his eyes and relaxed on his slab. Glenn walked to the chapel doors and pushed one open, holding it open for Nora. She smiled as she stepped out. Glenn didn't miss Mayor Coleman tapping his foot impatiently across the square, but as far as he was concerned, the man could wait a day. Still, other people were missing. Where are Lauren and Carmelo? Glenn asked. Boning somewhere, Nora said calmly. Getting experience from a raid quest in the middle of sex might be an interesting sensation. I'd like to find out what that's like. Glenn took a moment. Good for them. Nora smiled at him. I hope you and Becca get to see each other again soon. Oh, me too. She winked, waved, and walked off to meet with Mayor Coleman. Glenn pivoted to report for his shift at the gates. His shift had already started, but since Mayor Coleman himself ordered Glenn out to Crackpaw Mine, he wouldn't be marked for shirking his duty. He'd barely started his 8-hour watch on the gates when the experience from completing their raid quest arrived. 4,000 experience. Gods, all that after being split among 8 people. He checked his status sheet and smiled at the growth. He stood at 76,446 out of 80,000 now, less than 4,000 experience from level 12. As much as Glenn hated that the quest he kept ending up with kept putting people in harm's way, he couldn't complain about the huge boosts in his climb to level 20. 17. A Dream Revealed. So that's it then. Carl Coldbreaker raised a mug filled to the brim with mead, then offered Glenn a grim nod. Nothing to be done but wait for the cavalry. Glenn nodded back, raised his mug, and bumped it into Carl's. Mead sloshed atop Carl's worn wooden dinner table, but they were well into their cups and far past caring at the moment. It had now been a full day since Glenn confirmed what waited at Crackpaw Mine. Finally, they had official confirmation the Blazers were indeed coming. Glenn simply had to hope the Deathcaster in that mine had been bluffing. No one could control an entire plague. Could they? Mayor Coleman had informed the town of the news after receiving phantom correspondence from East Haven. It would be another 2 days before the Blazers arrived. 2 days of waiting anxiously as the plague in Crackpaw Mine hung over Wolfpine like a guillotine's blade. Many in Wolfpine, understandably, had no desire to learn if the plague was patient or not. After Glenn returned with his raid, it had taken but an hour for the news of the plague's return to spread through the entire town. A few brave townsfolk even came out to the gate during his shift to ask him more about what he'd seen. For once, he'd been grateful Kaya demanded he not respond. Wolfpine only had 2 alchemists, Zyva Willowbraid and Barry Dewcrest, and both were completely sold out of healing potions and blood potions by the end of Glenn's shift. All Wolfpine's adventurers cleared out. Lauren Spiritbrand and Sidney Woodcutter departed the same day Nora turned in the raid quest. Glenn did not blame them for wanting to get as far from Gracia as possible. Despite the knowledge that a murderous plague waited within striking distance of Wolfpine, many of Wolfpine's people wouldn't or couldn't leave. Even those who were level 16 and could depart to Evelyn had children they couldn't bring along, and no parent would leave their child to face this plague alone. A few who had no children and were level 16 had left, but that was all of 6 people. Nora and her party left the morning after, though they were the last adventurers out of town. As tempting as a dalliance with Nora had been, and even knowing it would be all right with Becca, Glenn still felt right about declining her invitation. While Becca certainly did not require him to do so, he was perfectly willing to wait for her. Carl Coldbreaker could have left Wolfpine, of course. He hadn't. Glenn didn't know if it was out of solidarity to the townsfolk, the fact that he knew his high vitality would help him survive, or that he actually secretly wished to join his wife Anna in the grave. Either way, Glenn was glad to still have the old man's company. He suspected they'd be drinking an awful lot of mead over the next few days. Carl sipped his mead and then set down his mug with surprising gentleness. I know it sounds harsh, but given the plague's return, I'm glad Becca isn't here." "Me too," Glenn agreed. "And Zach. I never thought I'd miss Zach, but I do. The fact that they're both off in Evelyn is one less worry." "You would be out there with them if the gods hadn't made you a guard." "That's a dream I left behind long ago. This is my dream now, keeping Wolfpine and her people safe." "I'll drink to that." Carl thumped his mug to Glenn's once more. Then, of course, the man drained his mug down to nothing. Glenn's parents had decided to stay as well, of course. Glenn was still determined to talk them into taking a vacation to Evelyn, but he hadn't succeeded. Not yet. He'd try again tonight, after he got done drinking with Carl. His parents had no reason to stay and risk dying of plague. Speaking of his parents, it was getting late. He should probably go speak to them if he wanted to talk them into leaving. Before he said anything, Carl smiled. "Time to go?" "I need to talk to my parents," Glenn agreed. "There is no reason for them to stay here." "They won't leave Wolfpine," Carl said. "But you wouldn't be a good son if you didn't keep pushing them." "No, I wouldn't." "Before you leave, one last matter." Carl rubbed his ruddy cheek with the knuckles of one hand and rose. "Are you ready to take receipt of your new weapon?" Glenn smiled in both surprise and excitement. "You finished it?" "I finished her," Carl said proudly. He walked for his smithy. "I'll be back in a moment." Glenn waited eagerly as Carl disappeared into his smithy. He wasn't gone long. When he returned, he carried a gleaming mace that looked even more spectacular than Glenn had dreamed. Despite having started its life as a mere commoner's mace, a weapon that could be wielded by anyone, Carl's custom ironwork was phenomenal. Better yet, the engraving along one side, or rather the face and torso in silhouette, was one Glenn recognized immediately. It was Becca. There was no question it was Becca. Even in profile, Carl had captured his daughter's essence. Glenn felt a lump in his throat as he considered how much love and effort Carl had put into this mace. When Carl thumped the mace onto the table, the whole table rattled with the weight. Glenn took that as his cue to rise. He wrapped his fingers around a leather grip that fit his hand perfectly, then lifted the weapon with a grunt. Even his impressive strength took note of the weight. The mace was far heavier than the guardian's mace he wielded each day on the gate, but it would have to be the match of the power of an adventure weapon. This might still be a common weapon, but Glenn doubted it hit like one. Glenn glanced at Carl. "You weren't kidding about the weight." "I also wasn't kidding about the damage that mace can do," Carl said gravely. "You swing that weapon hard enough, you're liable to break a moss beast in two. With the way I've weighted and balanced her, she'll match an adventurous mace blow for blow." "She's amazing," Glenn agreed. "What do I call her?" "Becca," Carl said. "That's her name." "And you're sure she won't be upset about that?" Carl laughed. "I doubt she would be, but even if so, my girl's not here to complain. I have a custom sheath for her as well. It's in the back. Don't smash anything while I'm gone." Glenn set Becca back on the table with all the caution he could manage. "I'll try not to." Carl returned not long after, with the most complicated sheath and carry strap Glenn had ever seen. It wasn't a single strap, but two, with crossed belts linking them to a sheath that could easily contain the mace's pommel and grip. The whole rig looked more like a mountain climbing harness than a weapon sheath, but Becca was no ordinary weapon. She was special. "Spread your arms," Carl said. "I'll help you into the harness. Once we've got it adjusted to your chest, you should have no trouble slipping it on and off. It's hard to adjust on yourself." Glenn spread his arms. Carl helped him slide on the harness, then moved behind him and tightened straps. Once the harness was snug around Glenn's chest, Carl stepped back. "How's it feel? Too tight? We don't want it sagging forward, but we also don't want to hurt your circulation." "Feels good," Glenn said. "Just right." "Take the weapon, then. Grab it by the hilt. I'll show you how to sheath it." Glenn picked up his new mace. Once again, it struck him just how heavy it was. No, she was. That wasn't a negative. For a weapon one intended to bring down upon enemies like a boulder from the heavens, weight was strength. "Point the grip straight up, and lift the head into the loop on the left side of your chest on the front," Carl instructed. "See the metal rings I've worked into those loops of leather? Those will compress and slide into place once you sheath it." Glenn did as instructed. It took a moment for him to wrap his head around it, but once he found the loop, he was able to push the mace up and into it easily. It rested now atop the harness and his chest, but it didn't feel secure. "Now let go," Carl said. Glenn glanced behind him. "You sure? It doesn't feel—" "Trust me, boy." Carl grinned. "You're going to be impressed." "I am already," Glenn said. "But all right, it's your floor. My floor will be just fine." Glenn released Becca's hilt. When the mace dropped immediately, it only dropped a finger's width. The previously loose-filling metal inside the leather loops tightened as the curves of the mace pushed down. Those secured the mace against his chest as tightly as a rock caught in a sling. "Wow." Glenn was now even more impressed. "How'd you make this?" "Remind me, boy. What class did I choose again?" Glenn chuckled. "Fair. Now walk around a little. Let me know if the harness feels too loose." Glenn did as bidden. With the added weight of Becca against his chest, the previously comfortable harness sagged forward. "Might need to be tightened, just a bit." "I expected as much. Come over here." Glenn obliged. Carl adjusted the straps once more. Once he did so, Becca and the harness felt secure. Glenn would have to see how it felt wearing this weapon for multiple hours, but for the moment, Carl's custom harness nicely distributed the weight across his torso. The mace's weight made him feel confident and safe. This was no mere dagger. This was a weapon worthy of a town guard. Glenn wrapped his fingers around Becca's grip and tugged down. The harness tightened as the mace tugged on the metal loops, but the weapon didn't budge. Glenn suspected he could rip it free if he pushed, but that would destroy all Carl's hard work. Carl had said there was a trick to it. "Push the grip up and twist it half a fist to the left," Carl said. "Then relax your arm." Glenn did as instructed. The first few times nothing happened, but then his mind somehow put it together. The next time he lifted and turned, Becca dropped from the harness and into his hand. He whistled softly as he pulled the mace free. He lifted it to stare at the beautiful engraving. "This weapon is incredible," Glenn said. "You're an incredible smith." "Kind of you to say," Carl said proudly. "If you have your mother enchanted, I imagine it'll swing for even more. Unlike other common weapons, any enchantment your mother can manage should hold. A little orichalcum in a common mace goes a long way." Glenn remembered the valuable ore he'd once given Carl as a gift when he'd had his first dinner with the man, and Becca, the day after he turned 16. He wanted to say Carl had been far too generous, but he knew that would only upset the man. He sheathed Becca once more. "I doubt I'll go much of anywhere without her, at least while off duty." "Nor should you," Carl agreed. "Now go bother your parents." "I'll do my best," Glenn agreed. They clasped hands tightly, pitting strength against strength. Glenn smiled as they always did once they found themselves evenly matched. Glenn was actually a bit stronger when he held a shield, but he never revealed that. Carl remained the strongest townsfolk in Wolfpine. Still marveling at his brand-new mace, Glenn stepped into a chilly night and glanced at the clock tower. Past 10. On a normal day, his parents would be in bed by now, but this day was far from normal. No day would be while a plague hung over the town. He'd only just passed the town square when a woman called his name. "Glenn, hold on!" Glenn spun at once in alarm. He'd recognize Erica Willowbraid's voice anywhere. Even a full year after she'd married a local builder in town, she and Glenn remained fast friends. Was she in trouble? He turned and found her paces away. "Is everything okay?" Glenn asked worriedly. "Let's talk elsewhere," Erica said. She walked past him into the small alley between the Mead Beast and Barry Ducrest's alchemy shop. "Not in the square." Bemused, Glenn followed Erica into the alley, away from prying eyes. Erica looked beyond worried, and Glenn doubted that was just because of the plague. What was going on with her? They might not have as much time to spend together, but Glenn still considered her a friend. "Is Craig all right?" Glenn asked. Craig Caskshaper, of course, was Erica's new husband, a level 10 builder who would likely be level 11 before the year was out. He was a kind man who was very good to Erica. "Craig's fine," Erica assured him. "I apologize for just yelling you down like that, but I wasn't sure when I'd get another chance. We're both leaving the city tomorrow." Glenn smiled. "I'm so glad." Erica cocked an eyebrow at him. She offered the slight smirk he'd often gotten when he said something she could jokingly misinterpret. "That you'll both be safe," he reminded her calmly. "Now what's this about?" Erica's smirk faded. I needed to check on you. I heard you breathed in some plague at the mine. Are you sure you're fully recovered? One of the people from Glenn's raid must have been chatty, like Sydney or Terry. No matter. They hadn't revealed anything Glenn needed concealed. I got a lungful or two, but I'm fine, Glenn assured her. All cleansed. Erica dropped her hands to clasp them at her waist. I'm so glad to hear that. When I heard what happened at the mine, Glenn tilted his head. Are you sure you're all right? I was worried, that's all. It's still acceptable for me to worry about you, isn't it? She almost sounded angry with him. What had gotten into her today? Of course it is. He knew now that something must absolutely be bothering her to make her act like this. How about you? She idly fiddled with one blonde braid. What do you mean? How are you doing? Glenn stepped close enough that they could speak quietly. How are your parents? You remember the plague. You were here when it hit last time, just like me. Erica dropped her braid and sighed. They're leaving for Everland tomorrow as well. Glenn sighed with relief. If only I could convince mine to go with them. Craig sent word to all his connections in Lakebrook, and one came through for us, Erica added, even though Glenn didn't expect an explanation. He got special permission from the Builders Guild in Lakebrook to join a restoration project in the city, at least for a few weeks, and approval for me to join him. As his wife, that's my right, so thanks to that special quest, we can both leave town. That's good, Glenn agreed. Erica bit her lip. So, why do I feel like I'm abandoning everyone? You're doing the right thing, Glenn told her firmly. Everyone who can leave should leave. There's nothing to be gained from staying other than unnecessary risk, and Wolfpine can't survive if she loses too many of her people. I'm glad Greg found a way to keep you both safe. Also, it'll be much easier for me to do my job without worrying about the two of you. Erica looked away. You're right, of course. There's no reason to stay, and plenty of reasons to leave. I'm so glad you found each other, so long as he treats you the way he should. He treats me just fine, Erica assured him. And as I'm already making a fool of myself just standing here, I'll just state plainly why I am. I had a dream about you, and that worries me. Glenn wasn't quite sure where this was going. A dream? What kind of dream? You were in a place I'd never seen before, a place with slanted walls and strange symbols. There were others with you, warriors all as strong or stronger than you, yet as I watched you walk through that dark place, I felt like you were walking into a trap. Yet no matter how much I wanted to warn you, I couldn't speak. You didn't see me. That is what exploring the mind felt like, Glenn agreed. That's probably where the dream came from, the story of what happened there. Erica shook her head. I had this dream weeks ago, long before what happened at the mine. I've kept it to myself ever since. I didn't even tell Craig, and what would I tell him? I had a vivid dream about my childhood crush exploring a place I've never seen, and now I can't stop thinking he's going to die? Even as a fresh chill crept up his spine, Glenn forced a smile. Hey, I'm not dying. Erica crossed her arms and frowned at him. I want to believe that. I truly do. I'm a town guard, Glenn assured her. I wear guard armor and have 7 more just like me at my back. Even if the plague comes for Wolfpine, we'll power through it. That's not what I heard from those who heard what happened at the mine. I heard this new plague dropped even a level 15 adventurer flat. But my dream of you wasn't about the plague. It was about somewhere else. It held an insidious trap, and you were just about to blunder into it. So what was she saying? So you think your dream was prophetic? I've had dreams like this before, Erica said quietly. The most traumatic of those came a few weeks before a Volpor ambushed Jack Whitetalon. I tried to tell Jack and Deborah about it, tried to convince Jack not to take that trip out to gather reagents that day. He just didn't listen. And then he died, Glenn agreed softly. I've never told anyone else about these dreams, other than my parents. I've never dared to tell anyone else until today, because I was scared of what people might think of me. What people might... That I was lying for attention, Erica said. Or that I was stark raving mad. I don't think that, Glenn said immediately. I know you, Erica. You're rational and clever and good, and I've never known you to do anything but watch out for those you care for. So, if you truly believe your dreams hint at the future, I believe you. Erica's once worried smile turned absolutely radiant. You mean that? Glenn nodded. The gods speak to us in all sorts of ways. Perhaps one has taken a shine to you, or they simply have a soft spot for Wolfpine. The fact that you might receive hints of our future in your dreams is no less believable than the fact that I can call up a status sheet from thin air. That means so much, Erica said softly. I can't explain why you'd have dreams like you described. I certainly can't say it was coincidence. I guess all I can say is, well, if I ever find myself in a place with strange runes and strong warriors, I'll be very careful. Thanks to your warning, I'll know there's a trap waiting. Erica stepped close. Promise? I swear it. If I ever find myself in a situation like your dream, I'll be on guard and even back away if necessary. I won't be caught unawares. Thanks to you. All at once, Erica was hugging him. Glenn hugged her firmly back, hoping to offer what comfort he could. After longer than he expected, Erica released him and smiled up at him. I'd best get home, she said firmly. But thank you for this, for believing me. Glenn simply nodded. What else could he say? Erica hopped up on tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek. She squeezed his hand before striding out of the alley. And while the warmth of her soft kiss was very pleasant, it faded as Glenn stared after her. He truly considered her warning, and all it might suggest. Was Erica right? Would there be a trap waiting for him in a dark place? If there was, Glenn would do as he'd promised her. He'd remember Erica's warning and act accordingly. And now, with Erica, her husband, and her parents all leaving, he had yet another argument as to why his own parents should leave Wolfpine and flee the plague. 18. A Guild's Arrival. The adventurers from the Blazers Guild arrived 2 days later, around midday, and Glenn breathed a deep sigh of relief. For the past 2 days, all those who couldn't flee Wolfpine had been worried, tired, and snappish. At least now the plague would be removed, or simply get on with it. Finally, Joanne said quietly from the other side of the gate. Took them long enough. I guess a little starter town like ours just isn't that big a deal to the folks in East Haven. No one had been in and out of town all day, thanks to the plague threat, so after some initial spirited and saucy banter, the norm with Joanne, his shift with her had been mostly quiet. She hadn't even hit on him, and Glenn almost missed it. Time to call it Redwood, Joanne said. For each gear, class, and level range you guessed right, I'll buy a round for you, our Blazers, and the guard after this nonsense is done. For each one you get wrong, you have to sing one verse of The Pony and the Lass for our guests, while dancing on a table. Even without the threat of being forced to table dance in front of the entire tavern, Glenn would already have taken this contest seriously. He took pride in his knowledge of gear in class, because he had likely done more reading than anyone in Wolfpine, at least when it came to adventuring. Judging from all the gleaming armor and fine robes, they had 4 high-level adventurers in white, yellow, and blue blazer tabards on approach. In the middle of them all, like he was being escorted, was one slim man in shadow leather. He was definitely a shadower, but he wasn't Sydney. The man's face was hidden behind a cowl and a grinning skull mask, but Sydney hadn't moved like this. This man moved like a dancer. Despite his grace, he wasn't a blazer. He wore no tabard. Shadower in the center, 15 to 20, Glenn said. I doubt he's evolved. He'd have better armor, and if he could shadow walk for that long, he'd likely have come in ahead of them to scout. Also, they are obviously escorting him, which tells me he's too important to lose. Too easy doesn't count, Joanne taunted playfully. You want me to buy a round? Work for it. Glenn focused on the party leader, the tall, muscular woman in front. Judging from the way the black metal literally drank in the sunlight, Glenn judged it to be Midnight Male. Her full-face helmet was squat and brutal-looking, sporting an emerald green visor Glenn knew was as hard as the armor. Midnight Mail was almost as powerful as god armor. A high-level blacksmith had forged that mail from nightstones harvested from the nightmare elementals that prowled the Madlands. That suggested this woman had killed an awful lot of nightmares. It's almost impossible to acquire the materials for Midnight Mail below 35, so she's at least that, Glenn speculated. Also, that's a Titan shield on her back, 30 strength to carry, minimum level 30, so I'd guess 30 to 35. The woman might also be Richard's age, if she was that powerful. Give me a class, Joanne reminded him. Not just the armor. That shield marks her as a blockader, Glenn said confidently. That was one of 2 evolved classes one could take after leveling Brutalist to 20. And look, see that glow? Her shield's enchanted. She probably got it done up with Earthwall? And gods, she's carrying a vortex mace. You're such an enchanting nerd, Joanne said affectionately. Who's next? Joanne focused past the intimidating blockader at the head of the party to the woman in equally deadly-looking armor. This armor was the color of blood and covered in jagged fins that would shred anything the woman brushed against. She also wore a full-face helmet that looked like a dragon's head, so Glenn couldn't see any details. Dragoon armor, naturally. Nothing else has those spikes. And it's blood red, Joanne added teasingly. Like dragoon armor. She also carries a spear. Glenn remained fascinated by the advance, so I'm guessing dragoon for class as well. That was one of 2 evolved classes a skirmisher could choose when they hit 20. Why aren't you guessing piercer? Both use spears, in case you forgot. She'll be wanting to use the spikes in that armor as efficiently as possible. It was the only thing that made sense. She can't do that without wind skills. With a well-timed updraft, she can shred anyone she streaks into, or use a downwind to smash them against herself. We'll say level 30 to 35 as well. If she was higher than that, she'd have already moved on to Chimera Mail. Log that too, Joanna said. Next. Glenn moved to the 3rd approaching blazer, a tall, powerful-looking man with umber skin and dark hair streaked with gray. He wore silver robes embossed with glowing purple runes. Those fell to his ankles and glowed silver in the light. They covered everything from his neckline to his ankles. Glenn focused on his guess. Too many possibilities for the caster right now to guess his class from his robes of divinity, but I'm not giving up. I'll come back to him. He moved on to the last person wearing a blazer tabard, a pale-skinned woman about Joanne's height and build. She had shoulder-length blonde hair and visible and toned muscles. She was also quite beautiful, but Glenn had seen beautiful adventurers before. He was more interested in her gear. She wore armor similar to shadow leather, but with a knee-length skirt instead of pants. Her armor was green and looked to be made of wet scales, though he knew that to be simply the artistry of a tailor. Sharpshooter, Glenn said without question. It was an easy one given her rare green armor. Don't even need to see the bow when she's wearing armor that rare. Rangers, like the class his mother had hoped to take, could choose sharpshooter or arrowcaster at level 20, but Glenn doubted the woman would take the time to gather the rare materials to get color-shifting armor crafted if she could simply rely on illusion skills, like an arrowcaster. Still need the armor, Joanne reminded him. Don't make me guess. Chameleon leather, Glenn said confidently. Horribly expensive, but perfect for matching the pattern of anything you press yourself against. Great for ambushes. And those shoes with the wingtips on the ankles? Windwalkers. This woman could probably flip herself over the town walls. Imagine the skirt is drafty, though, Joanne said. Level? Glenn squinted. They were coming closer by the moment, so he'd have to decide quickly if he wanted to get all his guesses in before the blazers were close enough to hear them talking. She's in the back, like she's not sure she belongs here, and her posture is off. Glenn gave the woman a closer look. She looks nervous. She's also hanging real close to the blockader when she should be ranging out, especially with all the high-level gear she's wearing. Almost feels like she's not used to it. It's so sexy how you read body language, Joanne murmured. Glenn ignored her. She was just trying to throw him off his game. I might be risking a table dance here, but I'm going with late 20s, 20 to 25, just high enough to wear that gear. I'd bet they gave her rare gear because they're worried she'll need it due to coming in so low. Isn't that a little low to deal with whatever's in the mine? Glenn shook his head. Level 40 adventurers are rare and far between. I'm guessing they sent out phantom correspondence to every blazer available, but only those closest to Wolfpine could get here in a reasonable amount of time. Landers is a big kingdom, and I'd bet they all set out separately from wherever they were and met up on the road. So it's possible they'd make do with a mid-20. Fine, Joanne said. So back to the man on the robes. Still haven't guessed him. 30 minimum, and a spiritualist. Having now evaluated the other 3 members of the Blazer party, Glenn felt confident in designating the 4th. Blazers would never attempt to arrest a high-level deathcaster without someone who could heal and cleanse, and they never rely on the local spiritualist to handle resurrection. A shamanist is useful when you have multiple objectives, so you could reslot in the field, but this is a dungeon dive. Shamanists can't resurrect. Devil spit. Joanne sounded impressed. I can't say for certain how close you are, but I also can't see how you've called anything wrong. I might be out of a lot of crescents tonight. Glenn glanced at her. If it helps, I'll still dance on your table. Joanne laughed. I knew there was a reason I liked you, Redwood. Always generous in victory. She took a step back to stand by the gates. They'll be here soon. Try and look professional. He and Joanne both stood in silence, at attention, for about the minute it took the Blazers and the single shadower they escorted to reach the town gates. These were high-level adventurers, people who'd fought and destroyed monsters and demons Glenn couldn't even imagine, and they were Blazers beside, the best of the best. Glenn had half fantasized that Becca would be with them, perhaps to act as a local guide to this high-level group, but he was glad she wasn't. If something went wrong in the mine, like it went wrong when those 8 adventurers died in the Madlands and that servant of Raedlin unleashed the plague that drifted into Gracia, Glenn wanted Becca as far away from their home province as possible. He just prayed Becca hadn't heard about the return of the mist. She would likely head home on her own, with or without Blazer permission. The tall, muscular blockader in the midnight mail arrived first. She stopped once she was close enough to speak. As she raised her right arm in an L shape and made a fist, her party all stopped. She was definitely their leader, and this close, Glenn knew she could even pummel a town guard, at least a town guard that was still his level. Glenn doubted this woman could defeat Logain or Chelsea in a duel, but she looked like she could defeat just about anyone else. Instead of speaking to them through her helmet, the woman removed it. That was a surprisingly respectful gesture. She had tan skin and looked to be in her early 40s, with piercing blue eyes, boyishly short gray hair, and a long scar along one cheek. Town guard? The woman addressed Joanne first, speaking in a loud, authoritative tone that immediately made Glenn stand up straighter. We're here to deal with the Plague Master, holed up in Crackpaw Mine. I don't plan to dawdle, but we'll need a town guard to open the builder's lock on the mine once we get there. That's you. Joanne inclined her head. I'm more than happy to assist, but you'll need to get the mayor to make the quest before I can leave town with you. If you follow the road straight into the town square, his residence is to the north of it. Understood. The woman tucked her helmet into the unfilled bag at her waist, and Glenn marveled as the large piece of armor shrunk before vanishing. Move out! The 4 adventurers strode past the town guards of Wolf Pine as if they no longer mattered, which to high-level adventurers, town guards rarely did. Still, Glenn didn't resent being passed over. These people had come all the way out here to face a terrifying threat and save a town they likely knew very little about. Adventurers were heroes, and Blazers were legendary heroes. Despite their escort, the shadower somehow slipped away from the others. He gazed appreciatively at Joanne and whistled. I'd forgotten just how hot you town guards are. Glenn couldn't help but snort inside his helmet. Was this idiot seriously hitting on Joanne in full armor? Glenn had to respect his bravery, if nothing else. Joanne pivoted on the shadower. Can I help you with something, citizen? You can help me by telling me where I can find an old friend, the shadower said. You see, I'm Silverblaze. The leader of the Blazers bellowed so loudly it almost made Glenn wince. Get your slinky ass back here before I ask Fiona to toss it again. The shadower, Silverblaze, sighed and shook his head. Maybe next time, beautiful. He glanced Glenn's way. Town guard? The shadower then hurried off to join the Blazers without a glance back. Despite Kaya's charge, Glenn couldn't help but stare after him. He couldn't stop wondering. The way the man walked was oddly familiar. His posture and general bearing matched good memories from Glenn's younger days, yet it had to be his imagination, didn't it? Joanne chuckled at his side. And you told me you preferred women. Glenn turned back to the gates and blushed furiously inside his full-face helmet. Oh, no, I wasn't checking him out. I was checking him out, Joanne said hungrily. Especially in those particular leather pants. An ass like that could use a little spanking. She said Silverblaze, right? Glenn asked. Not Silverstone. Joanne tilted her head. Wait, you mean like... She glanced back into town as well. Get out of town. There's no way that was Zach. You knew Zach? Glenn asked hopefully. Joanne huffed. Gods, Redwood. Every unmarried woman in town knew Zach. I'm still annoyed he skated out of here before he became an adult. Her voice grew soft and just a bit husky. "The things I would have done with that boy." Glenn didn't know whether to laugh or shake his head. What in the six hells would Zack Silverstone be doing with a full party of blazers? And why in all of Luxtera would they be escorting him? "Local guide?" Joanna suggested. Like Glenn had thought maybe Becca would be. He considered. Maybe. "And incognito," Joanne added. "Hence the mask and cowl, and the play on his surname. Maybe Zack is worried about everyone asking him what he's been up to, or he wants to pull off that mask and cowl at the victory party. Reveal himself to the whole town as a conquering hero." Glenn nodded hopefully. "God, that sounds exactly like what Zack would do." The thought of seeing his old friend again felt good. Yet could the man in that armor and that mask really be Zack Silverstone? They'd leveled together for years as common age, yet Zack had left Gracia to level with Anna Bronzelight shortly after Glenn turned 17, off to Evelyn to find his fate. Glenn still considered them close friends, and he hoped Zack did too. Yet if that was Zack, and he was here, where was Anna? Glenn felt a brief and unexpected worry for her. Wherever Anna Bronzelight was now, he hoped she was all right. 19. An Ocean Voyage. Becca. As Becca gripped the wooden railing on the Happy Traveler hard enough to whiten her knuckles, the relief she'd experienced when she once again vomited the all but empty contents of her stomach over the side abated faster than she'd hoped. She once again leaned dangerously over the edge. She already felt like she needed to retch again, but there was simply nothing to throw up. What more did the gods expect of her? She literally had nothing left. It had been over an hour since they sailed out of the relatively smooth waters in Lake Brooks Harbor on the choppy, rolling waves of the open sea between Landers and Aquarine. Before she left, Becca had thrown back a few drinks with Ashley, Owen, Brian, and Kate to celebrate Ashley's complete lack of charges for her part in their escape attempt. She hated the necessity of tacking on another few months before she could see Glenn again, but she knew he'd understand. While Becca had merely felt queasy once they gained a distance from the docks, that feeling had grown into this after 30 minutes on a slick wooden surface that wouldn't stop shifting, rolling, and lurching about like a drunken brutalist. Boats really were the worst. Becca would absolutely never travel the seas by boat again, except to return to Lake Brook when she completed her mission. Seasickness, Becca had decided, was about the worst possible illness one could acquire in Luxtera. Worse than the grass sprite poison that afflicted her the night she and Glenn rescued Azalea Whitetalon. Worse than the cliff spider poison that burned through her body after one of the cursed monsters leapt on her back while Glenn and Zack were occupied with 6 more of them. Worse than all sensations she'd ever experienced, save one. The only sensation Becca felt rivaled seasickness for sheer, endless discomfort was the tingle and burn of the plague that swept through Gracia 10 years ago. She scarcely remembered surviving when it rolled over Wolfpine. That plague took her mother. It took Zack's father. And it now, she knew thanks to the missive from Wolfpine, swirled once more in the depths of Crackpaw Mine. It could take her father and Glenn. The messenger had come to the Blazers Guild shortly after Aidan Goodfellow, the guildmaster, received phantom correspondence from Mayor Coleman in Lakebrook. A green mist now filled Crackpaw Mine when controlled by a plague master. Even a plague master at the divine level cap couldn't create that much plague out of nothing, so it didn't take a genius to figure out that something else had unleashed that plague on Gracia, or rather, that calamity. Only the gods were so powerful and cruel. Gracia, they all knew from the books Marion had retrieved from the Argencall archive, was the one place the class crystal was likely to spawn. They also knew the crystal was to spawn within the week, and the message from Gracia about the mysterious plague seemed too perfectly timed to be coincidence. It was a clear threat from the gods. Accept our new charge or watch Wolfpine choke. Even if Becca hadn't been busy puking her guts over the side of the Happy Traveler's railing, her worry for Glenn and everyone else in Wolfpine might have caused her similar troubles. If Zack didn't successfully reach that class crystal and become a soul seer, it was possible the gods would unleash the plague across Gracia once more. Still, at least Zack had a full party of high-level blazers, led by no less than Captain Hawkshadow, a level 37 blockader, to protect him until he left the zone. Glenn was trapped in Gracia. All the man she loved had to protect him if the plague broke loose was his god armor and his impressive vitality. The former would do nothing against plague, while the latter might keep him safe. There was no guarantee. Mayor Coleman's missive, forwarded by Hal Redwood via phantom correspondence, suggested this new plague was even more virulent than the last. Her father stood in the path of the plague as well because he refused to leave Wolfpine, even though he was more than high enough level to do so. Carl Coldbreaker could die in agony and be burned before Becca returned from Aquarine. Becca didn't know her father remained there for certain, of course. All she knew for certain was a plague master had taken over the Crackpaw mine and Coleman had requested to deal with them. Even so, Becca was certain her father wouldn't leave. Carl Coldbreaker was bound to Wolfpine by the single grave he tended in the small but lovely garden at the back of their house. He'd been bound to that grave 10 years ago. The two of them had spread Anna Coldbreaker's ashes in her herb garden together, and so far as her father was concerned, every plant that now grew behind their house was Anna's legacy. Carl would not willingly leave that garden untended until he died, and while her father had survived the plague that arrived in Wolfpine 10 years ago, he had also been 10 years younger and hardier than he was now. Becca had never forgotten the coughing fits Carl suffered for years after the plague cleared. Some nights, as he hacked away below her attic room, she'd worried he might die. Yet at the moment, all Becca could do was focus on her own problems, her own stomach and the acid churning inside it. It would be a week-long journey across the sea to Aquarine, even if the winds were good. 1 week of this was more than she could stomach, literally. What felt like a hand settled gently on her shoulder. Becca. Even over the constant frothing churning of the rolling sea, Becca recognized Anna Bronzelight's soft voice. She spat once more and straightened so she was looking to the horizon instead of at the roiling sea. Leo had assured her that fixing her eyes on the horizon would help with her bouts of nausea, but so far she had no reason to believe him. I have something that may help, Anna said. It's an old remedy my mother was fond of. I kept some with me for ocean voyages like this, and I think you need it far more than me. Becca irked again. I'm fine, she rasped. You most obviously are not. While Anna sounded a bit amused, there was worry in her tone as well. I'm having no problems. I'm weathering the voyage much better this time, perhaps because I've done it before. So please, try this potion. It helped me with this very same problem during my voyage across the sea 2 years ago with Alan, and it can help you. Alan Starshine. Becca wiped her mouth on the already filthy sleeve of her soaked blue cotton dress. How's he doing anyway? It had been years since she'd heard any news about the young brutalist who'd come to Wolfpine 2 years ago to protect Anna. He's married and happy as a water sprite in a pond, Anna said fondly. Before we left Aquarine, I learned Olivia and Alan received a notification from the Church of Celis that the request for a child had been approved. While it's rare for the church to approve a child for a family including an adventurer, I think they still felt a bit guilty about their part in the unpleasantness 2 years ago. Becca breathed as deeply as she could. I doubt they feel guilty. Or the church is still so embarrassed by their part in that debacle, they didn't want to risk me making a stink, Anna added. Anyway, since Olivia is now a well-established tinker in Frostford, they qualified. Honestly, I think there's more chance Olivia will bring that child to harm than Alan. Becca turned to Anna, intrigued despite her churning stomach. However would she do that? The woman's a tinker, Becca. The only time she's not cobbling together some incredibly dangerous contraption is when she's about to blow something up. Becca laughed, but the laughter only hurt her guts. Gods, that's bad. Anna held out the small vial clutched in her hand. Drink this. I don't care how bad it tastes. It can't be worse than what you're experiencing now. It should help with the seasickness in a matter of minutes, and after that, you'll feel a bit drowsy, but you won't feel all this. Becca snatched the potion from Anna's waiting hand. You've convinced me. She uncapped the vial and brought it to her lips, then chugged. The potion was foul, but it really was a tiny vial. Drinking it fast was the only way Becca could ensure she didn't immediately throw it back up. She swallowed, blinked back the unwelcome tears that came with trying not to immediately vomit again, and breathed deep. Again. Let's sit. Anna said. Sit and focus on me, all right? That may work better than the horizon. Becca gripped Anna's hands tightly in hers. Anything's better. She let Anna help her into a sit on the rolling deck of the Happy Traveler, using the other woman to maintain her balance. Anna gripped her hands firmly and ensured she settled easily, despite the fact that her vision continued to swim in time with the choppy seas. Let's talk while we wait for the potion to take effect, Anna said. I'll distract you, or you can distract me. Which would you like? Tell me what it's like to be a soul seer. Becca focused on breathing without throwing up. Are you looking at my status sheet right now? I am not, Anna said, though I could at any time, if I wished to. Do it then. What's my vitality? Anna focused on her. 9. As impressive as Becca had hoped. And my slotted skills? Shadow Blast, Charm, and Masquerade. That's so dirty, Becca said, and irked again. Fortunately, nothing came up. Anna smirked. Zack was always jealous of my new skills, but he was completely honest about that, and even complimentary. He said he'd give his right arm for an ability like Soul Scan, but I know of the skill he would truly give up a limb to possess. Becca knew immediately what Anna was talking about, and despite the fact that she still felt ill enough to throw up again, she laughed. Oh, gods! Soul Scout? I think there's a good chance that once Zack becomes a Soul Seer, the open blouse will quickly become as haunted as everyone says it is. He'd be popping out of his body to spy on naked women every chance he got. Becca shook with mirth. You're not going to let him do that, right? Spying on someone's status sheet without their consent is risque enough, but the last thing we need is Zack Silverstone's disembodied soul poking its head into entertainer dressing rooms. If I ever catch him doing that, he'll return to his body to find it floating in the sea, Anna promised, which is exactly what I said to him before he left to travel to Gracia. Did you deliver that ultimatum before or after you told him you loved him? Anna's eyes widened before she relaxed and smiled. After. Please tell me he's told you the same at least once? He adores me. Anna's eyes sparkled with amusement. He covets my touch. He would stride right into the 6 hell simply to plant a kiss on my delicious lips. All this and more. He's really never said he loves you? Anna sighed. He doesn't have to. It's as obvious as the nose on his face. I let him think he's kept it a secret so he can maintain his endlessly philandering image. That's very kind of you. Becca realized she was already feeling slightly less ill. What is in this potion? I think it might actually be working. It doesn't have a name, just ingredients my mother put together for me. I had an alchemist I know in Frostford mix it before we set out to Lakebrook, since I knew I might need it. Fortunately, we had calm seas over the majority of our journey, so I did not. Fortunate for me. Becca breathed a bit easier now. Anna, I could kiss you. That's sweet, Anna said. But you probably taste like vomit, so no. Becca laughed and wiped at her wet cheeks. Your caution is warranted. So distract me, Becca. Tell me an interesting anecdote from your childhood, something about you or Zack or Glenn. How'd you end up with Glenn anyway? Zack said something about creamed corn, but he would never give me the full story. I think he kept it secret simply to annoy me. Oh, the vat. Becca breathed deep. Sure, I can tell you about that. Though before I do so, I need you to understand just how dense a man Glenn Redwood can be. Dense, as in because of all those muscles he has? Dense in the head, Becca said, regarding women. It worked in my favor in one case with one particularly flirtatious competitor, but anyway, trust me when I say when Glenn was common age, a woman could tear her clothes off in front of him and he'd simply fetch her a pail of water. Of water. Because she was obviously overheated and he wanted to help, Becca said. What I'm saying here, Anna, is that I had to be extremely forward to even have the slightest chance of ensuring Glenn understood I intended him to become mine. I need that established before I tell you how I ensnared him, because otherwise you may think I'm insane. Oh my, Anna's smile grew. This is a tale I simply can't wait to hear. And it does, of course, start with me stripping off most of my clothes. Anna laughed and leaned back on the rolling deck. How did you even manage that without violating the laws of Levos? Ah, but that was the tricky part. Becca found she now felt well enough to lean forward without throwing up. In that particular case, those stupid laws actually worked in my favor. Though she was cautious to maintain awareness of her stomach and nausea, Becca found her story easier to tell with each moment that passed. So the first problem, of course, was how to get my clothes off. I had to do that in the privacy of the woods, with no gaze laid upon me. I retained my small clothes, of course. I intended to ensnare Glenn, not accidentally kill him. Anna snickered. I thought Zach's eyes might pop out of his head the first time I slipped my dress off in front of him, and after he said he'd done all of it before. So you understand, Becca agreed. I had to wait for the right opportunity, which came during the festival of Isden, when Glenn and I were both 15 years old. I've always enjoyed those festivals. Anna now referred to a regular festival of crafting, cooking, and merrymaking that occurred in one of several rotating zones every year. So that explains where the creamed corn came from. It doesn't explain how it allowed you to ensnare Glenn. Oh, but I'm getting there. So first I stripped down in the forest outside the town walls and outside the border of the festival. I used my knife to tear my clothes as if they'd been savaged by a gloam wolf's fangs. I fled gloam wolves, you see, who ambushed me in the woods outside the festival. Did you really get ambushed? Anna now sounded a bit concerned. And even if you did not, how did you know you would not? Adventurers and town guards had cleared out every monster for a town in all directions. Becca noted that her churning stomach now merely roiled. No monsters in evidence, so I felt safe. The other element was knowing where to find Glenn. Being Glenn, he was first to volunteer to staff a booth during the festival, even though that meant he couldn't have fun himself. A snack booth. Anna's face lit up. One that sold creamed corn? It had all sorts of creamy things. So anyway, I scouted the day before and made my plans. I stripped off my clothes in the woods and tore them up with my knife to make it look like gloam wolves savaged them. And then, once I knew Glenn was midway through his shift serving creamed specialties to the adventurers and townsfolk of Lakebrook, I fled. Into the festival. You fled naked into the festival of Isden. In my small clothes, Anna. Let's not exaggerate here. I'm not that lascivious. Anna laughed merrily. Oh, gods, Becca, how did that even work? Didn't Levos blinded every adult I ran by for at least 10 seconds? Becca agreed merrily. It was absolutely unacceptable for any common-age, trial-age, or adult mortal to see a common-age girl sprinting through the festival of Isden in nothing but her small clothes, so Levos blinded everyone I ran past for at least 10 seconds. Therefore, despite the fact that gloam wolves stole my clothes, I reached Glenn's food stall with my modesty intact. But Glenn was still common age. He couldn't see you either, so how would that work? After yelling about gloam wolves chasing me, I yelped and dived into the vat of creamed corn. You're teasing me, Anna managed. This can't be the real story. Stay with me, Becca said. So yes, in I dove, making sure to cry out quite plaintively before I did so. I tripped, you see, because I was so frightened of the gloam wolves. So when crouching in that vat, I'm buried in cream corn up to my neck. That means Glenn can see me without Levos having a peek. Then I cry out, help me, someone, I can't swim. Anna was shaking with laughter now. She looked like she could barely breathe. Despite knowing she might have dangerously unbalanced her, Becca was bound to continue her story. So Glenn doesn't even think about it, Becca continued. In he jumps, boots and all. He doesn't think about the fact that the vat is waist deep. Anna could only manage to speak a few words without laughing. I can't swim, Becca assured her. He has to help me. So in he jumps, my hero, to save me from drowning in a vat of creamed corn. Naturally, he slips the moment he drops in. With help, Anna chortled. Oh, gods, you absolute genius. No intent involved. Becca thought back on the loophole she'd barely understood at the time. It couldn't have worked out better if I'd aimed, which I couldn't. Becca patted her chest just below her collarbone. He landed nose deep in both of these. How long before Levos pushed you apart? Oh, we had enough time to get creamed corn up his nose. Between Glenn's first faceful of boobs and all the slippery grappling that happened afterward as he tried to pull me out and I somehow kept losing my balance. There was absolutely no chance he could escape. Anna grinned wide. Not that he complained. He's never once complained. Becca took her first clear, unnauseated breath since she'd started vomiting over the side of the Happy Traveler. And he's never strayed, no matter how much I keep assuring him he could do so, which is ridiculous. Gods, Anna, thank you for that vial and this, whatever this was. I think I might actually survive the journey. Anna barely suppressed another giggle. You truly are the preceptor of plots. I have my moments. Anna leaned forward and squeezed Becca's hand. We have to believe they'll be all right. Zack and Glenn and everyone in Wolfpine. They were all so kind to me. Becca gripped Anna's hand tightly. Zack will stop the plague. Believing anything else is too much. So, we'll pray for them. I've found praying in general doesn't do a lick of good. But I know Zack, I know Glenn, and while I don't know Svara very well, she's one of the best blazers I've ever leveled alongside. With Marion and the others at her side, I trust Svara to get Zack back to you. Assuming she doesn't shoot him after he tries to sneak a look at her while she's changing out of that chameleon armor. Assuming that, Becca agreed. 20. A day trip. Glenn. It was less than 30 minutes before the four blazers and their shadower, who might or might not be Zack Silverstone in disguise, returned to the front gate of Wolfpine. Mayor Coleman walked with them. Glenn kept his eyes firmly forward. As much as he wanted to get another look at the shadower in the skull mask to decide if the man really was his old friend Zack, the mayor was here. It was always best to look completely professional in front of the mayor. Mayor Coleman had come to order Joanne out to the mine so she could unseal the doors for the party of blazers. Glenn worried about Joanne, of course, but she'd been a town guard longer than he was. She could absolutely handle herself. Glenn didn't feel guilty about being glad he wasn't going out to that mine again. He couldn't stop hearing the casual, almost friendly voice of a man inside those doors who apparently controlled a plague. Given the choice, he really didn't want to town guard Redwood. Mayor Coleman said calmly. You will accompany Blazer Captain Marion Hawkshadow and her party to the Crackpaw mine and unseal the doors so they, along with their guest, may enter the mine and deal with the Deathcaster hiding inside. Plague Master. Marion, the muscular blockader in the Midnight Mail, corrected. She still wore no helmet, though Glenn suspected she'd put it back on soon. Glenn could close his mouth inside his helmet. He was going out to the mine again? Coleman waved tiredly. Yes, of course, Plague Master. Glenn realized now that Plague Master must be one of the two classes a Deathcaster evolved into past level 20. That was one aspect of adventurer lore he hadn't known, since information about Deathcasters and books detailing their skills and leveling paths were forbidden. Everything he did know about Deathcasters he'd learned from reading accounts of fights against them by others. Joanne spoke before Glenn could. Forgive me, Mayor Coleman, but I was given the impression I'd be escorting the blazers out to the mine. My fault, Marion said calmly. I spoke to you first, but our guest and guide, Mr. Silverblaze, assured me that Town Guard Redwood would be the best candidate to open up Crackpaw Mine for us. Unless, Town Guard Redwood, you do not feel up to the task. Mayor Coleman was practically drilling holes through Glenn's armor with his eyes. Glenn took a step forward. I'll take you out to the mine. I was the one to confirm the presence of the mist, after all, so it makes sense for me to go back out there. Indeed it does, Mayor Coleman said, which is why I ordered you to do it. He sighed and glanced at Marion. Is there anything else you need from me, Captain Hawkshadow? Marion pulled her midnight black helmet out of her unfilled bag and donned it once more. That hid her face and hair behind a spiky black helmet that drank the light. Only the sliver of emerald green where her eyes would be broke up its dark and menacing lines. She turned that menacing emerald slit on the mayor and waved one armored hand dismissively. We're done now. You can return to your mansion. Coleman hesitated a tick. He obviously wasn't pleased Marion had just given him permission to leave, yet she was at least a level 35 blockader. Coleman was a level 16 politician. He incrementally bowed at the waist, grudgingly, before spinning and walking off in a bit of a huff. That old horse's ass hasn't changed one bit, the Shadower said wistfully. I've missed him. Even Kaya's possible wrath couldn't keep Glenn quiet. Zack? Zack turned on Glenn and tilted his cowled head. And I work so hard in my disguise. On the other side of the gate, Glenn caught just the tiniest intake of breath from Joanne. Marion spoke then, voice somewhat muffled by her full face helmet. We're going now. I know where the mine is, Redwood, so you don't need to lead us there. Oh, Glenn said. He thought that would be exactly what he was doing. I'd like you to walk with Mr. Silverblaze until we arrive at the mine entry. We will be escorting you today, and I expect you to behave appropriately. I understand you normally escort others, but this Plague Master has changed the rules. Not to mention Captain Hawkshadow and her party were far more powerful than a level 11 town guard. Glenn didn't argue. She was absolutely right. Marion made a circling motion with one raised arm before she marched off. The big Titan shield strapped across her back glowed brown, confirming it was enchanted with Earthwall. The vortex mace dangling off her belt crackled with dark energy that distorted its head and haft. Glenn moved after her, and noted that the faceless dragoon in red-spiked armor took up a position to his and Zack's east, where the big muscular spiritualist flanked them to the west. Glenn didn't glance back at the sharpshooter. That might give her the impression he was ogling her unprofessionally, given the cut of her skirt and how tight her chameleon leather hugged her body, but he heard her quiet footfalls behind him. Glenn could only contain his questions until they were beyond Wolf Pine's walls and walking, just as he had done 4 days ago, toward the Deep Scorn Woods. Not Crackpaw Mine. Marion was skirting the mud swallows like a local would, despite being not at all local. So either Zack had already told Marion the best route to the mine, or she'd grown up in Gracia long ago. Zack? Glenn asked quietly. What in the 6 hells? Zack pulled back his cowl at last. That's an odd way to say you've missed me. He also removed his mask, which got him a stern glance from the female dragoon. Zack's dark skin, merry eyes, and short black hair hadn't changed, but he did have a golden earring now. Zack stuck his tongue out at the woman in spiked red armor. Don't stare. I know I'm gorgeous, Fiona, but it's rude. The dragoon chuckled. I was going to tell you not to reveal your identity to anyone who might be watching us, but that would require a lick of common sense. We can trust the town guards to keep their mouths shut, Zack said dismissively. Besides, it's not like they can leave town to spread rumors. This is probably the last time I'm going to see Wolfpine for 30 years. The least you can do is let me enjoy the breeze. Glenn mentally boggled at Zack's statement. The last time? Was Zack going to prison? What exactly had he done to get captured by these blazers? The urge to ask all of these questions was overwhelming, but Glenn wasn't sure it was appropriate for a town guard to interrogate Zack in the middle of a group of high-level blazers. He didn't want Captain Hawkshadow telling Mayor Coleman the guard she took out of Wolfpine had behaved unprofessionally. That would mean another month cleaning privies. Even so, he was being escorted, not the other way around. Glenn was no longer required to protect these high-level adventurers from monsters. They now protected him, and he took that as permission to behave as if he was no longer on duty. He was curious enough to take that risk. What are you really doing here? Glenn asked Zack. Why are you traveling under a false name? Why are you being escorted by a bunch of high-level blazers? Why even come— Enough! Marion interrupted forcefully. Town guard, you're here to open the builder's lock on the mine so we can kill a plague master. I don't recall asking you to quiz Silver Stone about his personal life. Or was that another order from the mayor? Glenn scowled at the back of Marion's helmet. He'd pondered fighting her on this, but she was level 35, and seemed like she could get real scary if he made her mad. So he'd bide his time. He'd have plenty of time to ask Zack about all this later, about why he was here with these blazers, and why he concealed his identity. He did, however, have one more question to ask. Can I at least get your names? Glenn asked, since no one has shared those with me. The big spiritualist walking to Glenn's right spoke immediately. Jacob Coverfall. Svaradon Whisper, a soft voice said from behind him. And please don't think ill of Captain Hawkshadow for keeping us on task with a steady hand. She has to do a lot of that, since she's often training our younger blazers. And I shouldn't have to do any of it, Marion added tartly, yet she sounded a bit more mellow than she had before. But in combat, Redwood, you may address us by our first names. That's how we do it. And it'll make communication easier if you use the same names as us." She tapped herself. "Marion," she pointed to their dragoon. "Fiona," she pointed to their spiritualist. "Jacob," she jerked a finger over her shoulder. "And the woman on your tail is Svara Dawn Whisper, which is an odd name since sometimes I can never get it to be quiet." "Rude," Zack said merrily. After that, Glenn walked with Marion's party along the Deepscorn woods in silence. He didn't try to pry anything else out of Zack. Zack didn't offer, but Glenn thought there was more to his quiet than hesitance. Zack Silverstone was never quiet, unless someone was forcing him to be quiet. Had Zack stolen something he shouldn't? Had he volunteered to act as a guide in his home zone of Gracia in penance for the crimes the Blazers had charged him with? Or did this have to do with Anna Bronzelight somehow, some new threat from her nefarious brother? Glenn was still trying to figure it out when they finally came in sight of Crackpaw Mine. As before, there were no Crackpaws in sight. Every other time Glenn had been out at Common Age before the mist, their sentries had roamed freely. "6 cursed servant must have killed them all," Jacob said grimly. "That's why the Crackpaw aren't respawning. This Plague Master has all their desouled bodies locked down there in a tomb." "That's not right," Zack said. "I hate the Crackpaws, but this is too cruel even for them." Marion led them on. Glenn had no choice but to stay in the pocket created by the 4 high-level adventurers with Zack. As they approached the still-sealed mine, Glenn spotted the glowing mist still flowing behind the open windows in its doors. He held back a shudder. The Plague Master had killed and raised all the Crackpaws? That must be hundreds of them down there in the mine. What if they all swarmed out at once? Individually, Crackpaws ranged between levels 4 and 6, with the Crackpaw champions deep in the mine at level 8, and the Crackpaw chieftain, Big Cracktooth, at level 9. A dozen or even 24 Crackpaws would fall like wheat to a scythe when faced with a level 35-plus blockader, but what if they encountered 50 Crackpaws? 100? As Marion resolutely led them to the entrance, Glenn couldn't hold his tongue. Just what are we dealing with in there? Can a Plague Master control that many dead? The entirety of Crackpaw Mine? "Only raise them," Marion said grimly. 2 raised corpses per level. Their control over that many corpses is basic, and the corpses remain where they died, just like traps. If they want to make their dead puppets attack specific targets or use abilities, they're far more limited. So a Deathcaster can only directly control 2 desouled for every 10 levels? As Marion glanced at him, the sun glittered off the narrow green line where her eyes rested inside her midnight black helmet. "How did you know that?" Glenn met her helmet's gaze. "It was a guess." "Why don't you explain your guess?" Glenn fully intended to. "When I came out here to seal the mine with a raid, we were attacked by desouled corpses, a bunch of grasshawks, and 1 elite gloamwolf. Nora, a friend, counted after. 1 gloamwolf, 7 grasshawks." "Devil spit," Fiona whispered. "Nora's a friend?" Zack asked. "A female friend?" Glenn ignored him. The grasshawks attacked in a swarm, splitting their dives between me and the lifecaster behind me. 1 duelist fought them off, but that's more than just attack, right? 5 grasshawks intentionally avoided me and went for our lifecaster, and when I fought Volpor— 6 hells, Zack interrupted. "You fought Volpor and won?" He raised a hand. "Give it here." Glenn left him hanging and continued recounting the battle. Volpor tried to use Pounce, so the Plague Master must have had him under direct control. "That means this Plague Master has reached the divine level cap," Fiona said grimly. 2 desouled per 10 levels, 8 active desouled sent to the people who sealed the doors. "Not necessarily," Svara added quietly from behind them. "It could be 2 Deathcasters working together." "Or a Necromaster," Marion agreed with a nod. She looked to Glenn. "Necromaster is the other evolved Deathcaster class, and their mastery of desouled far exceeds a Plague Master. Yet also, Necromasters can't conjure and control poison mist, like—" she gestured. "All that." Glenn appreciated Marion sharing that information. It was obviously for his benefit. Being Blazers, he suspected they knew all of this already. They stopped just outside the short wooden tunnel leading to the sealed doors of Crackpaw Mine. They all stood regarding it for a moment in silence. The greenish poison mist swirling beyond the locked doors was enough to give everyone, even a high-level party of Blazers, pause. Finally, Marion glanced Glenn's way once again. You've referred to the Plague Master as male. Is that an assumption, or did you see them when you sealed the mine? Glenn's eyes widened inside his helmet. Hold up. Coleman's message didn't mention the message the man inside gave me? The message said only that a Plague Master had unleashed a plague inside your mine, and you needed immediate assistance. Is there something he left out? Glenn resisted the urge to slam his palm into his helmet. God, it's just everything. He quickly gave them a brief accounting of the entire fight to seal the mine, concluding with the words of the Deathcaster, no, Plague Master, who'd spoken beyond the door. He repeated the words the man had said, words he would never forget. Tell the Blazers to abandon the crystal, or I'll release the plague, Glenn repeated grimly. Utter silence fell across the party. Soon Jacob Coverfall turned to the sealed door and the mist beyond and scowled. So they know we're coming. Which I quite clearly told the mayor. Glenn was scarcely able to contain his frustration when I told him to include that message word for word in his phantom correspondence. Someone touched his shoulder. Glenn almost pulled in frustration before he recognized Zach's hand. His old friend looked exasperated, but not with him. Coleman's a horse's ass, Zach reminded him. He probably feared no one would come if he revealed the message you got. His cowardly actions have nothing to do with you. Does this change things? Savara asked quietly. We already knew we'd faced a plague here, but not this many desold. If we fail... We don't have a choice, Marion said grimly. We're already out of time. Fiona glanced sidelong at her. What are you talking about? There's no shame in securing the mine from the outside. Whatever he's going to do, he's stuck in there doing it behind a sealed builder's lock. We should make these fools come to us while we wait for more Blazers to arrive. Marion glanced at Glenn. Town Guard, I need you to give us some privacy. Oh man, here it comes, Zach said. The big reveal. Marion pointed at him. I don't care how well you know this man, Mr. Silverstone. If one word of our confidential quest slips past your lips, I will drop you in a cell and lose the key. What were they talking about? Why was their quest here a secret? What was this crystal that both the Plague Master in the mine and the Blazers seemed so eager to claim? Glenn expected Zach to make a rude remark or smile in protest. Instead, Zach's boisterous nature settled. When he finally looked to Glenn, he looked not sad, but regretful. I really am sorry, Zach said. But she's right. This is a Blazer quest, one that involves confidential Blazer business, not for your or anyone's ears outside the guild. And now I'm stupidly curious, Marion, Fiona said crossly. Just what have you hauled me into here? All the missive from the guild brass said was this was another dungeon crawl. Marion fixed her emerald visor on Glenn. Town Guard Redwood, I've already made a request. Do I need to give an order? Glenn wouldn't force her to order him away. He inclined his head and backed up, keeping one eye on the poison mist beyond the doors. No, Captain, but I remain at your service. So just motion me back over when you have need of me. I will certainly do that. Glenn walked away to let them talk in private. 21. A Dark Descent. When Captain Hawkshadow finally motioned Glenn over again, her party of Blazers looked even more grim than they had on arrival in town. Svara, the blonde-haired sharpshooter, stared at the ground, looking absolutely miserable. The dark eyes of Jacob, the spiritualist, stared hatefully at the mine doors, and as for Fiona, well, she still wore her helmet. Marion visibly slumped a little as Glenn approached, like a woman resigned to a task she absolutely dreaded yet knew she could not ignore. From the few words Glenn had gotten before he'd been sent away, they had no choice and were out of time. So they were going into the mine to retrieve this crystal, despite the fact that there might be multiple evolved Deathcasters waiting below. Even though the man hiding inside the mine had said he'd unleash the plague if they did that. Even Zach looked dejected, and that was a rare look for him. Glenn wanted more than anything to take his friend aside and ask him what was going on, and offer either help or comfort, but he doubted the Blazers would let Zach out of their sight. Zach was important to them, and Glenn didn't know why. He also doubted anyone planned on telling him. Once he arrived, Marion turned to him. Town Guard Redwood, after you unlock these doors, I need you to descend into the depths of Crackpaw Mine with us and unlock the ancient shrine below. We don't know where the second builder's lock is inside Crackpaw Mine, so we need you to lead us to it, and then open it for us. The ancient shrine? Glenn repeated, confused. I wasn't aware there was one. This is no time for jokes, Marion warned. Beside Glenn, Zack raised his hands. Oh, that's on me. Sorry, let me explain. Jacob glowered at Zack so hard Glenn felt it. You didn't. I actually did explore these tunnels in my youth, Zack protested. I already know where the second builder's lock is, and we did need a town guard and their keys to open both. I just wanted to talk to one old friend before I'm exiled from Wolfpine forever. Glenn glanced at his old friend. Exile? Why would Zack be exiled from anywhere? What crime could possibly be so bad that Zack would never return to Wolfpine, to his family? He knew Anna hailed from Frostford in Aquarine. Was Zack now leaving for Aquarine permanently, possibly to be with her? If they were that committed, why wasn't Anna here with him right now? God, Silverstone, Marion said. The unchanging cast of her emerald green visor looked absolutely livid as she stared. How that woman has put up with you for this long astounds me. Zack smiled at her. You make a good point. He glanced at Glenn. That woman is Anna, by the way. We're still together, in case you were wondering, just currently on separate quests. He looked to Marion. What? Glenn's met Anna before? He'd be more suspicious if I didn't say that. Jacob Coverfall sighed and rubbed his temples. Glenn stepped forward. Okay, look. I may not understand what exactly is going on here, but I do understand this plague is a threat to Wolfpine. Those are my people, and it's my responsibility to protect them. He looked to Marion. I need answers before I can help you. Marion's helmet stared him down. I seem to recall your mayor ordering you to help us. Not if it puts Wolfpine in danger, Glenn said. You heard those words as well as I. Abandon the crystal, or I'll unleash the plague. Unlike you, I've seen this particular plague before. It caused the deaths of many people I knew back when I was a boy. Zack looked away. His pain, for once, was obvious. His father died in the plague. So if this crystal, whatever it is in the mine, and the plague master inside has threatened to unleash it upon my town if you go in there, I need your very firm assurance that you will prevent him from doing just that you can prevent him from releasing this plague. He won't unleash anything, Marion said calmly. This isn't even his plague. Glenn huffed in frustration. What does that mean? I'll tell you this, and may all the gods strike me down if I'm lying. The man in that mine is either bluffing or an idiot. He has at best limited control over the plague you see before you, which means his words mean nothing. If we don't get to the bottom of this mine and complete our quest, this plague will roll across Gracia and over Wolfpine. We finish our quest, or the plague chokes Wolfpine. Glenn measured the sincerity in her words. She, too, was obviously frustrated, but he also sensed no deception. Marion Hawkshadow was stubborn, but many were, and she was a blazer, a high-level blazer. She'd sworn to protect others in front of at least 10 gods. Thank you, Glenn said. I'm sorry for questioning you in such a way, but Wolfpine is my home. I had to be sure that going into this mine wouldn't put everyone in danger. From what you've just told me, it sounds like the only way this plague will be unleashed across Gracia is if I don't help you. It is. Marion tilted her head. So, you'll travel into Crackpaw Mine with us to locate the entry to the ancient shrine, then unlock it for us. I will. But I'd also like to understand, at least in the simplest, least confidential terms, why we need to do this now instead of waiting for Blazer reinforcements, and what this Plague Master plans to do down in this ancient shrine. I'm local, so I may have insight that can help you. And if I refuse to tell you anything? Marion challenged. After a moment of staring at her emerald visor, Glenn sighed. Then I'll still go. If there's 2 things I know about Blazers, it's that you'd never ask me to take a risk like this unless it was necessary to protect people from harm, and that you'd never lie to me in a way that might risk everyone in Wolfpine. He looked past Marion at the green mist, and then met her gaze once more. So if that's how it is, then let's get on with it. Let's go open the lock on this ancient shrine. Marion's posture changed subtly. Jenny wasn't exaggerating in her report. You read that? I read them all, Marion said. Glenn gave her a moment. And you remembered it? Jenny assured us you are Blazers Guild material, Marion said calmly. She even said you would be one of our finest recruitment candidates, but not because of your choice of class or your skills in battle. She said it was your character she most respected, and I'm starting to see why. We were all disappointed when you were chosen as town guard, though I suspect Wolfpine benefited. He's the best, Zack agreed with a proud smile. You see why I wanted to bring him along? Jacob rounded on him and pointed. Not one more word out of you, boy. Zack backed a step and raised his hands. Right? Fair? So, Marion said, we going? How can one plague master cover the entirety of Gracia? Glenn asked before he could stop himself. Even the worst rumors never suggested they had that much power. That is also covered under Blazer confidentiality, Marion said. Glenn let that slide. So who built this ancient shrine below Crackpaw Mine and then sealed it behind a builder's lock? Is that confidential? No, because no one knows who built it. I can tell you it wasn't dug out by your ancestors, and it's far older than 200 years. I suspect your ancestors didn't even know it was down there until they broke into an existing structure of tunnels while digging out Crackpaw Mine. They likely considered finding ready-made tunnels a blessing by the gods. So Glenn's ancestors had somehow broken into an existing set of tunnels while digging out Groundswell Mine, the former name for Crackpaw Mine. They'd found old tunnels in the mountain and explored them. That was not written in the histories, but excluded. Then why? Is the history about the Crackpaw invasion even true? Glenn asked. Marion just stared at him. It isn't, Glenn said quietly. So what you're telling me is that 200 years ago, my ancestors broke into this ancient shrine, which they thought was just another set of tunnels, while digging out what we then called Groundswell Mine. I imagine while they were initially excited, they found something down there they weren't supposed to find, something they reported to our mayor, like the entry to the ancient shrine you need me to unlock with my town guard keys. Still Marion said nothing. And then our mayor called the Blazers in, Glenn continued as the story came together in his head, which is how you know about that shrine. It's in your histories. The whole Crackpaw invasion was a cover story provided to explain why the miners abandoned the mine and left it fallow all these years. Gods, did you? Glenn considered. Did you lead the Crackpaws here? Were they placed to keep people from poking around too deep inside the mine? Fiona whistled from behind her helmet. 6 hells. Marion glared at Fiona through her emerald visor. Fiona regretfully bowed her helmet. Seeing that reaction from them both made Glenn all the more certain he was moving along the right track. At least he didn't feel like an idiot. Posting Blazers to guard this place would get everyone curious, Glenn continued. Those would attract attention in a starter zone, but another tribe of crackpaws taking over another low-level mine would be ignored by everyone. It was also our guards, at the behest of you Blazers, who sealed this ancient shrine with the builder's lock, which is why you need me to unlock it and also why I can. You're certain you've never heard any of this before, Marion said. No one told you. No one told me, Glenn agreed. But it makes sense. Gods, it made perfect sense. Yet how do you know the Plague Master is even capable of doing what he says? Claiming he can coat all of Gracia in plague unless you stop him is ludicrous. You'd never just believe that, and he'd have no reason to claim he could do that. Unless... Glenn trailed off. He gasped, and then, trembling, he spoke again. 10 years ago, a poison mist rolled over the cliffs from the Madlands and swept across Gracia. Yet the gods long ago declared the cliffs bordering zones allow no passage. So the official story about adventurers failing an epic quest in the Madlands was a lie. Gods, this man, Jacob said softly. That plague 10 years ago didn't come from the Madlands. Glenn scarcely dared to believe it. It poured out from inside this mine and rolled across our zone. And now, 10 years after whoever did that did whatever they did down there, they plan to do it again. Glenn glanced in the direction of Wolfpine, visualizing the walls he couldn't see, the people, Tanya and Hal Redwood, Carl Coldbreaker, Logain and Seth, and Martin and Scott, and Joanne and Linda, old Richard Deepscar, Kane and Lisa, Randy, Ethan, and all the other common-age children. All of them were soon to be overrun by the green mist plague he'd breathed when he fought a dead Volpor to steal this mine. All of them might die when that happened because this plague seemed even more virulent than the last. The only people who could stop it needed his keys. Glenn turned back to the mine. So like you said, we don't have a choice, and we're out of time. Even if we are walking into an ambush, we have to go down there and stop him. Marion watched him for a moment. Let's suppose, for a moment, any of what you've surmised is correct. If that were the case, hypothetically, what can you actually do about it? Mayor Coleman ordered me to unseal this mine for you, Glenn said evenly. As to your mysterious crystal and whatever it has to do with your confidential quest, I don't care about that. I have no interest in it. But I can't leave Crackpaw Mine until I'm certain Wolfpine is safe. Jacob ruefully shook his head. Did Jenny mention anything about the boy being a seer? Not a seer, Glenn said calmly. Just someone who reads a lot of books. An obscene number, really, Zach added cheerily. Glenn looked at Zach, then at the Blazers. By the way, what exactly did Zach tell you about me? Why did you decide to bring me along? He said you'd explored the Crackpaw mines in your youth, Marion said, that you knew where all the secrets were. That's why I brought you instead of the other guard. Glenn elbowed Zach hard enough that his old friend doubled over. Zach backed up and waved his hand in surrender. Okay, that time I honestly was ready. I just let you get one in because I deserved it. He coughed. But I do know the mine, thank you, because I explored it in my youth. Glenn gripped Zach's shoulder and helped him stand. You've always been an idiot. He looked to the others. So, shall we go save Wolfpine? Marion nodded grimly. Let's. She stepped aside and glanced at Jacob. You're up. Jacob walked confidently past Marion toward the doors to the mine and the green mist swirling beyond. He paused before the doors and began casting. Marion looked again to Glenn. Jacob is going to create an aura bubble that will push back that mist. It's sizable, 25 paces in all directions, but if Jacob goes down, we lose our bubble and our protection. Marion seemed to trust him now. That was progress. Glenn considered why she'd tell him this. We shield Jacob at all costs, Glenn agreed. If you'll take the front, Captain, I can guard the party from behind, in case any desouled crackpaw gets past you or we have to pass by an open tunnel. I may be only level 11, but I have over 30 strength and vitality while holding my shield. In a confined space, I can slow down any attackers long enough for your sharpshooter to deal with them. And I'll be up with you, Miss Hawkshadow, Zach said. I can direct you to the builder's lock. Ahead of them, Jacob spread his hands. Done. Glenn felt a warm breeze brush past him before moving beyond. All the poison mist beyond the tunnel fled like shadow in the light of sun. So long as everyone stayed within 25 paces of Jacob Coverfall and his aura bubble, no one would be breathing poison gas. If Jacob fell to a horde of 100 desouled crackpaws, they were all dead soon anyway. Mary nodded respectfully. We're agreed. Silverstone, if you're lying about knowing where the lock is, I'm tossing you into the poison. Redwood, I'll trust you to guard the rear. She stepped to the wall. Now open the mine, and let's get this done. Glenn pulled his keyring off his belt and walked to the doors. He moved through keys until he found the ancient gleaming copper key that unlocked the now sealed builder's lock he'd almost died trying to seal. It clicked open without issue. As Glenn pulled the doors open on air free of poison gas and backed up, he half expected Volpor to come loping out again. Fortunately, the old dead wolf was nowhere to be seen. Glenn stepped to the side of the tunnel as the Blazer party filed in after him. Marion led the way with Zach right behind. She had her massive Titan shield out now. The brown light of its Earthwall enchantment lit the darkened mine ahead as well as a torch. Fiona walked just behind Marion and Zach, spear in her hands. Jacob followed, face calm and hands extended to hold the aura bubble in place. Svara offered Glenn a small smile as she passed. You really are a good person. Svara touched his arm before she stepped into the mine and looked ahead. I understand why Becca cares so deeply for you. Glenn stared after her. You know Becca? How is she? Marion probably wouldn't want me to tell you that, but given all you're dealing with, I thought you deserved a little bit of peace. Becca is now traveling with Anna and Leo, who I believe you also know. They're handling another quest, and they're safe. Svara moved on before Glenn could thank her. He pulled his shield off his back and followed her, then turned around to keep an eye on the retreating door. He didn't want to get too far behind Jacob, and knowing Becca wasn't in danger somewhere made him feel massively better about everything. While walking backward would normally be troublesome, the party was moving slow enough he didn't think it would cause a problem. No one wanted to outpace Jacob's aura bubble, and it seemed obvious that Jacob had to concentrate to keep it active. So Jacob walked slow. As the open doors to Gracia and the light retreated beyond the doors, green mist soon swept in from both sides of the tunnel. It barred all escape. They really were in a bubble. Now Glenn just had to do his part to make sure nothing got through him and took down Jacob Coverfall. As he walked backwards quietly behind the party, Glenn spoke. Svara, a favor? Yes? Let me know if you encounter any large dips or bumps as we descend. That'll help keep me from tripping over my own feet. I'm not as nimble in armor as I am without it. You can count on me. And if I see anything come up behind us, I'll yell and take a knee. You should be able to shoot right over me. I'll let you know before I stand back up. So I won't shoot you in the back. Svara sounded amused. We have an accord. Great. Glenn grinned despite the horrifying situation. Despite wearing guard armor, I really don't like getting shot in the back. 22. A desouled army. Turn left here, Zack said confidently as they continued through winding rocky tunnels. Then keep going straight. The ramp descending to the lower level is just ahead to the right. You better be right about this, Jacob Coverfall grumbled. Relax, old man. I've been right about every turn so far, haven't I? The party continued onward as Glenn kept his eyes on their rear. They'd already passed multiple tunnels leading off in other directions, and he knew that desouled crackpaws, or worse, would come at them from behind at any time. This poison mist wouldn't affect anything that didn't breathe. Svara's gentle hand touched his shoulder. We found a descending ramp. It'll be to your left since you're backing up. I'm going to keep a hand on your shoulder and guide you around the corner, all right? If that's okay? It is, and thank you, Glenn said. Svara's thoughtfulness during this whole awkward, backward dungeon crawl had impressed him. She'd immediately recognized the difficulty he'd have maneuvering around a sharp corner onto a descending slope backward. He didn't want to tumble backward and roll over the entire party on his way down, and he supposed Svara wouldn't want that either. Svara's hand and guidance was as good as her word. Soon Glenn found himself walking backward down a descending ramp that turned noticeably as it went down. This was like a spiral staircase without stairs. The faint light from the Earthwall enchantment on Marion's Titan shield continued to provide just enough light for all of them to see. It was handy having a high-level enchantment that glowed. Under normal circumstances, at least one adventurer in a party would need to carry a torch, or if they had an auracaster along, assign their auracaster to hum Sunlight Path to illuminate their path. That meant the auracaster couldn't hum the tunes they used to otherwise buff the party, robbing the entire party of the buffs that were an auracaster's stock in trade. Needless to say, most adventurers simply chose to give someone a torch. The spiral ramp case eventually ended, and Svara pressed her hand to Glenn's shoulder again as he backed out and into a deeper tunnel. This one was even narrower than the last. Glenn could not imagine what it must have been like to work down here, in the dark, without night sight. The original townsfolk to dig out this mine had been brave indeed. They had already descended through half the mine of poison mist without encountering any desouled crackpaws. Rather than comforting Glenn, that only made him more nervous. Under normal circumstances, they would have fought past dozens of crackpaws by now. Perhaps the Plague Master really did have all their desouled bodies stacked up somewhere deep in this mine. Perhaps he was just waiting to unleash the whole God's forsaken horde at once. The cursed dogmen would swarm over them like cliff spiders. A raspy, animalistic voice spoke from just ahead. Now what did I just say? Glenn resisted the urge to take his eyes from the tunnel behind them, or the dangerous swirling poison mist. Whoever was controlling the dead crackpaws, whether Plaguemaster or Necromaster, could easily be attempting to distract him so it could attack. He wouldn't fall for it. And if Volpor patted out of that mist again, Glenn wanted to be ready to hold him at bay. "You're talking to me through a crackpaw." Marion Hawkshadow sounded almost amused. "Bit off a bit more than you can chew, I take it. Time to plead for mercy? If you surrender, we'll simply take you to East Haven to stand trial. Our jail isn't bad." A soft hand touched Glenn's shoulder. Svara, it was his cue to halt with the party. "Don't act like this is my fault," the odd voice rasped, followed by a sickening, death-rattle laugh. "You heard my ultimatum. Simply leave the crystal where it lies, and I'll allow the rest of you to leave this mine alive. Refuse, and I'll unleash this plague upon Gracia." "What crystal?" Marion demanded. "What you babbling about now?" Another rattling laugh followed. "Don't be coy. We know all about your private project to level a new A loud squeaking sound interrupted, followed by something heavy slamming into a wall, then several deafening thumps. Glenn resisted the urge to turn around.